on the 10th of May and time for our second session of these hearing sessions. Today will primarily be focused on landscape and visual impact matters and moving to conditions later in the afternoon. Can everybody hear and see me clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Once again, I'm in a conference room in the DPEA offices in Falkirk. If you see me looking away from my camera, as I said yesterday, I have two screens behind my laptop, and that is what I am actually looking at. I can just see Mr. Ramand is waiting to be admitted, so I'll just pause for a moment while he joins us. That should be him. I know a lot of you participated yesterday, but I note there are some new additions today, so I will very briefly run over the introductory session for the benefit of those who were not with us yesterday. My name is Sinead Lynch. I'm the reporter appointed by Scottish ministers to determine this appeal by reaching a decision. Could I ask for introductions for the new people? Those who were introduced yesterday, obviously, you don't need to do so, but it might be useful to explain to those joining today who you are. Could we start with the appellants team? Mr. Bell, could you introduce your team today?
Morning, ma'am. Yes, my name is David Bell. I'm a Chartered Town Planner, and I'll be representing the appellant. Also attending is Mary Fisher, a Chartered Landscape Architect with Stevenson Halliday, and Mary will be leading on the responses in terms of the landscape elements of the agenda for the appellant this morning. Also, when we get on to cultural heritage, Mr. George Moody, who I don't think is on the call at the moment, but he is from CFA Archaeology, and he will be responding on the cultural heritage points. Also attending today, but not participating directly unless there's a need for any clarifications and so on, my colleague Pippa Gardner, and also Mr. Alan McIntyre from Falk Renewables. And then we have the condition session later today. Mr. Andrew Ramand will be available for that, and also Mr. Rob Shepherd from Hayes Mackenzie when we get to that, hopefully this afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Bell, much appreciated. Mr. Campbell, could you introduce your team for today?
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. I'm John Campbell. I'm a Queen's Counsel at the Scottish Bar. I'm representing Help Save Mochrum Fell, alongside my colleagues Christopher Ford, who's a Chartered Town Planner, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, who you can see on the screen. And I think that's all today. Oh, and Mr. James, I'm sorry.
Mr. James.
Alan, I do beg your pardon. Mr. Alan James is in the top left of my screen, and he's a Chartered Landscape Architect.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Pridham, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, thank you. I'm Caroline Pridham, and I represent Corsic and Kirkpatrick Durham Community Council.
Lovely. Thank you very much. I'm just looking at the list of guests, and I think that is everybody. We don't have any individuals or people observing and not participating so far. So we can move directly to Mr. Bell.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just two matters I wanted to raise. One was I didn't get an email from Christine yesterday with the revised noise condition, and I just wanted to check that Mr. Campbell and other parties got that okay.
Yes, I think so. It came through before the end of the day.
That's fine. I just, because I wasn't copied in, I just wanted to check people had it safely. It was, and that's the version. It's simply the figures are put into the correct tables, swapped around.
Okay.
Explain that later. The second matter was just, I know there was reference yesterday to closing submissions.
Yep.
And I just, for the purposes of note taking today, I just wanted to clarify what the approach was going to be on that, because it's not normally practice with a hearing to do full closing submissions on the full ambit of the appeal, but just wanted to seek clarification on that, whether we discuss it now briefly or later today.
Could we leave it till later today, Mr. Bell, and
Yep.
then I'll set out my expected parameters for that.
That's absolutely
if
fine.
That's okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. I just want to check back to your first point. Ms. Pridham, did you receive that email containing the amended
Yes, I did. Thank you.
or updated, I should say, not amended?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. I do need to tell you all that in terms of the virtual hearing process, that this hearing will be broadcast live on www.dpa.public-i.tv. The video recording of the sessions will be retained on the website after the appeal is determined. And by taking part in this virtual hearing, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes, and also for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Are you all content with that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I have advised the likely timetable for today and provided a hearing agenda. I think all of you taking part, particularly those who participated yesterday, will be familiar with the process we will follow, which will be the same as yesterday. Questions will be asked of the appellant in the first instance, and then an opportunity for response and or comment to other parties in the order of Help Save Mochrum Fell, Ms. Crostwaith, who I think won't participate until later this afternoon, and then the Community Council. I am happy for parties to use smartphones and other devices to communicate, but please make sure that I cannot hear you and other parties cannot hear you. We will take regular breaks today. We did manage that yesterday, but I did note in the afternoon we continued on. It probably was quite a long time to spend staring at a screen. I shall be more diligent in providing breaks today. Graham Mason, whom all of you met earlier as you logged into the call, is our IT person today. He will be on the call for the duration. If there are any issues whatsoever, please contact Graham, who will hopefully resolve them. Christine is also available should there be any papers that need to be distributed to other parties, hopefully not. But if so, Christine is available to do that. IT issues, Graham in the first instance will be your port of call. A few housekeeping matters. There is no fire alarm in this building today, so if it does go off, I will have to leave, but I shall simply adjourn temporarily. The use of the microphone is vitally important in these proceedings. We should all try to remember to mute when we are not speaking and unmute when it is our turn to speak. We can very easily remind each other of that. If you need to attract my attention, the easiest way to do it is to raise your hand. There are not quite so many participants today, so it is easier for us all to see what each other is seeking to do. In relation to microphones, we hopefully will all be patient with each other. It's very easy to forget to mute and unmute. If you are not participating in the session this morning, it would be helpful if you could keep your camera and your microphone off unless you wish to participate, in which case please switch your camera back on and raise your hand so that I can see you. As I said yesterday, I would like to remind everybody of the importance of being kind and courteous to each other throughout the proceedings. While you may disagree on the substance of what other parties say, it is very important to respect other parties' rights to take the time to consider what is being said and formulate their response to my questions. Before I move on to start the session properly, are there any questions or matters arising from these procedural matters? No. I know Mr. Bell has raised a couple of preliminary matters. Is there anything else that anybody would like to raise before I move on to one preliminary matter that I have, which is our discussion of policy NE2, regional scenic areas, which we didn't complete yesterday?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. James?
I had one small point of clarification on something that happened yesterday. I was listening in most of the day. There was a discussion about what the council's position was vis-a-vis the first application, the 8 turbine, and it was said that or it was clarified, I think, by Trevor Proctor, that the members had rejected the application, and it then subsequently went to appeal. It was then said that the officers had recommended approval, and it's a slight clarification that the landscape officer recommendation was to not object, which I think is slightly different from approval.
Noted.
That was all I had to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Everybody content that we proceed? Right. As we didn't manage to finish our discussion, this relates to the Dumfries and Galloway LDP2 policy NE2 regional scenic areas. And this in particular relates to the Galloway Hills regional scenic area, which lies generally to the west of the proposal, but does extend across Lough Ken and up through Parton and touches on, I think, the access track, or one of the access tracks to the proposed turbine. My question is quite broad, so I'm happy to take broad answers, but it is there an impact on the regional scenic area? And if so, what is that impact, and is it possible to quantify that impact on the regional scenic area? Could I go to Mr. Bell first of all, and then to the parties in the order we discussed earlier? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the bulk of the development is not in the RSA. There's a small part of the access track and the junction that is, and that's clearly also covered by a degree of vegetation and so on. So the effect of the track, Ms. Fisher will cover that, and the effect of the overall development. But from a planning perspective, taking into account the effect, the track is a sort of de minimis or minimal impact, but Ms. Fisher will describe the effects of the development. Now, what I take as from the planning position is that there are no significant effects on the regional scenic area predicted. And when one looks at the policy, it is about respecting the special qualities of the area, and it sets out that projects within or affecting the regional scenic area may be supported where the council is satisfied factors taken into account in designating the area would not be significantly adversely affected. So there are no significant adverse effects. So we would say that part of the policy is satisfied. And the second limb of the policy states that there needs to be a specific need for the development at that location. Now, that would seem to me to be more relevant to citing something within the RSA, within the main part of it, where there would need to be justification for that, and that wouldn't necessarily apply to something out with the RSA. So overall, the conclusion reached by the appellant is that there would not be any non-accordance with that policy for the purposes of applying the wider planning test in terms of section 25 of the Act. Now,
Thank you, Mr.
I think Ms Fisher can expand on that if that's needed in terms of this planning policy aspect of the agenda.
Yes, I think that would, yep, that would be useful.
The effects on the RSA are covered at 8.6.47 to 8.6.48 of the EIA report, and also covered in the additional information, but with no change from the EIA. The special qualities, which are mentioned in the policy, are identified in the RSA technical paper, pages 19 to 23, which basically goes through the character types and areas included in the regional scenic area, describes physical and perceptual features that are important. It doesn't have an identified list of special qualities. It's quite a long discursive document. The majority of those are physical characteristics, which are only affected for the length of the access track. And just to be clear, that part of the access track that's in the RSA runs between the A road and an overhead line, which runs sort of slightly to the east. The other element, the main element of the RSA that's important for our purposes are those that might be affected by something out with the area, particularly views, which are an important element of the scenic area, and character, because a lot of the designation is character based. So if we turn to look at those, the nearest part of the regional scenic area has very limited visibility of the turbines themselves, as shown on the various ZTVs, and visibility tends to start sort of along the line of the 713 and to a greater degree on the western side of Loch Ken. And that has an implication for the effects both on character and on views. So effects on character, if we start with those, there are some medium and small scale effects around Loch Ken. And similarly, some more limited effects on views. Viewpoints 5, 6, 7 and 11 are all within the area. And increasingly to the west of Loch Ken, forestry tends to limit visibility. So taking all of those in the round, there are some small scale effects on the special qualities across an intermediate extent of the RSA, and that intermediate extent means sort of slightly less than half, and that's actually, it isn't that extensive, but that takes into account the fact that Loch Ken in particular is a rather important part of the scenic area, rather than the big extensive areas of forestry. So, and when that's taken into account, it's overall slight magnitude, moderate significance, not significant.
Okay. Right, thanks, Ms Fisher. Mr Campbell.
Yes, ma'am, I'll defer to Mr James on this question.
Thank you. Mr James.
Before we go to Mr James, could I just make one small point of correction to a point Mr Bell said. Mr Bell referred to the policy as being within or having a significant effect on the RSA. The policy actually says within and having an effect. So it's not an issue of significance here, it's just which affects the RSA.
Oh, yes, I think he was probably reading the first bullet point below.
Yeah.
I suspect. No, I note your point. Thanks, Mr Ford.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr James.
Yes, I think the main effects are the views towards the turbines from the RSA, and I have something of a question mark over there being no significant effects reported, because I'm sure that the non-technical summary says that there are significant effects on the Bennon viewpoint.
Is that number 7?
It's number 7, and
Yep.
I note that from the details, Appendix 5, it says Bennon Hill, medium to small landscape change, character change, small, and I don't see how those two things are compatible, and I certainly wouldn't agree that the impact on the view from Bennon Hill is medium to small. I think it's a large impact of turbines on the skyline directly across the loch in this great panoramic view. So I'm puzzled by that. And then I think similar things can be said, as Mary Fisher said, on the down the western side of Loch Ken, which is the A762, I believe, and it has numerous pull-off points where you can stop and hang out by the loch or just admire the view. And the turbines are going to be visible again as a skyline feature from many points along the loch. And I think there's a tendency overall to firstly to say that longer distance viewpoints do not have a large impact, or even a moderate impact. That basically, I think there's a basic thing in the LVIA that anything within 0.8 of a kilometre is a large impact, which can be a significant effect. And then up to 3 to 4 kilometres can be large, but it's generally declining. And anything above about 7 or 8 kilometres is regarded as low or negligible impact and not significant. And I think the fact that the turbines are breaking the skyline, and the fact that I think impact isn't purely a matter of how big visually something is. It's very much a matter of perception, and the perception that a lot of people are uncomfortable with wind farms in rural areas is that they are an industrialisation of landscape, which in much of our area is fairly wild landscape. So there's a contradiction between the land use that is making use of the natural elements of the landscape and the perception of the landscape as being a wild place. And in my view, that needs to be given more weight.
Thank you, Mr. James. Mr. Campbell, are there any other comments from any other party in your team?
Don't think so, ma'am, no.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pridham, does the Community Council wish to comment? Oh, Mrs. Proctor.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mrs. Proctor.
Yes, it was just to say that the screening that Mr. Bell mentioned along the A713 near the access there is very little screening because it's just pastures, it's fields, so there's very little tree cover there. And the other thing about the access is that area is designated as a laydown area adjacent to the A713. So there would be not just an access track, but there would be hard standing for the laydown, and it would be obvious. The appearance of it would be very obvious within the RSA.
It would also be within perpetuity, because for maintenance and any other things which would need new blades or whatever, the laydown surface would remain. It would always be a scar there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor. Ms. Pridham.
Yes, I have one question for Mary Fisher, if that's okay.
Could you direct the questions through me?
Sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine.
So the question, I'm new to all of this.
Absolutely.
The question is, there was mention of forestry to the west of Loch Ken, providing an additional screen. And as we raised and discussed yesterday, a lot of the commercial forestry is a crop and so will be removed. And so therefore I'd like to ask about that point.
Right.
And then also I have an additional point to make, which relates to Lochhen being used by a large number within our communities and also other communities along on the other side of the hill to us who really enjoy Lochhen for wild swimming. So I had dinner with a friend in the village last night, and she was saying that she'd been swimming in Lochhen and how amazing it was, and she was looking up at the hill and thinking how sad it would be if turbines were put on top of that hill. And I think I just wanted to stress that there are a lot of people within our community who use Lochhen for wild swimming, not just for recreation. So I think that would impact that quite significantly.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pridham. Ms. Fisher, could I come back to you and ask you to respond? We discussed yesterday, I don't know if you saw the proceedings yesterday, we did discuss how commercial forestry changes in line with cropping schedules and growth schedules, and how at various points in the cycle of life of commercial plantations, the impact on the landscape can be very different. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Pridham, I think your question is can commercial forestry be relied on to screen impacts on the regional scenic area?
Yes, thank you.
So addressing the point in relation to forestry, if you take a look at any of the ZTV figures or any of the mapping that we've provided with the LVIA, what you will see is that the forestry areas to the west of Lochhen are extremely extensive. And the way we treat forestry in LVIA is that when it is extensive, we anticipate that the pattern of forestry will remain largely the same. The detail may change, so some areas may be cropped, but at the same time other areas will be replanted and growing. So the general pattern and the effect it has on the landscape and the visibility tends to remain broadly the same. Where we don't rely on forestry is where we're looking at a small area, because a small area could be removed and open up extensive visibility. So that's particularly relevant in relation to dealing with individual properties, or for instance, individual settlements that are only screened by a small area of forestry that could be clear felled. Generally, large areas like those to the west of Lochhen would not be clear felled in one go, and not replanted.
All right, thank you.
I also wondered if I could respond on Mr. James's point about the viewpoints. Would that be?
Yes,
okay?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Which viewpoints are you? Right. Okay.
He was referring to significant effects on the on viewpoint 7 and the panoramic views from the west of Lochhen. Just to be clear, and this also relates to one of the points raised by Ms. Pridham, I have identified significant effects on the Ben Hill elevated viewpoints. Those are visual receptors. That doesn't mean that there are also significant effects on the special qualities of the RSA. They're separate receptors, and the same relates to people swimming in Lochhen. They are visual receptors, and we'll come on to deal with those later in the agenda, I believe.
Yes, we will. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bell?
Sorry, just a couple of points also in response. I think in terms of the laydown area, it's been mentioned.
Yep.
That's correct. There is a laydown area proposed at the entrance, but that is a temporary land use that would be fully restored on the completion of development. Furthermore, an access track, we would say, is not out of character in the rural area. There are plenty of tracks and so on within not just the RSA, but the wider rural area. So that would not be detrimental amenity effect of any material substance, and would need to be clearly treated in the right way post-construction as well. I think the last planning point I would say that even if there was a significant effect on the RSA character, then the policy allows for that to be considered, because one needs to look at the lead development plan policy IN2, which balances out the benefits of development. So hopefully that's been helpful in
Yes.
Policy. Thank you.
Very much so. Mr. Ford, I think a final comment on policy NE2. Thanks.
Yes, just to say that the benefits of the development are actually in question, obviously, from what we covered yesterday.
Yeah, that is fine. Thank you very much, all of you. That finishes my preliminary matter from yesterday, and we will move to the agenda for today. Item 2.
Sorry, one point. The last matter on the agenda, and I'm sure we can cover it this afternoon, was the supplementary guidance, and after policy NE2 on the agenda.
Yes, I think. Yep.
What I was going to say on that is that that largely, in my view, expands on policy IN2 that we've been through already. So what I do think is quite important, though, we'll maybe come on to this afternoon, is that the capacity study is part of the supplementary guidance, the landscape capacity study, and Ms. Fisher will be able to refer to that at some point in the next agenda item when we cover landscape and visual matters.
Absolutely. I was going to do, because we didn't discuss it in detail yesterday, I have quite a number of questions today which relate to the supplementary guidance and the capacity study. So I think it does fall better to be discussed today. I'm going to run through where I am satisfied with the matters set out in the development management considerations, and I'll come on to that in a moment. And that is basically where I'm satisfied with written submissions on those matters. And really what I would like to discuss are the matters where I feel I do need additional information. So if we could start with some more general questions. I need to apologise because, as Mr. Campbell pointed out, I had said that figure 2 identified operational and consented wind farms. So while it did, it certainly didn't name them, which makes life quite difficult for those of us using it. Figure 1 actually does name the wind farms and is at a larger scale than Mr. Campbell's suggested plan and list at pages 20 and 21. I'm happy to use either, just so everybody is comfortable that they fully understand where all the consented and operational and in planning wind farms that we're talking about today are. Figure 1 of the February 2022. Additional information from the appellant is quite clear on that. I think that was my typographical error, and I do apologise. So
I would agree with that. I would just say that I think figure 1 is, we would say, the more helpful plan. Because the HSMF plan has a number of inaccuracies in terms of the status of proposals, and the coverage of site areas is a bit misleading in terms of the reference to the developments, and the figure 1 plan shows the turbine locations, which is a more accurate spatial representation. So that would be preferred, we would say.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, are you content with that?
I think so. What was the page number again?
It's there isn't actually a page number. It's figure 1 in the cumulative base plan. So it's in the figures which accompanied the February 2022 additional environmental impact information, landscape and visual impacts, and it was from Stevenson Halliday.
Yeah.
So it is.
Yeah. The only, Ms. Fisher may correct me, but the only change in status is the Bargree wind farm was consented on appeal on 21st of March this year.
Yes, actually that is, well, on my plan that's shown as consented, or is it in planning? It's in planning. Yep, so that's now consented. Okay.
Yep.
Yes, to answer your question.
Yeah, Okay, so if everybody is comfortable with that, when we are referring to the various wind farms, if we could use figure 1, subject to that amendment, as Mr. Bell has just indicated, that Margree is now consented rather than in planning. I think that will be helpful in keeping us all referring to the same things. Okay, if we can move on from there. I noted, and prior to our discussion this morning, is a question about cumulative impact and how we discuss that, in that should we consider using the now lapsed consent as a baseline, or should this proposal be considered as a standalone proposal? I noted that particularly in the Council's landscape capacity assessment, which is 2020, the consent for Mochrum Fell is taken into account in all of their consideration of landscape issues. And I also note that in the assessment of each view as provided by the appellant, there is a comparison made between the previously consented proposal and the predicted assessment of each view in terms of this proposal. A short discussion on how appropriate an approach that is, or otherwise. Could we start with Mr. Bell's team? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just invite Ms. Fisher to lead on that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of the assessment I have undertaken at all stages, it has not included the consented scheme as part of the baseline. And so I've assessed as though this is a new proposal, and the purpose of providing the comparison was for ease of reference for those considering it, is, you know, that was what was previously considered acceptable. This is the new scheme. But that doesn't, but it's not, if I were to include it as baseline, I'd be assessing the effects of increasing the pit height, and I haven't done that. Right. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not part of the baseline.
Lovely. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Mr. Campbell?
We might have a very short discussion about this because I think we're in agreement with that. But I just want to check with Mr. and Mrs. Proctor that they're content with that.
Yes.
Mrs. Proctor's nodding. Mr. James, you content with that?
Yes.
Yep. Lovely.
Yes, Mr. Ford, you happy with that? There you are. Short discussion.
Thank you very much. And a question now for Mr. Campbell's team. I note in appeal submissions and the hearing statement the question of should the assessment area for landscape and visual effects properly be 35 kilometres rather than 20? What are the practical implications if that were to be the case? And taking into account the appellant's position that the removal of turbine 5, regardless of any increase in turbine size, the removal of what could be considered a prominent turbine balances the overall impact in terms of the increase in scale. So from more distant views, really that area between 20 and 35 kilometres, is that critical to our discussions today or not?
Well, of course, it's not just a single turbine that we're talking about, but nope. This is a question for a landscape architect, I think, Mr. James.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I'll start with the turbine 5 that I think I wrote in our original hearing statement, that it's somewhat anomalous that the reduction in height of turbine 5 in the 8 turbine scheme was deemed to make it a scheme that made a much better landscape fit than it did when it was previously 10 metres higher, as well as being set higher. And now it's said that by removing it, there's a considerable improvement. I don't feel that the difference between 7 and 8 turbines is significant in terms of the overall impact. And again, I think I've covered that in written submissions, that there's a difference between 10 and 100 turbines, but not a huge difference between 7 and 8. And I think the argument that it moves the turbine array slightly further away from the actual summit of Mochrum Fell is at best a very minor alteration to the scheme. As far as the distance goes, I think the essence of cumulative effect is that it's a dynamic impact, that it's something you experience both at certain points in a landscape, at viewpoints if you like, or at residences, but it's also something that's there as you move through the landscape. And I mean, as an example, a particular dwelling might not have a view of a turbine, but that doesn't mean it has no effect on the resident. If the turbine array is visible from half a mile away as they approach their house, or if it's part of one of their favourite walks from the house. And similarly, if you're driving through an area, which I don't actually live within that area, I'm about 25, 30 kilometres further east, but I do drive through it quite often. And I also drive through other landscapes here that have have wind farms. And it comes down to a question of, to what extent are you ever out of sight of a wind farm? And that is a significant issue. Whether you're within 3 or 4 kilometres of it, or you're 20 kilometres away from it. And the key issue, which I come back to time and again, and I'll make no apology for that, is that it's a skyline effect. And the whole point about Mochrum Fell that makes it, in my view, an unsatisfactory site is that it's a prominent hill that is over 300 metres, over 1,000 feet. And I presented the map that's showing this, that there is basically a horseshoe of land as high or higher, but that when you're within that area, whenever you look at Mochrum Fell, you're looking at it from below, and the turbines are skyline.
Okay. So I think I'm taking from that my question of the 20 to 35 kilometre is almost immaterial, because you consider that dynamic impact would be experienced really anywhere they are visible.
Well, yes, which makes it material, because if you're talking about a 35 kilometre radius, then a lot of other wind farms come into play, and they are then part and parcel of you travelling through that 35 kilometre radius.
Okay.
Could I just add a point about the specifics of the location?
Yep.
In terms of, as we've said yesterday, this is at the southerly edge of a bank to the north. In our submission, we sent a ZTV which stretches out and shows that there is visibility across the lower area towards the south, and that there may be some merit in saying that we ought to be thinking about 35, particularly in that direction. The area topographically is well covered to the north and to the east, basically, but it's very exposed to the south. So in that sense, the 35 ought to be considered.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Proctor.
If I could also say that for the 126.5 metre turbines, the range was 35 kilometres that was considered. These are even taller turbines, so it should be at least 35 kilometres that's considered, because the taller turbines are obviously visible from a lot greater distance. We can see turbines across the Solway and in the Solway from Mochrum Fell. And as I mentioned yesterday, at 50 kilometres with 110 metre turbines across the Solway, they are still visible by the naked eye. So 35, I would suggest, is a minimum radius that should be considered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Proctor. Ms. Pridham?
Switched off, Caroline.
Thank you. Thank you. I haven't really got much to add other than what I have noticed. I'm a keen walker, a keen cyclist, and a lot of others in our community are too, that quite often the visuals, I know this doesn't relate to the distance, whether we should be considering up to 35, but I think it is important actually. The visuals that are provided by the appellant don't really provide what the naked eye sees. I think what the naked eye actually sees and what the camera picks up are very different. So if I'm out in the landscape photographing a view, I may not be able to pick up in my photographs the wind farm, whether it's at Blackcraig or other wind farms in our area. And yet I can clearly see them with my naked eye. And so I think that's something else which needs to be considered very carefully. And again, it will maybe have an impact on the distance, because it means if you are 30 kilometres away, you can still see them, even if on a visual provided by a developer or by the appellant in this case, that they may be barely visible in a photograph, but they're very clearly visible to the naked eye and also dependent on light conditions. So I'd just like to raise that point. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Ms. Pridham. Mr. Campbell?
I think Mr. Bell will agree with me that 35 is a more usual study area. Certainly in the previous generation of turbines, one was accustomed to seeing at public inquiries 30 and 35 kilometre circles around the wind farm. I'm sure you're alert to this, but visibility and impact are not the same thing. And I'm not arguing against myself, but there's no, I will not argue in closing that invisibility is a desirable achievement. It's about impact. It's not about visibility. And Mr. James makes the point very well when he highlights the fact that the thing about Mochrum Fell is its almost ubiquitous visibility because of its skyline positioning. Our point comes, doesn't it, when you can't say that a wind farm has much impact once the distance grows. And the judgment call, of course, is what that distance is. Yes. To have a 35 kilometre study area is very useful because it allows you to make that judgment in my submission.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Bell?
Yes, I think I'll let Ms. Fisher come in a moment with regard to the methodology that was put forward for the cumulative visual impact assessment and where that distance sits in that. But I think where you have a situation today where there are, Arclaic was mentioned as a scheme, that's 200 metres to tip, and the various other many other developments, whether that's Strannoch 2 in Dumfries and Galley at 175, Strathy Wood in the Highlands at 200. The list goes on. There are many schemes at 200 metres where that may be appropriate, but in this case, a proportionate approach was taken in the methodology, which provides an adequate area, and that was a matter that was not raised as being any issue preventing the consultees from coming to view. So I wonder if Ms. Fisher's got anything maybe just to add to that in terms of the methodology approach.
Thank you.
So within the scoping stage and within the finished LVIA, you will find a bare ground ZTV study carried out to 35 kilometres distance. That's figure 8.9. It does in fact show very limited visibility beyond 20 to 25 kilometres. There is some, but it is extremely limited. Additionally, at the scoping stage for this proposal, we obviously have the benefit of all of the previous work on the consented scheme, thoroughly tested at appeal. Now that process hadn't identified any significant effects beyond 7 to 8 kilometres. Therefore, in terms of setting the study area for this, we have focused primarily within 10 kilometres, but in terms of cumulative sites within 20 kilometres, in order to consider the fact that the overlap of effects at roughly 10 kilometre distances. That's how the study areas have been set. But we have considered out to 35 kilometres via a bare ground ZTV study, and would not anticipate any significant effects beyond those identified.
Okay. Right, thanks, Ms. Fisher. I'm Mr. James.
Yes, just coming back on that answer that that there were very few points beyond 20 kilometres from which Mochrum Fell wind farm would be visible. It's in a sense it's saying that that what matters in terms of cumulative impact is intervisibility of more than one wind farm at any given time. And in my submission, cumulative impact is what I was saying previously about the dynamic effect of travelling through a landscape where you are more or less constantly in view of a wind farm, and the fact that Mochrum Fell itself might not be visible from more than 20 kilometres, other than in, as Mary has said, in certain places, doesn't alter the fact that it's contributing significantly to the cumulative impact of that area, just as a wind farm that is in that 20 to 35 kilometre zone is contributing in itself, whether or not it's visible from anywhere in the vicinity of Mochrum Fell.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fisher, would you, or Mr. Belgi, would you like to offer Ms. Fisher an opportunity to respond to that point by Mr. James, or are you content?
I will leave that to Ms. Fisher if there's anything else she wishes to
add. Mr. James is discussing sequential effects, which I agree do arise, but that's a function of passing successive wind farms on a journey. It's only one element of cumulative effects. And it's a question of just because a wind farm contributes to that sequence doesn't mean that that effect is significant. And obviously, if you're near to an existing wind farm 30 kilometres away, the most noticeable feature while you're there is that nearby wind farm rather than one that's a long way in the distance. So whilst it may contribute to the effects, its effects 30 kilometres away aren't likely to be significant, and we're focused on the effects of this wind farm, not of the other ones.
Okay, I think I understand your respective positions on this, so I'm happy to move on to my next question. And prior to my next question, I just want to clarify where we are. I'm beginning to look at wind energy development management considerations supplementary guidance produced by Dumfries and Galloway 2020. In terms of the criteria for assessing proposals, these are set out at part 3 of that document. We have already discussed A, which are renewable energy benefits. We have discussed the issue of socio-economic benefits, and I'm satisfied that further discussion of that today would not assist me. C is landscape and visual impact, which we will shortly move on to. D, cumulative impact, we will also address today. E, impact on local communities and residential interests, was discussed in the round yesterday, and noise and other issues, and landscape and visual impact on residential interests will be discussed today. F, impact on infrastructure. I'm content with the written submissions I have received to date. G, aviation and defence interests. We have discussed this point, and I'm content to rest there subject to discussion of aviation lighting condition this afternoon, if it needs to be discussed in any detail. H, biodiversity, habitat, species, bird life and sensitivity, forests, woodlands, carbon-rich soils, hydrology, the water environment, flood risk, water resources. These are all matters that I consider to be addressed in full in written submissions, and I have no questions that need to be discussed today. We will discuss historic environment and cultural heritage later today, and recreation and tourist interests we discussed yesterday, but will come into play today in discussing the landscape and visual impact upon those interests. Ms. Pridham, you and a number of your team yesterday discussed the issue of baseline monitoring. This document, the Supplementary Guidance Development Management Considerations, contains a model legal agreement on monitoring, which is set out at S2 of that document. If you get, we can discuss this afternoon, but it may go, should it be required, some way to meeting you and your colleagues' concerns. It places a requirement on a funded monitoring position during construction and post-construction, which I think should help. The obvious EIA information set out during the application process would set the before situation. So we can discuss that later. So finally, coming to cumulative landscape effects, which we can discuss initially. I hope we are all agreed that the Wind Energy Appendix C landscape capacity study, which is produced by Dumfries and Galloway Council, and this version is dated 2020, sets out that the proposed development is within the landscape character type 18A, which is foothills with forest, and within that particular landscape character type, this proposed development is within the Strohan foothills and forest landscape character type. The landscape capacity study then at table 4 sets out that the Strohan landscape capacity type was one of 5 that was assessed for its capacity to accommodate very large turbines. Paragraph 3.3 of that document notes that cumulative impact and effects are a key constraint in such landscapes, and 3.4 notes the concentration of operational and consented wind farms in the Strohan/Ken area. Further specific assessments of the capacity of the area are set out at paragraphs 3.42, and figure 9 of that document illustrates the area of the Strohan foothills with forest 18A. I have a number of questions in relating to this specific document, so if we could run through those, all relating initially to cumulative landscape effects. And they do relate to the matters raised in this capacity study in relation to all of your submissions to date, and in particular, the information submitted by the appellant and the information by Help Save Mochrum Fell. So in terms of cumulative impact, is there a risk that this proposal could create and further a concentrated band of wind farm development and lead to the linking of wind farms located in the Ken unit? This is a particular concern raised in the landscape capacity study. And if we look at figure 1, which is the cumulative base plan as updated to reflect the status of Mar Gree, is there a risk that this proposal could either create this concentrated band, or would this band become even more concentrated if it's beginning to emerge? Could I go to the appellant first to discuss that?
Thank you, Mum. I'll bring in Ms. Fisher on that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the important thing to note about the capacity study in general is the point that you mentioned, Ma'am, earlier on, which it was written with a consented wind farm at Mochrum Fell in mind. It includes it. So all of the subsequent consents that have happened since then have also borne that in mind, along with the advice of the capacity guidance. So whilst there may be a pattern emerging, that doesn't intrinsically mean that it's unacceptable. In fact, the decisions to date would indicate that it is acceptable, because there was a consent for a wind farm at Mochrum Fell, albeit of a different scale. But the capacity study, as it states, is not a substitute for individual assessment, and tends to be broader brush. So taking that broad point, it allows for and includes a pattern of development that includes a wind farm at Mochrum Fell.
Okay. Mr. Campbell? Oh, you're on mute. Lovely.
I'll get Mr. James to answer that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, first I would say that the fact that it was consented doesn't mean that the landscape effects were acceptable or not unacceptable, as Mary Fisher said just now. It says that on the balance of evidence, the reporter reached a particular conclusion. I think as far as the capacity study saying that the scheme was consented, the original capacity study in 2011 didn't say that, because the scheme hadn't been consented, and it said that with Black Craig constructed, there was very little scope for further wind farm development in the Strone forest foothills LCU. And it continued to say that even after, like, the 2017 update was an acceptance de facto that Mochrum Fell had been consented, but it still said the same thing, that there was very little scope for further wind farm development. And I haven't been involved at all in all the consents that have happened since then to the north of Black Craig and including Fell. But I think they were contrary to the development capacity study at face value for that reason. And the other issue that the capacity study picks up on is that there has to be great care in the siting of wind farms within the landscape character unit, and that they should avoid the edges where they potentially have an impact on even more sensitive landscapes. And I think the fact that consent is now voided, in effect, it takes us back to the situation in 2011, where to consent it at this point would be to open up the potential for further cumulative impact, particularly to the south of Black Craig.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. Mr. Bell.
Yes, Ms. Fisher may come in on some points after me, but the 2011 capacity study is of no relevance now. We've moved on from that. And I think the important point, I think Mr. James said, is also careful citing. And I think that's where the emphasis on a site-specific LVIA comes in, as Ms. Fisher said. And one example of that is how the development has been cited relative to the RSA without significant effects arising and losing one of the turbines. And that is demonstrative of a carefully considered design approach that looks at the local circumstances. So I think that would be the important point I would raise. I don't know if Ms. Fisher, you have any additional points to add?
I don't think so, no.
No. Thank you, Mr.
Fine, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Campbell.
You're just looking at that last answer, and David Bell places quite rightly emphasis on carefully sited turbines, which are the product of a study about capacity. But what we actually have here are turbines in the same place, more or less, as the original application. So it must follow from that he is saying that the first application was carefully sited, but that its increased height is of no relevance to your decision, if I'm understanding him correctly. I may not be understanding him correctly, but
Yep.
In which case it's my fault. The careful siting hasn't taken place with this proposed wind farm. It's the product of other work for a different wind farm.
Right, I see what you're saying. I think Mr. Bell, Mr. Campbell, I know what Mr. Campbell is saying. He's basically saying that in removing turbine 5, but the location of all the other turbines remaining pretty much exactly the same.
Yeah.
Does that really reflect careful siting and design when the turbines are substantially different in height and rotor diameter?
I think the point about careful siting design is one, if you like, that's in the round that does reflect back to the original project. I wouldn't say, as Mr. Campbell suggests, that the increase in height is of no relevance. I think the important point we'll come on to is in terms of looking at what additional effect does that increase give. Ms. Fisher will explain that there's no additional significant effect beyond the previously consented scheme. And I think that is an important point to bear in mind.
Well, if that's Mr. Bell's position, I understand it. We can leave it for closing submissions, I think, because it's clearly we're not on the same page in relation to that matter. Mr. James, I think, has something to add.
Yes, Mr. James.
I wouldn't agree that the 2011 capacity study has no relevance now, because when it was updated, the update said pretty much the same thing, other than that Black Craig had been constructed by then, and Mochrum Fell had been consented. So it's not as if there is a huge discrepancy between the 2011 and the 2017. I think they were done by the same firm, LUC, who I once worked for, and they followed much the same procedures and arrived at very similar conclusions about the ability of the Strohn LCU to accommodate further turbines. As for the careful siting of turbines, firstly, the turbine locations go right back to, I think, the 11 turbine scheme, and they haven't changed. And I understand to an extent that they've been sited within the wind farm area at levels where the base of the turbines is often, although not always, screened by intermediate horizons. But that doesn't alter the fact that the turbines break the horizon, both the hubs and the blades. And obviously, the larger blades break the skyline to a greater extent than the smaller ones. So, and I think Mary Fisher said earlier that she was treating it as a standalone scheme now. So the comparison with the previous scheme is a very limited material value.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. James. Ms. Pridham, do you have anything to add? Or Mr. Campbell, could I ask, is that the extent of your input from your team on this question, or have I? Oh no, there he is.
Sorry, I just stepped away from my desk for a second. I don't
Apologies.
think that they've got, unless Mr. and Mrs. Proctor have anything, I don't
Nope.
think we have any more on that point. No.
Miss Pridham? No, thanks. And I see Miss Crosthwaite has joined us this morning. Good morning. Miss Crosthwaite, do you have anything to add to that particular question?
Good morning, everybody. No, I'm just listening into this session. Thank you, and Mr. Grosvenor will and Professor Mariana will be joining us when the conditions session start.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to suggest now would be a good time for a short break. If we take 10 minutes and come back at 10:50. As I said, I apologise for not including a break yesterday afternoon. I appreciate sitting in front of this screen is tiring and more taxing than doing it in person. So we will take more frequent breaks today. If I could see you all back here at 10:50, that would be appreciated. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Can you switch off your video, Alan? There we go.
Yes, I have done just now.
Right, thank you.
Welcome back. I think that is almost everybody we need. I just don't see Mr. James. Right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being so prompt. Another question on or arising from the capacity study, and this relates to turbine size. Page 34, which is paragraph 3.4.2, Ken and Strohan area, has a number of comments about turbine sizes and turbine typology. I note that it says that very large turbines should be resisted in the Strohan unit of the foothills due to the close proximity of this landscape to sensitive and well-settled lowland landscapes. I appreciate that the application and appeal is made on the basis of a turbine height of 49.9 centimetres, but I do note that the capacity study says around 150 metres. How does this proposal accord with that statement in the capacity study, bearing in mind I am thinking about the typology and where it would fall in reality, and the terminology used in the capacity study of around 150 metres. Could I go to Mr. Bell first to discuss this?
Yes. Ma'am, can I just ask where on page 32 you're...
It's the very last paragraph of it's the very last sentence in the very last paragraph. You will see it on page 34, I think. So the section heading is 3.4.2, Ken and Strohan area. Yes, it is page 34.
Yep. My page 32 in my copy I'm looking. Sorry, that's why I'm confused.
Does anybody else have a discrepancy in page numbers, just so we're quite sure we're all looking at the same thing? My page 32 is Wigtonshire Moorlands.
Okay, I'm on a different version. Maybe Miss Fisher's got the accurate version while I change my version. So I'll let Miss Fisher lead on this point at the moment. Thank you.
That's fine. It is quite a broad point, but it does go to, can this proposal be in accordance with the principles set out in the capacity study with turbines of that height?
Yep. I'll come back after Miss Fisher's responded.
Absolutely, thank you.
So firstly, I'd like to refer to a point in relation to this, and then I'll move on to address the specific thing, because the bit I'm going to say won't make sense unless I do the first one. So in my response to the objection from the proctors, I referenced the current draft guidance on sensitivity studies from Nature Scott. And in that, it indicates that guidance should be moving away from offering advice on capacity and focusing on sensitivity. This is because capacity changes with policy. What we are prepared to accept depends on what we need and want to achieve. So therefore, it's not a finite quality of the landscape. Whereas sensitivity is more so, and that enables us to understand the better and worse places to put wind farm. So
sorry, Ms. Fisher, to interrupt you. Are you saying that using sensitivity rather than capacity is a more objective view?
Yes, correct.
Yep.
So that needs to be borne in mind, that direction of travel in terms of advice when dealing with these studies. So the sensitivity advice that is provided will always stand the test of time, whereas the capacity advice that is provided may not do.
Okay.
And that's why there's a degree of flexibility. So in relation to that, then looking at this advice, which is about capacity rather than sensitivity, yes, it does say turbines of 150 metres would be likely to fit better. That doesn't mean to say that they cannot be accommodated. And that's particularly bearing in mind that that advice would have been in the context of assuming that Mochrum Fell was already occupied by a wind farm. So it doesn't tell us specifically whether or not turbines of around 150 metres would be okay at Mochrum Fell. It doesn't say anything on that subject, effectively, because it's assuming there's already a wind farm there.
Yeah.
But yes, it's definitely a consideration. There is a sensitivity identified, and when you look at the sensitivity guidance given in this document, it does indicate specific considerations in relation to siting a wind farm in the character area, which indicate whether a particular site is more or less sensitive, and it's those that we've paid particular attention to.
But we will come on to discuss those later. So, Mr. Bell.
Sorry, just to finish off the point. I think from a planning perspective, I would say that Ms. Fisher talks about the study being strategic in nature, and we know that. I think that's common ground. And they would never be determinative in themselves. And I think that's been borne out in practice from decision makers, planning authorities, and indeed reporters. I think it's also, from a planning perspective, worth remembering that in the supplementary guidance itself, it sets out that although a proposal may be detrimental in terms of one or more of the factors, it does not automatically result in a proposal being recommended for refusal. And it goes on to talk about the balancing considerations and says the key thing is that impacts need to be satisfactorily addressed. So I would say that would be the concluding point, having taken into account the guidance within the capacity study in the round. Are the matters satisfactorily addressed looking at the site-specific LV?
Okay. Mr. Campbell.
I'm going to ask Mr. James to come in here, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. James.
Yes, I mean, I think the first thing to say is that I address this point in the hearing statement, basically paragraphs 92 to 97, and the reference to around 150 metres, as I've noted it, refers to the possibility of repowering within the Ken area, which is landscape type 19A, and it's saying that turbines of around 150 metres would be appropriate to that area. The statement relative to 18A is that it can accommodate typologies that are described as large, which is 80 to 150 metres. And the case I've made that there's also reference in the capacity study to the siting within the area and avoiding siting large turbines in close proximity to the more sensitive, the drumlin pastures and the flooded valley. Yeah. And I've made the case that, okay, the typology says 80 to 150 metres, but that doesn't imply that every single turbine you might build in that area could be 149.9 metres, or that 150.1 would be massively more significant than 149.9. On the capacity question, I accept what Ms. Fisher says, that the GLVIA has moved from talking about capacity to susceptibility. But I was just looking there, which is why I was ferreting around a bit when I was asked to speak. I noted the reference in paragraph 540 of the GLVIA3, which provides a definition of susceptibility. And to all intents and purposes, I would find that difficult to differentiate from what has been termed capacity over the years. In other words, I think what is happening now is that the word capacity has been moved slightly semantically to refer to exactly what Ms. Fisher said, that what we might be looking for out of something changes, so it becomes target driven, whereas I don't think that the conventional meaning of capacity prior to this was significantly different from susceptibility. And unfortunately, I did write it down. I don't have the entire GLVIA in front of me, and I'm sorry, but I don't have a second screen to be able to call it up. But I do recall that reference, and that would make that point.
It's on page 88 for your notes.
Thank you very much. Appreciated.
I think one might, if I may just add one sentence to that, one might need to consider what the author of the landscape capacity study thought she was doing when she did it. Was she, as Mary Fisher says, responding to policy, or was she responding to questions of sensitivity? And I would suggest firmly that it's the latter.
And on what basis would you suggest that, Mr. Campbell?
Well, unfortunately, I can't find it on my screen.
Right.
But there's a reference, but I will look for it and come back to you on it, if I may.
In the capacity study?
Yes.
Okay, that's absolutely, yes, if you could come back, that would be useful. I
will
can see
come
Mr.
back,
James
yes.
is probably,
Mr. James may have it at his fingertips.
he may
but
indeed.
I can't look.
I don't have it at my fingertips. The point I was going to make was that the wind farm capacity study predates the GLVIA 3, which was 2013, and the if I've seen of it does, correct me if I'm wrong. I would simply say that it's my understanding of it was certainly, and in the way it's written, and I think Ms. Richards accepted that it refers to highly sensitive landscapes, and that it's saying capacity in terms of the ability to accommodate development of a certain type, which is the gist of what that paragraph is.
Okay, I can see, Ms. Fisher, I think you have a question relating to the relative timings of these documents. Is that correct?
Yes, the capacity study is 2020.
Yes.
So it postdates GLVIA 3 by some 7 years.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the original capacity study was 2011.
Right.
And since much of the wording from that study is carried through both 2017 and now to 2020, that lends support to what Mr. Campbell said. That and again, if you simply read the way it's written, I think it lends support to the view that the intention was to talk about sensitivity or susceptibility, as it's now known, and not to the target demands. The target demand to have more energy from the Strohm LCU would imply an increase in turbine size, and the capacity study now, as in 2011, is still saying that there's no scope for the very large 150 plus metre turbines in that landscape character unit.
Okay, Mr. Bell?
Yes, just a brief point in terms of the point about the move away from capacity and references to scope to simple sensitivity appraisals. That is clearly set out in the latest SNH draft, on where they're going on that very topic. And that's reflective of the point that the deployment necessary is potentially held back by limitations in what are called capacity studies. And I appreciate that document isn't before the inquiry, but I've seen it. I think Mr. Campbell perhaps has as well. But if it would help, that could be provided. That just provides the SNH position or NatureScot position on their move away from capacity and to sensitivity appraisals.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, are you content if that document is submitted and circulated?
Yes, if Mr. Bell is able to do that, that would be very helpful. The passage I was thinking about in my previous answer, which I couldn't immediately find, is in the introduction to the capacity study at paragraph 1.2. And just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm looking at supplementary guidance adopted 22nd June 2017.
The old version.
I'm sorry, it's not the up-to-date version.
It's February 2020.
Sorry, can you ignore that? Ignore that answer, ma'am.
I can, of course.
Strike it out. Sorry about that.
No, that's absolutely fine.
I think that's the problem I had with the wrong page reference. So I've now got the 2020 version on my screen. So it's easy done because it's still online, that older version. But it's February 2020, the ESG Appendix C.
Yeah. Okay, yep. That's fine. So, Mr. Bell, if you could circulate that NatureScot document to Christine in the first instance, who will then send it to all the parties. So you should all receive an email with that at some point this morning.
Certainly, yeah.
Yep, thank you. Right. Mr. James, yep.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I'm not disputing the current approach to sensitivity, which is it's susceptibility plus value. That's the way it's defined in GLVIA. Yep. All I'm saying is that I think any confusion about capacity and susceptibility it's largely semantic, because the way that capacity is being defined now is different, and I'm perfectly happy to accept that, and you know, I don't need convincing otherwise, and I will work on susceptibility plus value, but I do think, as we may well come on to, that poses some problems as well.
Okay. Right. My next questions relate, as I'm now trying to find my relevant page number. Apologies, just a moment. In looking specifically at the Stroan 18A description and summary of sensitivity, I note that, as mentioned by Ms. Fisher, all of this description and summary of sensitivity and then subsequent guidance for development and identification of opportunities and constraints takes into account the consent that was in place at Mochrum Fell. So if we can bear that in mind when discussing this. In cumulative terms, taking into account the backdrop of the flooded valley landscape character unit, primarily Loch Ken in this location, and the drumlin pastures to the southeast and east of the proposed development site, drumlin pastures being typified as rare in Dumfries and Galloway. Is there a risk that this proposal could become a dominant feature in these sensitive landscapes. And that first to Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I'll allow Ms. Fisher to respond on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not entirely sure how to address this question, because obviously we've assessed the effects on the drumlin pastures. So there may well be a risk, but that's been considered and reported on. So I don't know whether you want me to move on to the effects on the drumlin pastures or whether you want to leave that till later.
No. I note that the scale of cumulative change in your assessment was medium to small. Is that, I suppose, in the context of the capacity study, what I wanted to explore more was the factors taken into account in region, like given the rarity value of the drumlin pastures in this location, is the impact upon them so low that it is consistent with the capacity study?
Hang on a minute. I'm not quite sure which element of the assessment, because you said cumulative, so I'm not quite sure which element of the assessment you're referring to. So it would help if we can, as I say, the effects on the drumlin pastures are covered in relation to Mochrum Fell alone.
Yeah.
And cumulative, but that assessment takes account of anything existing and consented. Yeah, so they form part of the existing baseline. So when I've assessed the effects, those are borne into account, and then I've considered what happens if you add Mochrum Fell. So the effects I've assessed are as I've assessed them. And it's just a question of, you mentioned a cumulative assessment, so I wasn't sure which element of the EIA you were referring to.
I wonder if it might be helpful just to go through the effects standalone and then move on to the cumulative, just so we have an in the round position on it.
Yeah, we can do.
Okay. So if you want to talk specifically about the drumlin pastures, I just need to shuffle my notes because it's gone out of order. So they are at 8617 to 8619 of the EIA. And there are two units. Firstly, the D side one, which is the closer of the two, and it's 1 kilometre to the west of the site at its closest point. And if you look at figure 1, which we were looking at in relation to the cumulative sites, what you'll see is that that unit wraps round the host character area to the west, east and south of the site. And inside of the character, if you like, is the forested area containing the site and the Mochrum Fell. So it's a lower lying area. There is a degree of visibility varying depending on the amount of woodland cover, and the effects would be not generally within the area within 3 to 4 kilometres, medium scale. So when I'm talking about a medium scale effect, I'm talking about that sense of being near a wind farm. It's one of the most important things you notice, but not the most important thing. So that it's not a sense of being at a wind farm, it's a sense of being near one. So that's what I mean by a medium scale effect. And that would arise within open areas within about 3 or 4 kilometres within the drumlin pastures. And that equates, given that the sensitivity of the area is high-medium, taking into account its high susceptibility. Yep. So that has been taken account of, and the fact that parts of it are within the RSA, indicating a regional value. So we've taken into account that high-medium sensitivity, and this area of medium scale effects, and then reducing effects, smaller scale, out to about 6 to 7 kilometres. And sort of extending not into the valleys, but just around those, just around the site. Then they are overall significant. So moderate, moderate magnitude, major moderate significance.
Okay.
Yeah, so I haven't said they're medium small, they are significant on that unit. And then for the more distant unit, Milton unit, which is 4.5 kilometres southeast.
Yes.
Beyond the valley, that's not significant effects. And that is the same as reported for the prior scheme, albeit it had a slightly different assessment methodology.
Yes.
This was the same order.
Okay. And in terms of cumulative impact?
That assessment takes account of the operational and consented wind farms. So that is the impact, including those.
Okay. Mr. Campbell? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Mr. James, please.
Thank you.
Yes, I mean, on the overall impact, yes, there's a statement there of major stroke moderate significance, particularly in the D side area, and that is reported as a significant effect in EIA terms. So, I mean, the short answer to the question about is there a risk, then the answer is yes. I've got a reference to the landscape capacity study, although I fear it's probably from the 2017 one. But at 11.3 in the 2017 study, it says that drumlin pastures are particularly sensitive to wind farms sited in adjacent landscapes, especially skylines. And so I think that reinforces the point that there is a potential sensitivity there to this particular location.
Okay.
I can provide, I have now got the 2021 and I can provide you the actual reference.
Yes, that would be useful because I think the paragraph numbers are different between the two versions.
Right.
Okay, that is useful, thank you. Looking still at cumulative effects, and in the context of the capacity study, would this proposal give rise to a feeling of coalescence? And it comes back to the concentrated build-up of wind farms within the landscape. But would Mochrum Fell, and this proposal in particular, give rise to that feeling of coalescence? And I'm thinking in particular when experienced from within the Mochrum Fell immediate landscape and the settlements and landscapes around it, including some of the wider routes like the A713 and the A712. So if that could go first to Mr. Bell.
Okay, thank you. Again, I will invite Ms. Fisher just to respond to that in terms of the immediate area, the settlements and the wider routes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a fairly broad question, so let's just have a think about that one. So the nearest other wind farm is Black Crag Hill, which is around 6 kilometres to the north. So in general, most of the time, you wouldn't see particularly when you're in the immediate area around Mochrum Fell, within 5 kilometres, it would be very obviously to one side or the other. What Blackcraig and Fell wind farms would be to one side of you, Mochrum Fell will be to the other, except when you move round to the south, in which case you might see one behind the other, but actually views of that nature are relatively rare, so they wouldn't visually coalesce.
Right.
Whether you would get a sense of being in a landscape surrounded by wind farms, which is perhaps the question you're exploring, I think the only time where you might gain that perception will be in areas between the two. Right. So perhaps along the 712 to the north, that might be a risk, but actually visibility tends to be quite intermittent through that stretch. So that perception that you're completely surrounded would be broken up by that process of moving along the road. So there will be areas in which you are close to both, but generally you'll be sort of 3 or 4 kilometres away from each. So it's that perception might arise, but in a quite restricted area, I would suggest, rather than it being widespread.
And how about the landscape when viewed from the west by Loch Earr as you're moving along the secondary road? And also, I was also thinking about the western shore of Loch Ken, particularly from some of the more elevated positions along that route, where certainly from my site visit, I was aware that I could see groupings of wind farms on the skyline and in closer views, particularly because Blackcraig is operational. I appreciate Fell is consented but not built, but those particular routes I felt could give rise to a risk of coalescence, in that for a lot of the routes you would see wind turbines, particularly as you moved south away from the established and expanding grouping to the north. Blackcraig at the moment is almost like it's the point at which there are no turbines in this particular area as you move south. But so really I think it's not, I'm going to say viewpoint 23, but it's not, viewpoint 12 and then viewpoints 11 and 7. But I will take Mr. James's earlier point about the intermittent views along that route, which I also noted, depending on your elevation and your lay-by, you could view Mochrum Fell quite clearly. Plus, you could also view Blackcraig quite clearly, the benefit of it being built, obviously. So I was keen to explore those particular viewpoints, if that's possible, Ms. Fisher, in terms of the risk of coalescence, in terms of landscape impact.
So so again, it's a question of exploring these two. We're exploring a visual receptor moving along a route and their perception of what the character is, effectively.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Checking.
Yep. No, it really is people experiencing that landscape character, but also the impact on the landscape character itself, not just the experience of it.
The experience of character whilst driving is quite different to what it is whilst stood still outdoors.
Yes.
So just what I'm checking.
Yep, absolutely appreciated.
Okay. So if we look first at, for instance, the route heading south along the local road from viewpoint 12. Yep. Now, I'm finding the easiest figure to do this with is 8.3 from the EIA, just because it's got quite a detailed ZTV study on it, covering the 10-kilometre area. So if we are heading southwards from viewpoint 12, we can obviously, there's visibility indicated of Mochrum Fell at viewpoint 12. And just for the moment, I want to concentrate on how frequently Mochrum Fell is visible, and then we'll move to the other wind farms, because it's important to see it in that So if we look at that road heading southwards, we can see there is visibility around viewpoint 12, but then very little further south, all the way to Corsock. There is practically none. We might get one other glimpse of Mochrum Fell. So Mochrum Fell itself is not a particular feature of driving along that route, and would not be. The visibility of the turbines would be one fairly open distant view near viewpoint 12, and then possibly the occasional glimpse, nothing more. So predominantly, in considering effects on that route, we are talking about the other wind farms, not Mochrum Fell.
Okay.
Yep. And so I don't regard it as making a notable contribution to driving along that route, apart from that one distant view, at which point you are, the other wind farms would be in the foreground if they would be closer.
So when you say, you mean Fell and Blackcraig Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because at viewpoint 12, they're nearer.
Yes.
Okay, so that's that route. And then I think you were interested in
11 and 7.
11 and 7. Okay, so viewpoint 11, I just need to refresh my mind with the visual, but it is closer to, well, it's roughly equidistant, a little closer to Blackcraig and Fell.
Yeah.
And 7 gives a similar angle, but is closer to Mochrum Fell.
Yes.
Again, you can see there are areas of greater visibility compared to other areas nearby. And it's always important to bear that in mind with viewpoint selection. We're choosing the most visible areas, not everywhere.
Yeah.
So yes, there will be areas in which you can see more than one of the wind farms, but they will be clearly separated. Yes, all skylined, but clearly separated from each other. They don't look like one big mass. And yes, moving sequentially, for instance, down the roads either side of Loch Hen, you will get glimpse views of one or either, sometimes both together. But again, both together is infrequent. In terms of character, your perception will largely be of the closer surroundings, particularly as you're moving along the loch side. That would be the most important thing that you'll be looking at. The wind farms would be over there. And that's another, I mentioned, are we here in a wind farm? Are we near? The sense from that route will be very much that they're over there, further away, less of a feature of the character of the place that you're in and driving through.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Mr. Campbell, and then I think Ms. Pridham after that.
Could I ask you to help me a little bit with what you understand by coalescence?
I mean, if the landscape character is changing in terms of, at the moment, when we look at the wider area, in particular, wind farms to the north, should this proposal be consented, it would be the furthest south. In a lot of the landscape character units we're looking at, they will be experienced together. There's also an in-planning proposal at Garcrogo, and my question is, would this proposal lead to the coalescence or the perception of coalescence on landscape character if approved when viewed in conjunction with the other wind farms?
You mean, I'm sorry to
No, it's fine.
parse this out a little bit. You don't necessarily mean physical coalescence, but also include what I might call visual coalescence. Well, the same view.
It's both, really. It's whether or not that coalescence of turbines would adversely impact the landscape character. So it is a physical question as well, not just simply a view. It will that give rise to an adverse change in the landscape character units. particularly the sensitive ones.
I'm not going into adverse or beneficial or neutral at the moment, but just a physical question. Could I ask Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, first of all, if they'd like to comment before we go to Mr. James? I think this is something they may have a view on.
Okay.
I think the most effect is from the south, as Alan James has said, looking from the south towards Mochrum Fell. Mochrum Fell is a distinctive skyline hill, and if there are turbines above that, they are the dominant view before you would see any other turbines on the higher, further north moors, where the Black Craig and the ones to the north of that would be visible. They would really dominate all the views from the south, southwest, southeast, because they are on such a prominent hillside. Thank you.
If we could also add that the drumlin pastures and also the Ken flooded valley, particularly the drumlin pastures, are very scarce in Dumfries and Galloway. And I know that Nature Scott's guidance actually said that the relative scarcity of an LCT must be considered, because that LCT remains unaffected by wind farm development at the moment and is very precious. And the other thing about sequential views that I would like to add is that it's also duration and frequency. I know when people are driving through that it's the fact that it's not just one glimpse and then that is that, but it's reinforced as you move through the landscape, as you see these wind farms and turbines separately and together. It's the duration and frequency as well that affects your perception of the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor. I think Mr. James.
Yes, thank you. The coalescence, I think, is a factor of, particularly in the area south of Black Craig, it's the fact that that is no longer the boundary of the wind farm zone, if you like, to the north of it. You then have an additional turbine array to the south. So there's a greater sense of feeling surrounded by turbines, and the fact that certainly going along the A712, there is a pretty substantial section of it. I think we talk about 2 to 3 kilometres, where one or both of those wind farms will be visible. And I'm
sorry,
thinking,
Mr. James, when you say one or both, do you mean
Black
Craig and Mochrum?
Mochrum, if it were.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I think in particularly in the vicinity of, there's a minor road that goes off to the north of the 712 and heads over towards Moniaive, which is near to where I live. So that's again a road that I use relatively frequently. And there are very extensive views of both Black Craig and Mochrum Fell along that road. And I have actually taken photographic evidence of this. So the fact you may or may not be looking at both wind farms simultaneously, but there's no doubt that they're both there. And all you have to do is turn your head slightly and you'll see the other one. In the case of the A762, which is the road to the western side of Loch Ken, as I've already identified, and I think you've remarked, there are several viewpoints along that road where Mochrum Fell is visible and Black Craig wind farm is visible, and so you would literally be seeing 2 wind farms in one eye view, and that would certainly be the case on the Benham viewpoint. The A713, I think paradoxically it's closer to Mochrum Fell, which I think is more hidden by the intermediate horizons going up, and I think Ms. Fisher, with respect, I think she's minimise slightly this idea that if you're on the west side of Loch Ken, then what you're really looking at is Loch Ken, and what's up there on the skyline is a lesser issue. I think, you know, you're looking at Loch Ken and thinking how wonderful it is, and you know, if that's your outlook on wind turbines, I mean that has to be said in terms of any discussions of impact, then it is an intrusion in that very attractive rural location and relatively wild hillsides against the relatively cosy valley, that you suddenly have a wind farm up on top with turbines 50, 60 metres above the summit of the fell, turbine blades. I think coming back to what Trevor and Elaine were saying, I was about to say that with Deeside, the cumulative effect is perhaps not as great as it would be further north, because Mochrum Fell would be in the view in itself and would be having an impact on the views in that area, but it only really becomes a cumulative impact once you head further north. So that's not denying what they've said about the intensity of impact in the Drumlin Pastures areas. The final thing I would add is that the Corsic Upland Fringe landscape character unit, which I think is 16, is it?
Yes.
That is identified as having a significant effect of cumulative impact in the event of Mochrum Fell being built. That was identified by the council's landscape architect as well. And while it's, I mean, I couldn't comment in detail on driving down the 712 through Corsic, because I'm generally driving, not looking to see if I can see Mochrum Fell, other than places I stop where it's visible. But certainly on the road going up towards Loch Eyre, which again is heading towards Moniaive, going north from Corsic. That is an area which, again, I think Ms. Fisher's identified as having impacts from Mochrum Fell alongside Black Craig, and to an even greater extent Fell. Fell is going to have turbines getting on for twice the size of Black Craig and in immediate proximity to that road. So clearly that's a significant part of the impact, but it's not the only impact, because of this sense of having extended the wind farm area southwards, which, as I think I've also said in evidence, raises the prospect, runs the risk of the subsequent wind farms in that area being more readily approved, which is Garcrogo, which is under appeal at the moment, and then White Nook, which is in planning.
Okay.
I think if those two were built, you would undoubtedly have a pretty complete coalescence in the Corsic area.
Yeah, I take your point, but I think, in fairness, we'll give wind farms and planning the weight they deserve. Can I go to Mr. Bell before I go to Ms. Pridham, just if there's a point that needs immediate addressing?
Sorry, I no disrespect, Ms. Pridham, I lost track of her in the sequence. It was just to correct the factual point. White Nook is not in planning, it's just at scoping stage, so it's not near a planning stage at this time.
Yeah, and I think we're all aware of the status of some of these proposals, and that will be borne in mind. Ms. Pridham. You're on mute.
I'll get there in the end. I'm speaking with my community council hat on, and as a resident of Corsic, rather than with any technical expertise. But I would say that a point I'd like to make is a lot of people within our community are walkers or cyclists. So not all of the views will be made from roads and from cars or vehicles. So that's something I think really needs to be considered in terms of the cumulative impact of the landscape. It's not just taking account of the views from the roads and the fact that people who are walking or cycling will actually be in the landscape longer and will potentially view the turbines for longer because they're not travelling at such a speed. So that's the first point I'd like to make. The next point I'd like to make is travelling north from Castle Douglas along the B794 up along what we call the River Road. There is already not very far off the A75, you can already start to see Black Craig on the skyline. And I feel that actually there will be a significant cumulative impact with Mochrum Fell and then Fell behind it, which will mean that whole skyline is really impacted. So that's something I would like to mention. Also, going back to a point that Alan James made, is that if you're using that small road that comes from, I don't think it's actually even got a number, but from Moniaive cutting across with Black Craig on one side to the north, yeah. And it will be Fell to the south, I believe, of that, and Garcrogo to the south of that. You will then, if you'll turn back towards Corsic, you will then have Mochrum Fell on the right-hand side, which is just on the other side of No Top Lock. So actually, if you are making that circuit, which some of us do, then you will have a significant feeling of coalescence. And I would also say the residences and the people at Auchenvay, who we heard from yesterday, they will also be, even if Garcrogo is not built, because as you know, that's at appeal, but yeah, with a combination of Black Craig and Fell, which is consented, and a potential wind farm at Mochrum, they could very well feel surrounded. And they are within our community council area, I believe, or Balmock Island. So I think it's very important to raise that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pridham. Are there any other comments on that point before we move on? No. I think I am beginning to get to the end of my questions on cumulative landscape impact that I wished to discuss. What we have briefly discussed earlier in relation to policy NE2 and the potential impact on the Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area, but are there any comments in terms of cumulative impact on the Regional Scenic Area? I know we discussed the potential impact of Mochrum Fell, but it was mainly Mochrum Fell alone. In terms of cumulative impact, does anybody have anything they wish to add? If not, oh, Mr. James, sorry, I couldn't see your hand.
Just to say, I know you asked a specific question about the Merrick wildlands, yep, and I really don't think it would have any impact there. The area that's actually designated as the wildlands is half of what we would call the Galloway Forest Park. The impact may be greater on Corserine and Milgay, I think it's called, which is the eastern ridge of the Galloway Forest, but that's not included within the Merrick.
No, I included Merrick just in case there might be, but I didn't anticipate there would, given the distance and the intervening landform.
No.
Okay, it's all right. Probably a good point to take another quick break before we get to lunch. So I think if we could stop for 10 minutes. And then if everybody could be back at 11:55, that would be very useful, and we can continue up until 1 o'clock. Right, thank you all. Right. 11:55. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you did manage to stand up and move. Good. We just need to finish that session in relation to impacts on designated landscapes. Before we do, I'm just going to comment that you may find my questions today quite broad in scope and really probably more strategic than you expected. That is mainly due to the absence of the council and any information or assessment from the council. For that, I apologise. What I would like to emphasise is that the evidence of Mr. James and Ms. Fisher and their various submissions throughout the application and appeal processes have been read and digested by me. I'm very happy that they contain, you know, a vast amount of relevant information and professional opinion, for which I'm very grateful. That's why I don't have a huge number of very specific questions, which, should this hearing have been conducted differently, I may be asking quite different questions, just so you appreciate why my questions are framed as they are. It's not that I am not interested in the specifics, but I feel I have a huge amount of information from both the landscape professionals in this case, for which I should say thank you. It has been incredibly useful. So hopefully you understand my position in terms of what we are discussing today. Coming back to impacts on designated landscapes, we've touched on the Merrick area of wildland. I think the proposed Galloway National Park, it was raised yesterday by Mr. Thompson. I don't think it merits further discussion today. We're all aware of the potential status or not of that particular project. What we haven't touched on is the Forest Park and the Dark Skies Park. Now, in really looking at both of those, I don't have a particular question. It is really if either party had any comment in terms of impact on the Dark Skies Park. Obviously, the issue of aviation lighting is a matter, but there is supplementary guidance available from Dumfries and Galloway. There is a model condition set out in that supplementary guidance. I would like to look at the Dark Skies Park in terms of a designated landscape, if that is possible, or if either party has any particular comment, or the Community Council or the proctors. As I said, I have read everybody's submissions, but I can see Ms. Pridham has her hand up. Nope, right, that's fine. I'm happy to move on if everybody's happy to rest on their written submissions in relation to those designated landscapes. Oh, Mr. James, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, I didn't have a comment in relation to the Dark Skies designation. Yep. The brief one, hopefully, on the Galloway Forest Park, that it's a curious status because it's a national designation recognised by NatureScot, but doesn't seem to have any particular status in planning terms. And it relates to something that we may touch on later, which is the status of national scenic areas, because that's been put forward by the Scottish Government in their joint statement, the SNP and the Scottish Greens, that wind farm policy in the future for onshore wind will be directed away from national parks and national scenic areas, which is, I think, partly why you see such a proliferation of applications in areas like this. And that there's a problem with that, in that the national scenic areas have been recognised as not fit for purpose since at least 1997. And there was an SNH report then talking about reviewing and redefining NSAs. And the two specific points that were made was that they concentrated too much on mountainous areas and that there weren't enough coastal examples. But there was a broader discussion that they should include landscapes of cultural heritage, potentially fairly well settled, farmed, attractive rural areas, and that there needed to be a quite significant redefinition of what constitutes a national scenic area, and it hasn't been done for whatever reason. But the NatureScot report, which I have printed out, try and get that reference, that recognises, not specifically in relation to NSAs, but it's a report that's been done jointly between NatureScot and Historic Environment Scotland on the future ways forward for landscape policy. And that's clearly recognising that it has to go beyond narrow visual scenic qualities towards other things. And in relation to the Galloway Forest Park, I think there's a legitimate question to ask as to why has it never had a better defined planning status like that, which would make a difference to its treatment in the planning context and wind farm developments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. Mr. Bell.
Yes, just on those points, I would agree with Mr. James. The Forest Park is a bit of an unusual designation in inverted commas, but it doesn't feature in the spatial framework approach. It seems, in my experience, to be largely driven by sort of recreational provision, where there's encouraged access and so on. But I don't agree that there's any need to look at the way in which NSAs possibly are changing. The position at the moment is that the draft NPF4 that we covered yesterday makes it clear that NSAs remain in the policy framework, and indeed the 2019 Planning Act reaffirms the role of NSAs, and there's no suggestion from government at the moment that NSAs will be changing anytime soon. So I would say it's not something that this appeal needs to deal with, nor does it need to deal with the questions around the Galloway Forest Park or Forest Park designations.
Okay. All right, noted. Mr. Proctor.
Just coming back to what Alan said about the NSAs, there are actually 3 NSAs within 20 kilometres. There's the Fleet Valley, East Stewartry and the Nith Estuary, which, with being within 20 kilometres, would all have views of turbines on Mochrum Fell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Proctor.
Mr. James as well.
Oh, Mr. James, sorry, apologies. Busy scribbling.
Very briefly, I found the reference I was looking for. It's a people, place and landscape position statement from Scottish Natural Heritage, although that's now NatureScot, obviously. Historic Environment Scotland, and it's dated December 2019. While I'm on references, the previous one is 16.3, the reference to the Drumlin pastures. I said I would provide you the up-to-date reference, and that's 16.3 in the 2020 capacity study.
I'm just looking at my document list. I don't think people, place and landscape, now NatureScot and Historic Environment Scotland is a document. Would you like to submit that document, Mr. James? Okay, in which case could it be sent to Christine and then circulated to all parties, please?
You're muted, Alan. You're still muted.
Oh yes, you are still muted, actually.
I was nodding vigorously, but
then I took the nodding.
I'm very happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bell, are you content with that?
No problem, thank you.
Lovely, thank you very much. In which case, I think we have in our discussion this morning strayed into, I had separated out cumulative impact and the impact of Mochrum Fell in isolation. And I'm just looking through my questions to see, because we have really discussed both in the questions I asked this morning. And a lot of the questions really are the same. My first one related to are the proposed turbines in terms of their size and rotor diameter compatible with the minimisation of landscape and visual effects in this area? That's a question, again, arising from the description and summary of sensitivity and the guidance for development as set out in the capacity study 2020. So that's first to Mr. Bell for Ms. Fisher.
Yes, I'll let Ms. Fisher come in a moment, but our position would be that yes, there is a consistency of development with the capacity study. We set out earlier the matter that it's not determinative in itself, but I would say it's not a matter of minimising all the environmental effects, but it's clearly a matter of minimising them to a satisfactory position based on an appropriate design and siting. So that would be the planning position on that. But I'll let Ms. Fisher just give a summary of where we are in terms of the relationship to the guidance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Taking into account the point that Mr. Bell just made, I think it's quite important to note that actually there is no change, albeit the LVIA is not so finite as to distinguish tiny changes of impact. There is no change between the assessment for the consented wind farm and this proposed one. So in terms of minimisation, is it compatible? There's no material change from where we were. And so, yes, maybe the turbines could be made smaller, but it wouldn't make a difference to the effects.
Right.
Yeah. Unless we made them lots smaller, and then that's a different development.
Yes.
And I think just to finish, the document that we have lodged this morning in terms of the direction of travel of Nature Scott makes it very clear. We'll highlight the references if there is an opportunity for closing submissions. There's two particular references in that document to the move away from capacity and scope to talking about sensitivity element and specific recognition of targets and how they are changing. And that, of course, leads us into the planning balance, the point I made about the supplementary guidance, talking about getting a satisfactory development, even if there are some detrimental effects.
Okay.
That would be for later.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Campbell?
It's a semantic point, isn't it, between appropriate, meaning of appropriate and meaning of satisfactory. Difficult. It's a difficult distinction to draw. Anyway, I'll defer to Mr. On your question, I'll defer to Mr. King.
Thank you.
On the specific question about conformity with the landscape capacity study, I think it's quite clear that it doesn't conform in several respects. I think I've probably covered them all in the evidence, so I won't need to say much more than that. But and probably covered some of them already, that the fact that they could be up to 150 metres doesn't mean that every single one can be, and that depends on the location. And to put turbines within 10 centimetres of the maximum size deemed able to be accommodated, but to put them on a key skyline at the highest point for miles around is definitely not what is intended in the capacity study. It quite clearly says, and those references from our hearing statement cover that it's not just about any one thing. It's about a combination of those things. And basically, what's happening now with 149.9 metre turbines is that they're trying to squeeze every last drop out of a site that is problematic in the first place. I think if you go back to the what the council landscape architect said originally, there was an 11 turbine scheme which she objected to, and her assessment, landscape assessment of that scheme, didn't change fundamentally between that and the 8 turbine scheme. And what she said was that the turbines at 126.5 metres were out of scale with the landscape, and that she was calling for the turbines to be between 90 and 100 metres. And she felt that that would bring them more into scale with the landscape. The developers clearly in negotiations said less than 110 isn't viable. And so they reached a negotiated position, which I think is what the landscape architect actually described it as, of keeping the turbines at the same size and reducing the number and reducing the height of one turbine. And who knows why, but I mean, the basis of her recommendation not to object was that it wasn't quite as bad as the 11 turbine scheme. But nothing in her assessment changed, which to me strongly indicates that she wasn't happy with turbines at 126.5, whereas we now have turbines that are 24 metres higher than that.
We do. I suppose a note of caution in that, as we don't have the council's landscape architect here to question any of her conclusions and recommendations, it's difficult to surmise why she reached the conclusions she did. I saw Mr. Bell's hand come up. Did you still wish to address that, Mr. Bell? Yes.
I won't address the council's point for the reasons that we've covered before. That's fine. It was more about the height of the reference to squeezing every last drop. I think it's always a balance between arriving at a design and layout for a development, and there will be a number of factors that go into that height. One is clearly the advice from Ms. Fisher in terms of landscape effects and visual effects, but also the need to avoid aviation lighting, visible lighting, which is simply a binary matter once one goes over 150 metres. So there's a range of benefits of staying below 150 metres to arrive at, again, what I would term as a satisfactory development.
Thanks, Mr. Bell. I think, Mr. Proctor, I saw your hand. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. On the question of lighting, which Mr. Bell's just mentioned, the MOD usually say that lighting isn't required below 150 metres, but because these turbines are set at such a high AOD, they've requested that lighting must be installed anyway. Following on from what Alan was saying about the change of attitude from the landscape architect for MF1, after she did change her mind, we actually asked for a freedom of information, and that showed that the council's landscape architect and planning officer decided to recommend 126.5 be approved against policies in order to what they classed as hopscotch the Marne-Howell application, in the belief that approval of MF1 would prevent other applications proceeding due to cumulative effects. In the 7 years since then, the reverse appears to be the case with regards to cumulative effects, as has been demonstrated with Fell. The reporter here said that with the existence of Black Craig, the introduction of Fell would just extend the wind farm boundary rather than cumulative effects preventing it. We suspect that MF2 approval would act as a Trojan horse, not only leading to revival of the dormant proposals for Minehall, Ben Chinney and Barley Hill, all south of the A712, but also as an application to extend MF2, perhaps back to the original 15 turbine scheme, which was the situation in the first place when they were proposing 15 turbines at 137 metres. That was never proceeded. It went to 14 at 126.5, then 11, then 8. We suspect that MF2 could be applied to be extended back to possibly the 15 turbine scheme, and we know that Falck were in negotiations with neighbouring landowners to add further turbines back in 2019. We have a copy of a letter with regards to that, if that would help.
Thanks, Mr. Prop. Right, so apologies, I hadn't realised.
Sorry.
Yep.
I was going to say, why would Falck agree to losing one turbine when they already had planning, when they were already planning to add more? The only conclusion is that losing one turbine was a gesture, a SOP to enable them to get the extra height of 149.9 approved before applying for additional turbines. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Proctor. I think I have the benefit of the email trail between officers. I think you submitted that with
thank you, ma'am.
Your things. In relation to the potential actions of any wind farm developer, I think we can only surmise, which probably isn't hugely helpful to my reaching my decision on this particular application and appeal. Mr. Bell, did you wish to?
No, nothing further, ma'am, thanks.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. James, apologies.
Just very briefly again, I take your point about the difficulty of looking at the council landscape architect's assessments when she's not here to answer for them. I just wanted to say that by and large, I agreed with her assessments on the impact. So a lot of them do represent my view in terms of the extent of impact on the Strone unit, on the flooded valleys, the cumulative effect in the coarse cutlands. They were all assessments that I agree with. And the contrary issue of it was that having made those assessments, she then recommended approval. It was on the basis of a comparative assessment rather than a standalone one.
Right. Okay. No, I understand that position. Right. Thank you, Mr. James. If we're content, we could move to visual effects. And initially, I was going to suggest we talk about cumulative visual effect, but in reality, our discussion seems to be looking at both cumulative and Mochrum Hill in isolation. I do have a couple of more specific questions in terms of particular viewpoints, and they're mainly arising from my site visit. I would say that the information submitted by all the parties has been incredibly useful, so thank you for that. I suppose I would like to look at some key views, which are views from recreational areas, and in particular I'm thinking views from the Galloway Forest Park towards the Blackcraig Hill Fell, Mochrum Fell area, views from the western side of Loch Ken, and views from the Corsic area of to the east of Mochrum Fell. In terms of impacts on views from those particular areas, I do have the benefit of obviously the various assessments, but if we could have a broad discussion on the consideration of the level of impact on those views. It doesn't need to be an extensive discussion, but if we could start with Mr. Bell.
Again, if I can just invite Ms. Fisher to give a summary of the position from those locations.
Thank you very much.
So in terms of Forest Park, I haven't considered that as a specific receptor because it's a recreational designation, not a landscape designation.
Yeah.
So although people in that area are considered in the assessment, I don't have it as a neat a neat summary.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. So, but generally, it's obviously largely coincident with the RSA, but more distant in the study area. So effects are relatively limited. We have actually few viewpoints in that area. The forest cover tends to restrict views towards the site.
Yeah.
And that's reflected in the assessment made. So I don't anticipate any significant effects on receptors in the forest park. And then I think you also asked about, you have to guide me round. So the forest park, Corsock was one of the others?
It's
yes.
West side of Loch Ken.
Oh, west side of Loch Ken.
West side of Loch Ken was next, but any order is fine.
Okay.
West side of Loch Ken.
West side of Loch Ken, because that's closer to the forest park.
Yeah. And I'm thinking in particular about the area around Bennon Hill, where there's a number of recreational paths and pathways, including the kind of summit path, which I think is viewpoint 7.
Yeah. So in that area, there's a number of routes, largely, but not entirely running through forestry. From the more elevated and open locations, such as Bennon Hill, there would be significant effects on views, but they tend to be few and far between. So you'll be walking through forestry with no outward views, and then occasionally you'll come to these panoramic viewpoints where you do have outward views and you would see the wind farm. And at that point, the effect will be significant, but then continuing on your route, you'd once again pass through forestry. The further down towards the loch you go, the more the views tend towards being just blades. So as you drop down lower elevations and on the loch, the closest views tend to be of blades above the skyline rather than a full wind farm.
Okay. So
viewpoint 7 in effect is probably the worst case view in that area, and everything else would be less than that, and it is just significant, so the effects elsewhere would not be significant. Typically these are views at distances of 6 to 7 kilometres.
Yep.
And often of just the tops of the turbines. And then moving round to, was Corsock your next one?
Yes.
Right, okay, so from Corsock itself, there is little, if any, visibility. It's in a valley, nearby woodland tends to screen the views. Moving around Corsock, there will be increasing glimpses of blades above nearby woodland and above the terrain. But in the village itself, there is next to no visibility.
Right, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, I'll ask Mr. James, I think.
Yep.
Just want to tell you about these 3 viewpoints for the moment.
Sorry? Talking about the viewpoints, yeah.
Yep.
I have a general point to make, which relates to this and probably also, well, most things that are to do with the LVIA.
Yep.
Which is that I generally find that the impact is being understated. And I think there are 2 underlying reasons for that. One is that when we talk about sensitivity, it's the combination of susceptibility and value, and the value is in almost all cases said to be low, because they basically have high sensitivity is in effect nationally designated landscapes. Medium would cover the RSAs, and anything else seems to be low. And I think that is undervaluing the landscape of that area to say that anywhere that doesn't have a designation is of low value. And my view is that this is understating the sensitivity as a combination of perceptibility and value. And the other that I've touched on previously is the magnitude side of it, of in effect saying that with increasing distance away, the magnitude declines. And obviously, in general, you can say that, but I don't think the thresholds are what I would have said. And GLVIA makes clear that you make your own, set your own parameters and then explain them. And so I'm simply saying that I would not have set the parameters in such a way that the views from the west side of Loch Ken would be regarded as an impact of low magnitude, because they are not that distant and they're skyline. And that said, I agree entirely about the Benin viewpoint. I don't agree about the views from Loch Ken, from the west side of Loch Ken, for the reasons I've stated. And Corsic, I mean, I accept that the village itself is probably, I think Caroline Pridham yesterday talked about 4 very popular walking routes around Corsic that would be affected. And I noted 3 of them. One was around Corsic Loch, one was around the Lowes Loch area, and one was the Monument Hill, which I take it to be the little rise that's just to the left on the road that's heading down towards Mochrum, which I haven't actually visited myself, but it would seem to be that because it's elevated and quite isolated in itself, that there would be an impact there. And I think the point about people walking, cycling around, and that the impacts are greater as you move northwards up the road towards Moniaive, to which I would also add another road that I travel quite frequently, which is from the east end of Corsic. There's a road that goes up onto high ground and stays at a high level to meet up with the road heading over to where we are towards Dunsker. Again, I'm sorry, it's an
yes, I don't think that is on. Yeah, that's not named or numbered, but I know the road you speak of.
Yeah, it goes. There's cattle grids and there's herds of cattle and some isolated farmsteads, and there are very long-term views as you go along that road.
Right, Ms. Pridham.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. James.
I'm just unmuting. Thank you, Mum. Yes, I agree with the points that have been made by Alan James and the proctors. I feel that there are a number of, as Ms. Fisher said, actually in Corsic village itself, right in the very heart of the village, you can't necessarily see even Black Craig, but there are a lot of, I mean, the village itself probably only composes for about 20 properties. The rest of Corsic village is spread out along the roads and just outside. So my cottage is actually between the village and the church. And my partner's property, we've got very clear views of Black Craig. So I think that actually, even if you're standing right in the centre of Corsic and you don't see any turbines either potentially at Mochrum or actually built at Black Craig, you see them very, very quickly as you move through the village. And as I already highlighted, I'm afraid I sent it late at the weekend because I was just snowed under with other things. But the 4 viewpoints I would like to flag, which I think are very critical for our local communities who use them on a frequent basis. So one is a circular walk around Corset Lock, which is due east of Mochrum Fell, and Mochrum, the proposed development would be very visible from that walk in a number of places. And I would say pretty well everyone in the village and some from without the village use that walk on a regular basis, because luckily the Corsica estate gives anyone within the area the right to walk around. So it's, even though it's private land. So that's one very important site. And at the moment there are unspoilt views until you get close to Arvey, and then as you're coming back down into the village you see the sweep of Black Craig, but which is, it would be to the, I'm just getting this right, so you'd be travelling north towards Arvey from Corset Lock, and it would be to the east that you see Black Craig. But if Mochrum is built, then you will also see it to the west. You'd see Mochrum to the west. So that's that one. And then also another point, a place which a lot of our residents go to is Snowtop Lock Nature Reserve, which is on the edge of the proposed development. And there is also a risk there of cumulative impact. I realise we've covered that already, but I'd like to mention it now because with the, you already have Black Craig visible from there to the east. And if with the building of Fell, if you've got Mochrum on the other side of the A712, you are likely to be totally surrounded or get the feeling of being surrounded by wind farms again there. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I'm just
Makes sense.
Yeah.
The third point I'd like to mention is Well Hill Cairn, which is just outside Kirkpatrick, Durham. And at the moment, the only wind farm that's really clearly visible is Black Craig. But if Fell is built, then that will bring the sweep of turbines further towards Well Hill. And if Mochrum is built, it will be opposite, you know, it's virtually opposite it, and it's very close. And I would really think it's very important for someone to actually take a site visit there to get a feeling of what the landscape looks like at the moment.
I, on my unaccompanied site visit, didn't visit these particular viewpoints. I think at the end of today we can discuss if additional site visits are required.
The final one was Turner's Monument, which is which is on the Glenkiln estate, which is to the northeast of Mochrum Fell. I can give you. I think I've sent the grid references, but I may.
Yes, I think
not
you did.
done. I think I did send the grid references for those. But again, that is that point is extremely high. And at the moment, because of its elevation, you see a large number of wind farms already to the north and west. But at the moment, the views looking south-west, you don't see any turbines from that point. So if Mochrum was built, that would change that dramatically. And again, it's a place that's very important for local people. I mean, you can go up there on New Year's Day, Christmas Day, and you will find people up on the top of that hill. So I think it's important to mention it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Britton. I'm looking at my questions to see if we haven't covered anything at all. I note on my list of questions that I had included transport uses, including sequential effects. We have discussed that earlier, possibly no more to be gained, I think, from discussing that more. Recreational users, we've touched on quite a lot in relation to recreational users. Mr. Proctor yesterday raised the core path issue. I had some questions in relation to Cart and Walk, which is viewpoint 5. And I'm now looking at the assessment in the additional information submitted in February 2022. And I promise I don't have many specific viewpoint questions, because there are quite a few. We could be here a very long time, but actually most of them made sense. I just had some questions about a couple of specific ones in here. So Cart and Walk is a red kite viewing point. And once you walk to the viewing point, there's some picnic tables, etc., and your view is, certainly my experience of it was a fairly extensive panoramic view to the south, southwest and west over Lough Ken towards the Forest Park and the regional scenic area. I note, Ms. Fisher, that in the predicted view and scale of visual change, you have said that the scale of change is predicted to be small. While at that viewpoint, I noted that in views to the northeast, east and southeast, Mochrum Fell would be particularly prominent from that viewpoint and would be in the foreground of your view in those directions. I do appreciate that the view behind you across Lough Ken is quite spectacular, but nevertheless, I just wanted to explore the scale of change prediction being small.
The scale of change assessment takes into account the full 360 view. It doesn't only focus in the one direction. So allowing for the fact that the main focus of people's attention is not towards the wind farm, and the turbines are seen in quite a narrow gap and not fully, hence the assessment of small. It's it reflects the change to the visual experience rather than the change looking directly towards the wind farm on purpose, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate you wouldn't be, well, you might look at a wind farm on purpose, depending on your appreciation of wind farms, but apologies, did everybody disappear there? Was it just me? I dropped out for a moment, I apologise. I wondered about that, given the habitat for red kite, which is directly in your view when looking east. So while I appreciate the panoramic views available to the south, southeast, southwest and west, I did wonder about that particular viewpoint in terms of what people would actually be looking at. I thought the red kite habitat would draw the eye actually to the east, and therefore the wind farm would be in the forefront of your view.
Yeah, that's a point worth considering. I hadn't actually thought about that, so let me just have a think about that for a minute. And I guess, yes, if people were, yeah, because I was thinking about appreciating it as a landscape viewpoint, because it's really nice landscape viewpoint as well. But yeah, I suppose if you were there looking at red kite, but then I would say you would have slightly lower sensitivity to the change because you're focused on the birds and actually be looking at the birds and not the landscape. So yes, it might be a bit higher if you were deliberately, permanently looking towards the site. I agree. Yep. But in that instance, you might be a bit more excited about the red kites. I think I would be.
Well, I can tell you on the day of my site visit, there were numerous red kite, which we saw all day, which was very entertaining and unexpected, I might say. Mr. James, have you any comment on viewpoint 5?
Not specifically. I mean, I would share the concern that the idea that if you can turn your back on something, then you can pretend it isn't there. Doesn't align with my ways of perceiving landscape. My feeling is you go somewhere and the turbines are visible at that point, and that has its effect on your enjoyment and appreciation of that point. And I think as far as bird watchers go, there's also there's a general concern about mortality, and that you might be enjoying watching the red kites and hoping they don't go anywhere near the blades. But that's a kind of separate issue, I think. So I should leave it at that.
Okay, Mrs. Proctor.
It's been a highly publicised walk, Parton Walk. They strived really hard in the community to make it, and it is very prized. Also, it's the fact that it's accessible to a greater range of people, unlike the Benan walks that are quite strenuous. A lot of people do go there. There's also the fact that the destination is a picnic site, and people do take picnics up there and spend considerable time there. The red kites are the icing on the cake for that, and they are so beautiful at the top, but also turbines would arrest the eye because they move, and that really spoils the effect of seeing the birds in their natural setting. I feel that it is a very important viewpoint, and it's a very prized walk in the area by local residents and visitors alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Proctor. Lovely, thank you. We've already discussed Benin Hill viewpoint, I think. And I think there are viewpoint 9, which is the A712. And again, looking at the additional information, February 2020, I noted that the predicted view and scale of visual change was considered to be medium small, and what I wanted to explore slightly further here was the that scale of change. Again, if Ms. Fisher in particular could talk us through her assessment of that. Oh, just on mute, Ms. Fisher. You're just on mute.
Yeah, just give me a minute while I turn up the visual.
No problem.
As well as the paperwork, just so that
it's
in front of me. Okay. So, yes, so the scale of change is predicted to be medium small. Yeah. It's a relatively distant view. We're 7 kilometres away. Yeah. And the turbines will be seen. You get quite a clear view of Mochrum Fell from this location, quite distinctive one as well. And the turbines will be seen largely to the right just beyond some intervening trees and higher ground, with one turbine blade tip turning behind the fell, one further to the left. Yeah. Again, taking account of the full visual experience in this location, not just the view towards the site. Yes, Mochrum Fell does draw the eye, and that is taken account of in assessing it as medium small, for instance, rather than small, which at this distance it might have been. Yeah, that's it really.
So is it really the distance that's led to the medium small rather than any greater significance in terms of
it's taking
change?
It's not just the distance. What I'm saying is there's a number of factors. One is your eye drawn towards that particular part of the view? And this instance it is slightly, because Mochrum Fell is quite distinctive and you get this sort of little gap view towards it. Yeah. But also it isn't, you know, the whole view, the visual experience that you have there doesn't change that much, because you're at a, you know, you are at a distance. It's not completely dominating your view.
Okay. Thank you, that's helpful. Mr. Campbell, would Mr. James like to respond or have any comment? If not, that's...
well, it's just to repeat the comment that that I think that the diminishing effect of increasing distance is leads to an under-exaggeration of the effect. But I think we've covered that in some detail.
Thank you. Just to, apologies, my paperwork is now spread. So in terms of impact on residential property, I don't know if there's any specific comment that any party would wish to make. Obviously, I've had access to the analysis of the visual impact from the various properties identified by the appellant, which is very useful. I don't know if there are any comments from any party in relation to those, or any issues that anybody wished to raise in terms of residential properties and the visual impact from those. Mr. Bell? Nope.
Doctor, perhaps?
No, nothing.
Nope. So that really takes us to the end of our discussion this morning on cumulative landscape and visual effects and landscape and visual effects. Are there any concluding matters that anybody would like to raise? I don't have any additional questions arising from our discussion this morning, and I think we'd probably be well placed to take a lunch break now and move straight to cultural heritage. But if there are any matters relating to landscape and visual impact that you do think of over the lunch break, then we can address them this afternoon. I'm expecting the session on cultural heritage to take approximately an hour, maybe longer, depending on how voluble people are feeling. And then the discussion on conditions we will get to hopefully after the afternoon break. I had asked, I think we are satisfied with the agenda in terms of the conditions to be discussed, but I want to make sure that everybody who needs copies of the proposed conditions has them. I think you all should at this stage of the proceedings. Ms. Pridham?
I don't.
Okay. I'm just thinking of the best way to get those quickly to you. Mr. Bell, could I ask you to provide a copy to Ms. Pridham? You can do it via Christine.
Yeah. I think we may have the addresses if I know Pip is on the call and has been doing some of the communications with Christine, but we've got the set we attached as an appendix to the hearing statement.
Yeah.
Could use that set, so we could circulate that around again.
Mum, does that include the monitoring that you mentioned?
No,
today.
It doesn't. That would fall to be discussed this afternoon, and I can come back to that. And that is in, let me get the right, that is in the Wind Energy Development Management Considerations, which is a Dumfries and Galloway document, supplementary guidance dated February 2020.
Is there any way that I could ask Christine to send that to me? Because I'm not sure whether I could put my hands on it quickly.
It's on the council's website.
Yeah. When you go into
the name, it will come up.
Yep. When you go into the local development plan section of Dumfries and Galloway Council's webpage, they list all the supplementary guidance in a right-hand bar. So you'll be able to access it there.
Thank you.
I'm just looking for my reference really helpfully. I now cannot find it. I think I had said S2, but I'm just looking to see if I can find a page number, which would be more useful.
Thank you.
I can find it over lunchtime and let you know that reference.
Thank you very much.
No, absolutely fine. Right, well, oh, Miss Crosswaite.
I wonder if I could have a copy of the conditions as well. I have the noise conditions, I think, but it would be useful to have them all so that I can see how things are going to progress. As I need to call in Professor Alves Pereira to come in at the appropriate time.
Okay, is that possible, or probably easier to circulate that to Christine and get Christine to send that to all parties, I think, just so everybody has the same information, Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell?
Do that. I understand Mr. Bell to say he was going to work off the set of conditions after the hearing statement.
Yes, I think that is what he said.
Yes, okay, that's great, thank you. Sorry, I didn't quite pick him up.
No, that's fine. That's why I think best to circulate it to all parties. So if you could ask Christine to do that, I'll ask her to do it as soon as she can, so everybody has the same document. Right.
Any fever?
Oh, I know. Cursed. It is 12:52. Could I ask that everybody return at 1:50? It's slightly less than an hour, but that should be long enough to stretch the legs and have some lunch. Right. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all at 10 to 2. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, are you there? Sorry, I managed to sign out completely when so I had to sign back in again. So I'm sorry I screwed up there. But yeah, I'll turn my video and mute myself as well. It was just I'd signed out, so that's why this has happened. Okay, bless you, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back from our lunchtime break. As I said before we broke, I hope you did manage to get away from your desk and move around a little bit and not look at a screen. Thank you very much for returning. A couple of matters. Mr. Kelly has advised that he's had to leave the call, but he will be returning at 3 p.m. Mr. Campbell, I am hoping that doesn't make a huge difference to your submissions this afternoon. Thank you. You should have had some email communications from Christine Brown, the case officer, enclosing the documents we discussed earlier this morning. Ms. Pridham, can you confirm that you got the link to the relevant supplementary guidance? Excellent, thank you very much. And just for clarity, Ms. Pridham was provided with a link to the Dumfries and Galloway webpage to that document we had been discussing earlier, development management considerations for wind farms, the supplementary guidance. Okay, turning to item 4 on the agenda, headed cultural heritage. I have in front of me the an extract from the environmental impact assessment, which contained quite a detailed assessment of cultural heritage assets in and about the vicinity of the proposed development at Mochrum Fell. It set out the inner study area and the outer study area and assessed the heritage assets within those two areas in terms of the direct and indirect potential impacts arising from the proposed development on those assets. Some general questions I note from Mr. Campbell's submissions and those of his experts that there are concerns regarding certain heritage assets in the vicinity of the site, and perhaps it would be a good starting point to talk through some general matters before we get on to those specific things. The first question I had was relating to the identification of the assets. Are there any contrary views in terms of those identified in the archaeology and cultural heritage section that any party feels should be included? No. Mr. Campbell?
I think Mr. Proctor will probably lead on this section.
Okay, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Proctor?
As well as the ones that were stated, we were also considering a lot of properties and IDLs and NIDLs that were also taking views from by the loch or near the loch. There were viewpoints for MF1 of Hensel House, Kenmure Castle, and of course Courthope House, which is the nearest one. We were concerned about those and the views from those, particularly Hensel House, which is trying to set up holiday lodges to improve the tourism business there. Also Thrieve, we were concerned about Thrieve, both the house and the gardens.
Yes. Mr. Campbell, could you turn up your microphone? It's quite difficult to hear you. Lovely. Sorry. It's a little better, but you're quite indistinct, I would say.
Yes, I'm having difficulty hearing some of this dialogue as well.
Yeah, sorry.
It's difficult for me to follow the context.
Okay. Oh, now you appear to be mute completely.
I'm not saying
No, I can't hear you at all now, Mr. Campbell. And in actual fact, I can't see a mute signal next to your name, which is leading me to think, I think the solution yesterday was to leave the call and rejoin. And that seemed to resolve. If Mr. Campbell can hear me, but obviously he can't, he might be able to hear me. You can hear me. Perhaps if you leave the call and come straight back in, that will resolve the issue. Thank you very much. If we all could just be patient for a moment till he rejoins.
It's a shame it's been all so smooth so far.
I know, but I think it was roughly the same time yesterday Mr. Campbell had difficulty. There must be a load on his local broadband wherever he is at this particular time of day.
Just my luck.
That's fine. Yeah, this seemed to resolve the issue yesterday, so as soon as he returns. Here we go. We'll just take a moment for Graham to let him rejoin.
Is that any better?
Yes, it is actually. Wonderful.
Not that it's very relevant to what you're talking about, but I discovered what happened yesterday, which is that the supplier went offline for his whole network for half an hour. Anyway, here we are. If you can hear me, if you can't hear me, please just say.
Okay.
What I was trying to suggest was that in respect of cultural heritage assets that you asked a question about, I think Mr. and Mrs. Proctor may be in best place to tell you what they think may have been left out, which I think was the gist of your question.
Yes, it was. I'll just repeat it. It was basically wondering if that section of the EIA and the two study areas, if any party felt that there had been any omissions in the assets identified by the appellant and assessed by the appellant. So I think the proctors were in the process of beginning to answer that.
Sorry. We felt that some of the properties that were by the lock and across from the lock would also have some impact. Also Three, which is a very popular tourist spot, both the house and the garden. Locally, of course, Corsock was included, but also some viewpoints, two viewpoints, one at Hensel House and one at Kenmure Castle, that were in the Mochrum Fell 1 viewpoints. We also thought that those were important. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, would it be possible for Mr. Moody to respond to, I understand the properties identified by the proctors and where they are, I'm familiar with. Actually, could I just clarify, is it Thrieve Castle or Thrieve House and Gardens?
It's both.
House and Gardens.
Thrieve Castle and Thrieve House and Gardens.
Okay. I think, yes.
Yeah, they're quite distinct. The castle is a scheduled monument that lies on an island within the river, yes. And the gardens and designed landscapes are a separate issue. But there's also a designated category A, I think it is, or category B listed property associated with that.
Yeah. I wonder if I think there's several named references there. I think it would be helpful if Mr. Moody can just let us know what are these assets? Are they heritage assets, and their status, and how have they been referred to within the EIA? Thank you.
Yes.
If we can hand over to you, Mr. Moody, for that, thanks.
That would be very helpful, Mr. Moody. While you're doing so, if they are referred to in, I beg your pardon, the EIA, could you refer us to the paragraph chapters just to keep us straight on what we're referring to? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all. Dealing with the Threave Gardens, first of all, and Threave House, that site is an inventory gardens and designed landscapes, and it lies more than 10 kilometres from the nearest turbines, and so technically falls out with the outer study area. It was not raised by any of the consultees as being a particular concern in terms of impact on its setting. It's a sort of wooded garden designed landscape with gardens and woodland walks, and the character of the landscape there is such that I don't believe there would be any visibility from that location in any event. It certainly was not a site that was raised as an issue by any particular consultees.
Okay.
So we haven't provided any visualizations from there. Turning to Kenmure Castle, visualizations were provided in the original MF1 application, but it was felt for MF2 that consultees had not raised that as a particular issue. The visualization didn't suggest that there would be any particular sensitivity to the setting. So because of the very nature of the proposed changes to the, if you will, the consented development, it was felt that there was no requirement really there to provide additional wireframes in respect of that one. It was purely expeditious really to keep the assessment as succinct and proportionate as possible. And the same is true for Kenmure Castle, which again is it's a long way from the proposed development site, and the visualization that was provided originally for MF1 shows that in actual fact the castle is within a sort of a heavily wooded context, and the surrounding trees obscure the views towards the proposed development. So that was felt not to be a profitable enterprise to reproduce that viewpoint. Again, there was no other intention than to keep the assessment for the second application as succinct and proportionate as possible, and to deal with the issues that had been raised by consultees.
Okay, so that was Threave House and Gardens, Kenmure Castle, and was it Hensel House?
Hensel House, similar, the same issue was afforded there. It was felt that because of the nature of the proposed changes, there was no value in reproducing that. It was only provided as a wireline in any event.
Okay. And Hensel House is a listed building.
Hensel House, if you'll just excuse me, Hensel House is a listed building. Yes, there's a category A listed. There's a category A listed building in Hensel House, which is, I believe, is where the viewpoint was taken from, and it lies within what we call a non-inventory designed landscape. That is to say that the gardens and designed landscapes surrounding the house are not included in the national inventory of gardens and designed landscapes. It falls under the category of a sort of a regional designation. That is to say, it's not one of the highest sensitivity gardens and designed landscapes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moody. Mr. Campbell.
I ask Mr. Moody through you, please, what the distance that last asset is?
I beg your pardon, sir. I can't.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Campbell, you are very faint. Perhaps if you could sit close. It is frustrating, I appreciate, but it is quite.
Did you ask me the distance of Hensel House from the proposed development?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I can just tell you that if you could just bear with me a moment. Hensel House is 6.1 kilometres.
Very good, thank you.
So that would be within the outer study area.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Ms. Pridham, did you wish to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you, Ma'am. I have a question for Mr. Moody, which relates to potential changes. As you know, we had a huge number of very significant winds earlier this year. We lost electricity for about a week in Corsica, but also, unfortunately, a very large number of trees in both Corsica House gardens, which we haven't mentioned yet, but also I would imagine a lot of the other large houses with very large specimen trees would have been impacted by these winds. And so, for example, I was thinking about Kenmure Castle and Hensel House. I've walked past Hensel House numerous times because it's on a walk that takes you down on the other side of the river past the house, so I know the house in question. But I just wondered whether it would be appropriate to actually reconsider some of these sites if they are sheltered by trees, because it's very likely that a number of those very large trees that were shading them or sheltering them from potential wind farm turbines would have been impacted. So, for example, at Corsica House, I don't know how many hundreds of trees they lost, but they lost a very large number of trees, and so it may significantly have changed the view since the original visuals were done.
Mr. Moody, could you respond directly?
I can respond to that. I suffered the same fate. I have to say, I was off without power for over a week myself. My response to the particular question that you raised there, Ms. Pridham, is that the assessment was carried out before all of this happened, so I have no way of understanding or knowing what changes that is likely to have made. However, the assessment is based on what we call the bare earth, the ZTV, and that does not take account of the screening that's afforded by forestry. What it does take account of is the screening, if you will, that's afforded by the topography or the local terrain. So the assessment is based on those characteristics and not on any hypothetical screening that's afforded by forestry or woodland, for that matter.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful clarification for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you both. In terms of the particular assets which were raised in the Help Save Mochrum Fell statement, particular concern was raised about the Mochrum Fell hill fort and the impact upon it and its setting and views from and to the hill fort, and the concern that the turbines, Trakcs and associated development might have on the hill fort. I note that you have addressed that specifically, Mr. Moody, in your submission. I wonder, could we talk through the proposed mitigations in terms of their sufficiency in protecting that heritage asset? I know that both parties have considered the hill fort specifically, so if we could concentrate on the hill fort in this response, that would be very useful.
Certainly. Do you want me to take that point?
Yes, if you could begin, Mr. Moody, and then we could move to the Help Save Mochrum Fell group, and then to Ms. Pridham, and then we can come back for any responding comments. For those of you following right now, I am looking at Chapter 10, Archaeology and Cultural Heritage, and I'm just going to move down to the relevant paragraph.
think that's 10.6.9.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I'm still spread. And here I am. Lovely.
Yeah.
So
a large part of this obviously reiterates the content of the report from Mochrum Fell 1, which is updated in respect of the current proposal that's being considered here.
absolutely.
In terms of the hill fort, it lies within commercial forestry at the moment. It's not a scheduled monument, and it's not recognised by Dumfries and Galloway Council's archaeological historic environment record as being potentially of schedulable quality either. It's not particularly well preserved. It's much overgrown by commercial forestry trees, as was evident at the time of the survey. And in fact, you know, there were self-seeded, although it hadn't been planted within it, the fort's parameters, there were self-seeded trees that were actually actively growing within the fort itself, and evidently causing damage to any archaeological deposits there. It has been previously recorded by the Royal Commission, who carried out a sort of topographic survey of it, but that proved to demonstrate that it's not particularly well preserved, hence probably why it's been damaged as much as it has by the forestry activities. The assessment recognised that because of its proximity to the proposed development and where it's situated in relation to Mochrum Fell Hill itself, that there would be a significant impact on its setting. In that, we considered the proximity of the proposed development within the surrounding landscape. Other elements of the setting that are relevant to the assessment include sort of the relationship between the monument and other monuments of similar characteristics in the surroundings, and we found that for the most part none of those were adversely affected. There's indivisibility with Myrtland Hill Fort, which is preserved.
Yeah.
Similarly with Glenrowan, a fort to the east of the site that's also preserved. It's worth saying that in reviewing this assessment prior to this inquiry, I've looked at each of these, and although they're called forts, that's a rather contested term, shall we say, as it suggests a strong military connection. We think of forts as fortified places, whereas in actual fact, Mochrum Fell Fort, for example, is overlooked quite significantly by higher ground of Mochrum Fell. And none of the three forts that I considered as part of the setting assessment, Myrtlands or Glenrowan, are in particularly strong defensive positions, and you know are what we would, as archaeologists, more properly call enclosed settlements rather than fortified military installations. So, not that has a real bearing on the matter. It's if you like, it's a reflection of their hierarchical status within a society.
Okay.
So we considered that, and the conclusion was that it was inescapable that because of the proximity of the proposed turbines, that would have a significant and adverse effect on the setting of the fort, although key elements of the setting, its intervisibility with other monuments, will certainly not be adversely affected. We therefore took that up with the developers at the time. That was this was for MF1, and at the time that was Coriolis Energy who were promoting the site.
Yes.
And we suggested that because of this, we could offer some kind of compensatory mitigation, although that does not reduce the significance of the effect. It goes some way to offsetting the adverse effects and providing benefits, shall we say, to the local community and to the archaeological record. And then Coriolis were very supportive of that proposal, so we pursued that and took that forward as recommended mitigation, that we would take that to the council's archaeologist and offer this opportunity for engagement with the local community in promoting and investigating the archaeological remains at the fort. And that was welcomed by Andrew Nicholson, the council's archaeologist, who saw great benefit in that, and I think he said that out in his response to the applications on both accounts.
Okay, when you say on both accounts, Mr. Moody, do you mean in terms of the mitigation?
I mean, in terms of both developments, sorry.
Both applications, right.
Yeah, both applications, yeah.
Thanks. So the compensatory mitigation is set out at 10.7 for Mochrum Fell.
Yeah, excuse me, I'm operating multiple mouses at the moment.
Uh-oh. I can do multiple screens. I'm not sure about multiple mouses.
Well, three screens open at the moment, yes.
So,
okay.
Specifically, in terms of the fort, could you just outline the proposed mitigation measures?
Certainly, yes. I think we're looking at the enhancement measures under 10.7.10 here. The aim of the work there is obviously to enhance our current knowledge and understanding of the asset and to promote or to facilitate wider public access. The specific mitigation set out there was that an invitation would be offered to local community heritage groups to participate in the development and implementation of community-based projects, including archaeological research and educational activities, in line with the aspirations of historic environment policy statements and PAN2, and with Dumfries and Galloway Council's local development plan policies. The works would have included a topographic survey, undertaking a topographic survey of the upstanding remains of the fort, improving on that was carried out previously by the Royal Commission. The second phase of that would also be provision of improved access to and interpretation of the monument. A key aspect, because it's not currently readily accessible, I think, through forest rights and forestry access tracks.
What form would that approved access and interpretation take on the ground?
That'd have to be agreed with the council archaeologists, with the local community, and with the forest managers to establish a footpath and provide access from the Forest Road network up to the site of the fort. Interpretation would take the form of information panels, most commonly actually on the site, and that information would be informed by other aspects of the mitigation proposals that are being put forward. The topographic survey outlining the nature of the fort, the details of the fort that we can establish, and also the results of any archaeological investigations that are carried out.
Right.
The final part of the proposed mitigation was a programme of archaeological investigation, such as trial trench evaluation, to better understand the structure and function of the monument, and to obtain materials that would help to date its construction, occupation and abandonment, and any information that we can gather from any archaeological remains that may be preserved within the fort as to the nature of the occupation on the fort. So that was welcomed by Andrew Nicholson in his response to this particular development, where I believe, if you'll excuse me a moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think in my hearing statement under 4.6,
Yep.
The council archaeologist welcomed this, and he said that with regard to offset compensatory mitigation at Mochrum Fell Fort, a community-based programme of archaeological research and field work would be most welcome, as it would follow on the heels of a highly successful Can You Dig It archaeological programme within the wider Galloway Glens Landscape Partnership Scheme that the council has been supporting. In addition to the benefits outlined in sections 10.7, 11 to 12 of the EIA report, it would also contribute to the formative regional archaeological research framework for South West Scotland. So he saw benefits both for the community and for the archaeological record in conducting this or a programme of works similar to that is proposed here. The details of that would obviously have to be worked out with the council archaeologist to see what he would hope to gain from the enterprise, and also the engagement of local community heritage groups and what their aspirations might be. It would not be a sort of top-down, we intend to do this.
Right. Okay, I understand that approach. Mr. Campbell, any comments on that, given the concerns expressed about the Hill Fort in the hearing statement?
Hill Fort. Well, lost Mr. Proctor.
Sorry, I'm losing you again, sir.
No, I can. Oh, I think Mr. Proctor has just returned. Can you hear and see us all, Mr. and Mrs.
Yes.
Proctor? Excellent, thank you.
Lost signal for a while. Apologies.
I don't know if you heard me, Mr. Proctor.
No.
No, sorry.
The Hill Fort, no? Nothing doing? No.
Yes, sorry, I didn't hear you'd said anything.
Hill Fort's dealt with at paragraph 12 of the amended hearing statement.
Yep.
Have you got anything to add to that?
Yes, please, if we may.
Indeed.
We agree with Mr. Moody that there will be significant effects on the setting due to the close proximity of turbines and the height of them. The mitigation measures are laudable, but doesn't take away from the fact that this is a historic site which will be close to turbines. Whether anyone would want to visit a site that's so close to turbines is questionable. It's the sense of place and peace afforded that are the valuable assets of the site as it exists. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pridham, did you have anything to add to that? I think I saw your hand up a moment ago.
I was really going to say what Trevor and Elaine have said, so there's nothing more for me to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's
accepted, and that's recognised. It is that is that impact of the proposed development on those characteristics as described that lead us to the significance of effect.
Yeah.
Yes, and it is.
Which is not denied in the EIA.
No, and I note that, hence the mitigation package proposed. Also of concern to help save Mochrum Fell is the relict rig and furrow field system, which is effectively across the development proposal site, but is more affected by particular turbines than others. I wonder, Mr. Moody, could you talk us through your assessment of the impact of the proposal on that system?
Certainly, yeah, no problem. The relic field system is exactly as it says. It's an area of old fields that many of which contain relic rig and furrow cultivation. Others don't contain the same evidence of having been cultivated. There's no evidence that we've been able to find that indicates any farmstead directly associated with the field system as surviving on the ground as remains. So all we're left with are the enclosing banks defining the outer extent of the fields, and the relic rig and furrow cultivation that lies within these fields. Examination of available aerial photography, and it has to be said, LiDAR imagery, which shows up. The LiDAR imagery is a sort of a radar technique, if you like, which shows up the low relief features on the ground, and it's been helpfully provided by the Scottish Government through the remote sensing portal, and has proved to be a valuable research tool in terms of identifying archaeological remains on the ground. The combined evidence from that suggests that this particular field system is not particularly well preserved. I have seen much better preserved examples elsewhere in Dumfries and Galloway and across Scotland more generally. So this is what I would describe as a heritage asset of value at a local level. That's to say, it's not, because it's not that particularly well preserved, it doesn't really add to the regional research framework aspirations. So, you know, whilst it has some value, it is not the best preserved example that we know about in Dumfries and Galloway.
Ah, okay. I did wonder, Mr. Moody, how rare these field systems are, these relict field systems are.
They're not.
I know that's maybe a difficult question to answer, but even in terms of Dumfries and Galloway, how rare are these relict systems?
They're not uncommon. I would put it that way.
Okay.
But having identified it as a surviving heritage asset, obviously the key issue in terms of the design of the wind farm was how we gain access to turbine 9. Yeah. And an original proposal was to bring an access track from a southerly direction, which would have crossed the better preserved surviving remains. And it was my advice that if we could find another way in to that turbine, that would be preferred. And the option taken forward was to access turbine 9 from the location of turbine 8 and cutting across it in a direct straight line. So the proposal is to take an access track in a straight line from turbine 8 through to turbine 9. Okay. Following which course it cuts through a couple of the banks, but doesn't cross any of the better preserved areas of rig and furrow as they're evident in LiDAR data and aerial photography. It was found on the ground that you could see the rig and furrow remains where they do survive, but the whole system is heavily affected by bracken.
I noticed that on my site visit. So
again, we put in mitigation in order to address that for the same reasons that, you know, is going to be directly impacted by the proposed development, and there's no escaping that. But the way we can compensate for that is by carrying out archaeological investigations to again try and see if we can establish how the field system was set out, what the field system contains, if we can possibly acquire any dating evidence that might lead us to understand better when the field system was put in place and for how long it may have been used.
Okay. And just for clarity, the access tracks to and around the site are set out on Plan PS3, which is the proposed site layout. And you can see there the straight line access track from 8 to 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
The tracks mostly follow the existing forestry haul roads for obvious reasons. Yep. But it's also worth pointing out that the access track is relatively narrow, so although it cuts across the field system and will disrupt it, it won't entirely destroy it. So the field system will remain largely intact, albeit it will be, shall we say, severed by the access track or cut into two parts. But it will still be possible to read the layout of the field system on the ground.
Okay.
Oh, hence, you know, the low magnitude of impact.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moody. I note that the opinion of the Help Save Mochrum Fell group is different. They believe that cutting across the field system, providing access from turbine 8 to turbine 9 is actually the worst case solution. Could Mr. Campbell, could you comment on that?
No, I couldn't, but I get Mr. Proctor to do it.
That would be lovely, thank you.
Mrs. Proctor.
We agree that it is to us the worst case scenario, although I know that there has been an attempt to make it less. But to us, that is an important asset to the area next to this development, and as such we would have preferred if there was a way of leaving it intact, albeit that you are suggesting mitigation measures. We still feel that even if they are fairly common within Dumfries and Galloway, this is special to this area, special to Mochrum Fell, and close to this development.
It has to be said that that field system has already been affected by commercial forestry, so it's not as well preserved or as extensive as it might be. It extends further to the north into the commercial forestry that surrounds it, so it's already only partially preserved in any event. So its integrity, if you like, is already compromised by the existing activities on the site. So. But all of this is recognised, I think, in the environmental impact assessment in relation to the effects of it. I can only report on what's put before me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we are assessing the impact of this development proposal.
Yeah, no, you know, in section 10.6.2, it's recognised that cutting across the proposed field system is an impact of medium magnitude, so it's not the lowest that it could be.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Pridham, have you any comment on those local assets? Thank you very much. Back to my thing. Those two heritage assets were the two in particular picked up by the Help Save Mochrum Fell group in their hearing statement. In terms of any other cultural or heritage assets, historic, landscape and listed buildings, I note all of those assessed in your inner study area and the outer study area. Are there any comments from any of the other parties about any of the assets assessed in the study that you would wish to comment on, or are you happy to rest on your written submissions? I think that's a yes. Okay, thank you very much. We've already discussed Orsett House. Are you content, Ms. Pridham, that that's answered any questions that you might have? You didn't have anything else to add on Orsett House and Gardens?
No, other than the fact that it's used by a large number of our residents, both the gardens, not so much the house, but the gardens very close to the house are. But the main impact would be there's a walk along beside the lock that looks across towards Mochrum that would be really badly impacted. So I think that is my greatest concern. And then it would also be looking to RV, so it would have a significant. And I think the other thing to flag is the fact that Orsett House Gardens are actually opened as part of the Scottish Gardens Open Days for visitors, and they have a number of sort of events there. So it isn't just the residents who actually enjoy the gardens and the landscape and the setting. And at the moment, it's Blackrake is not visible until you really come out of the estate, sort of out of the gardens, past the lock, to the north, where you reach RV, and then it's only really when you turn around the corner to come back into Corsica that you see the sweep of turbines of Blackrake, which will now have fell added to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, yes, thank you very much, Ms. Pridham. Sorry, I was just looking at the map to see the direction. I'm just looking at the path.
Does that make
Yes,
sense?
it makes complete sense. Apologies,
Okay,
I was
thank
just
you.
checking to see where that
No,
footpath was. I can see.
it's fine. Okay, great, thank you.
Lovely, thank you. I think I'm content that my questions on, oh, Ms. Proctor, I apologise.
Sorry, I just wish to add that the viewing of the gardens is also by arrangement, as well as the National Garden Scheme. The groups go to there on a regular basis. And also it's the fact that the design garden is meant to be as a promenade through the garden with the culmination of the lock at the top and the walk around it. And that really is the purpose of the walk through up to the lock. And the views from there are very clear, and Mochrum Fell will be very clear from there. That was my only other concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Proctor. Mr. Moody, do you want to address that, the impact on the design garden and vistas created from the garden to Mochrum Fell?
I can't really comment in great detail because I'm not familiar with the nature of the designed landscape to the same level that the local residents are. Obviously, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a publicly accessible place, so it was not visited by us during the assessment, as it qualifies as sort of private property. I recognise that there are woodland walks through the estate, but the designed landscape as it was laid out and as it is understood from historic maps is that it was a wooded estate rather than what we would more commonly call a detailed designed gardens and landscape. So it has, while I recognise that many of the trees within the estate have been felled, harvested, whichever way we like to put it, there are open areas, but it's managed, what I would call a managed designed landscape. And I would add that the visibility of the proposed development is greater from the western part of the design landscape, which is that area which is more heavily wooded. I recognise what Ms. Pridham is saying about the walk around the lock, but the lock does not actually form part of the designed landscape. And whilst the wind farm will be visible from the eastern side of the loch, where it's accessed through the woodland, if you walk around the loch from the far side of it, from the west side of it, looking back towards the designed landscape, the turbines would not be visible in that view. So your view of the setting of the designed landscape along the side of the loch will not be adversely impacted. And when we talk about setting, we're obviously not talking specifically about one particular view. We have to consider views within and around the designed landscape in the round, as it were. And we consider the contribution that the designed landscape makes to the local scenery, which is more properly a matter for the landscape architects to address.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moody. Ms. Pridham.
Sorry, I have another comment to make, which speaks partly to Mr. Moody's comment, is that most of the locals use the promenade or the walk on the eastern side. There is a walk that is over on the west, on the other side, looking back, but it tends to be most people are actually looking out towards the west, from the east to the west. And secondly, the other thing to mention is that the Corsica State has actually put its I'm not sure what it is. It's a sort of a monument, a sculpture, right on top of a high hill, which is gives you a 360-degree view, which looks down across the loch, Corsic Loch, and would look directly to Mochrum. And again, this is a place which locals, me included, use on a regular basis because you get a 360 view of the whole landscape, including up towards Turners Hill and Turners Monument, to Well Hill, and then of course towards, to the west towards Mochrum. So I think it does need to be looked at in a whole. And yes, it is wooded, but it's, as Elaine said, it's been designed specifically as a sort of mini capability brown sort of natural landscape, where people are basically walk through that landscape, and sort of signposting and everything, whereas the actual very formal part of the garden is quite small. So yes, I've got nothing more to add. I'm sorry if I've rambled.
No, not at all. Thank you. And I think
Not at all. No, I recognise that. I recognise the monument that I believe you're talking about, and that is a high point on the west side of the designed landscape. And I've been able to see from my investigations of aerial photography and maps that is actually, an actively managed part of the designed landscape. So it's constantly evolving and to be commended, frankly. But,
very good.
And I apologise if I misunderstood you earlier on when you described the circular walk around the loch. I took that to mean that the walk encompassed both the east and the west sides of the loch.
Right. Okay, if we are all satisfied, that was the end of my specific questions on heritage assets. Is there anything that anybody would like to add before we move away from this topic and move on to the section on the agenda, which will actually now be number 6. Number 5, I think we wrapped up before lunch in terms of any outstanding matters. But in relation to cultural heritage, heritage assets, landscapes, listed buildings, designed landscapes, inventoried landscapes, and gardens, if there are no further comments from any party, then I would say we can move on to part 6 of the agenda. I'm looking at the time, it's 14:43. I appreciate we've been back for about 55 minutes. Is it worth taking a break now, or would people like to press on? And the end is in sight, so would people prefer to move forward and discuss the matters relating to, they're not a huge, while there are a large number of proposed conditions, not all of them need to be discussed, and I think we've identified the ones that do. Probably the most time will be spent on aviation lighting, potential legal agreements or obligations or otherwise, and noise. So would it be appropriate to take a short break now, come back at 2 to 3, and then we'll press on towards conditions, if that's acceptable to everybody? Shall we do that? Ms. Crosswaith, is that okay with you?
Yes, that's fine.
Lovely. Thank you very much. I shall see you all in 10 minutes then. Thank you.
Unmute. Cameron, are you there? Cameron? Cameron, is it possible that you can do a test with Mr. Melvin Grosvenor, because he's having difficulty getting in? He had to go out. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Right. Welcome back, and welcome to those who are joining us for the first time in these proceedings. I don't think there's any need to recap our housekeeping issues that we've discussed at the beginning of each session, but for the benefit of those who are joining us for the first time this afternoon, please be aware of muting your microphone when not speaking. That really is it. This is our final session in terms of the oral process of the determination of this appeal. In relation to conditions, we all hopefully have in front of us the proposed conditions attached as Appendix 1 to the appellant's hearing statement. They were circulated by email earlier by Christine, should you not have had sight of them earlier. Before we move on to if there are any agreed positions on conditions, or if I have identified all those that might be contentious, I did note one omission, and it was Mr. Moody who reminded me of it. I'm not sure if he is still here. I think he might not be.
Just dropped off, I'm afraid.
That's quite typical, because I was going to ask about archaeologically related conditions in terms of the proposed mitigations set out at part 10 of the EIA. I note from the now lapsed consent through PPA-170-2152, there didn't appear to be any conditions relating to archaeological remains or heritage assets or any mitigation. Perhaps I'm not seeing it.
We proposed condition 25 in the new set. Yes. Which deals with it, and that's broadly similar to the archaeological condition in the previous appeal decision notice. Condition
Then
25.
it's my reading of it that I have missed it. No,
same number.
Yep. If I hadn't identified it to be discussed in any particular detail, I should, and I apologise, I should have brought it up while Mr. Moody was on our screens and available to us.
Try and get him back. If that...
No, there's absolutely, my comment is I have no comment at all on that particular condition, but in the light of the discussion earlier, does anybody else have any comment on that condition? I certainly don't. Okay. Well, no need to. Oh, Mr. Campbell.
To be pedantic, the word relic in line 5 should have a T on the end of it.
Yes, it should. Yep. Mr. Bell, I will note that as well. Yes, it's relict rather than relic. Thank you, well noted.
The only relic is me today.
I think that's how we're all feeling after 2 days of a hearing, Mr. Campbell. Right. Can I take it that the conditions we're about to discuss are the only ones that are not agreed, if that makes sense? This is a little more difficult because we don't have the benefit of the council's input, but these are not unusual or unexpected conditions, I should say at the outset. I'm not surprised by any of them. So I'm going to take it, in the absence of any comment to the contrary, that we're all agreed that those listed in the agenda are the ones for discussion. So if we look at condition 2, which is a proposed change, and this is a change that has been included in the description of development throughout the application and appeal process by the appellant. Again, should be no surprise to any party that what has been applied for is an operational period of 30 years rather than 25 years. I have no issue whatsoever with that proposed change, and unless any other party has a comment to the contrary, we will tick that particular box and move on. No? Excellent. Condition 10, which...
Sorry, yeah. I beg your pardon. There was one, 7. Condition 7 is about the positioning of turbines and micrositing without further recourse to the planning authority.
Yeah.
And indicating that 50 meters is appropriate. Now, as I'm advised, a micrositing exercise of that size could well affect the appearance of the wind farm when looked at particularly laterally, end to end.
Okay.
Accordingly, what I'd like to propose is that you delete the words "without further recourse" in line 4 and replace them with "subject to the approval of." Sorry, without further recourse to, replaced with "subject to the approval of."
Yep.
And the reason for that, obviously, I think, is so as to not affect generally the balance and visual appearance of the wind farm.
Okay, and does that relate to every turbine, or is that concern related to specific turbines? And
well, the concern that we have, as I'm advised, is in relation to turbine 3, that being the one most likely to affect the symmetry or the balance of the. However, moving it 50 meters would take it, I think, onto a steep hill, and therefore it's unlikely to happen. So I don't want to specify any particular.
Yep.
Now, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor may have some comment on that. I don't know, but that's what I've advised by Mr. James.
Okay.
Mr. Proctor's putting his hand up, so he must have.
He is.
Yep.
Let me just make some notes and catch up. Mrs. Proctor.
Yes, thank you. The difficulty with micrositing as well is that there are watercourse buffer zones which are very close to turbine bases. So any movement of the turbine base could encroach into the watercourse buffer zones. And also the contours mean that the height of the turbines could be altered dramatically with just a small movement of a few meters in any direction in some cases. And also, as well as the watercourse buffer zones, there are areas of deep peat very close to some of the proposed turbine sites, which could be affected. Thank you.
Okay.
I think you can take from that answer that Mr. Proctor's position is that there shouldn't be any micrositing. Perhaps you could indicate if that's right. Have I understood you correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
My taking from that is that Mr. Proctor is indicating that any alteration to the indicated siting may have potential impacts on water courses and on the ultimate height of the turbines, and that small movements. Mr. Bell, could you comment on that, and could you indicate how acceptable or otherwise that proposed change by Mr. Campbell might be to you? I do note the final sentence of that condition is that a plan showing the final layout be submitted to the planning authority prior to the erection of the first turbine, but it doesn't allow for dialogue with the planning authority should that be required.
Yeah. I think these concerns are all understandable, but the EIA was progressed on the basis of the 50-metre micrositing. So the LVIA that Mary Fisher referred to had taken that into account. That's part of her methodology is to include for that. And also the ground conditions, given it's a forested site, the exact ground conditions are not known. Therefore, looking at the standard approach for, certainly in my experience, wind farms with turbines of this height and this kind of site, 50 metres is pretty standard these days. Also, in terms of the watercourse buffers, that is a requirement anyway of SEPA. So there would be no ability to infringe that in any event.
Yeah.
Likewise with deep peat. And an ecological clerk of work is proposed as part of the conditions to ensure that there's further checks and balances against that. So this may be a matter we just need to disagree on. The appellant has progressed the development on this basis and has requested that. And the EIA was undertaken on that basis, and the conditions seek to reflect that to control the development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bell. I do take your point about the water courses and deep peat, and that other conditions would limit the ability to microsite to the extent that they would impact upon those areas, and there would be SEPA oversight in any case. Let me think about the advantage, and I think I will obviously address that in my decision notice.
Yep. If it was simply T3 and that was and there was good reason for that, then that may fall into your thinking. But you know, that would certainly be the applicant's position, appellant's position.
No, I can understand both parties. Mr. Campbell, anything to add before we move on from condition 7?
No, thank you. Nothing to add.
Thank you. So, again. The construction and environmental management plan, which you will find is really set out in red in the appellant's proposed conditions. It's broadly representative and generally pretty much the same as that included in the previous consent, updated obviously to reflect this proposal. Is there anything in particular in there that is of concern to the Help Save Mochrum Fell? I see Mr. Campbell's hand.
Sorry, I must try and stop interrupting, but
no, it's absolutely fine.
Something that sometimes arises with a complex document of this kind is that members of the public can't see it, and because planning departments nowadays are generally not as open to the public as they once were. It can be quite difficult to get a sight of complex documents. Now, you can see from the criteria set out A to U that the CEMP deals with matters which are of almost infinite interest to local people rather than strategic matters. So because the council's not here, I can't ask the council for any kind of undertaking, but I would like you to consider whether you might direct that the CEMP, when prepared, is made available for public scrutiny. I've stopped short of suggesting that the public be consulted about its contents, because we've had that argument before in other cases, and it takes it too far, I think.
Yeah.
However, having a sight of the CEMP on request can go a long way to dealing with difficulties if they arise. Ms. Pridham's got a question now.
Yeah, I would, just before we get to Ms. Pridham, I would remind parties that at the moment relict COVID regulations do restrict the council in terms of access to council buildings and documents held by the council. Should this development proceed, I think by that stage we would be beyond any kind of restriction imposed by COVID regulations. I would hope we'd be beyond that. But yes, I think that would be possible, and should condition 10 be applied, then that could be incorporated into it. Mr. Bell, any major objection to that?
I just think we need to remember the practicalities that the SEMP, whilst it's referred to as a singular item in the condition, is made up of a number of matters that may not be progressed at the same time in terms of the purification of conditions or discharge. So it's not simply a matter of here is the SEMP and it's a 25-page document. It will be, and Mr. Armand's on the call and he can perhaps add in from his experience, but there's certainly no issue with the planning authority making public available documents if that is in their gift. But Mr. Armand, I wonder if you could maybe comment on that availability.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. One thing to bear in mind is that the Construction Environmental Management Plan is an active document. It's not a standard document that you produce at the start of a construction period. It's something that gets updated throughout the construction period. It's updated by ecological, environmental, transport, a variety of different things which are being assessed on the ground throughout the construction period. It needs to be an active document. So to provide something to the local authority, we can certainly provide that as this is what it's going to look like, or this is what we're starting with. But what it's going to look like in 18 months or 2 years, whatever the construction period is, it's going to look slightly different, because we have to work with the conditions that we're working with on the ground. So we can sit here and look at it from our offices and say, great, okay, this is what it's going to look like. But actually, there are going to be a number of active things that are going to be added to it going forward.
Okay, I think I understand that it is a document that will naturally evolve as and when particular issues come up on site during the construction period. I'm going to go to Ms. Pridham and then Mr. Campbell, if that's okay, because I can see Ms. Pridham has had her hand up for a while.
Okay, yes. I completely understand that it is a changeable, movable document. It's a living document, because my background is in international conservation and I work with many project teams. And so I'm quite used to dealing with project management and the fact that you have one plan at the beginning and quite often it's extremely different at the end going forward. But usually when we start with, when we're looking at project management from the environmental point of view, we actually have a timetable, an action plan, we have log frames, and we have smart indicators. So we have a clear plan of what we're trying to do for each of the parameters and timings for those, and they may change, but we do have a clear plan for all those different things going forward. And we do have to report on them. So we have to report on them to our donors and also to the other stakeholders. And so I think to me, I recognise that it is one document with lots of different parts, but I would have hoped that it would be possible to actually separate them, the most important parts for the community, some of the issues that we've raised over the last couple of days. So, for example, environmental impact, traffic. There are quite a number of things that will be specifically of water, both of interest to the residents at Mochrum Fell, but also the wider community. And so, Mum, what I was wondering is if it would be possible, bearing in mind that I've got no experience with dealing with wind farm developments, whether it would be possible to actually, if this proposed development is approved, whether it would be possible to work with the developer and look at the things that we do want regular updates as a community on. So the things that are important to us and our community, so that we as a community council have access to that and we can feed back from our residents. And also if there are things that crop up from the developer's point of view, which might be the clerk of works or whatever they're called, the person who's dealing on site with ecological and active management issues, they can come back to us and say, actually, we have got a major problem here, or we haven't, and then we can work out how we work through that. It's just a suggestion.
Yep. No, I understand that. I can see Mr. Bell would like to respond, and then Mr. Remand. Mr. Bell, would you like to?
I wonder if I might say something before you go back to Mr. Bell.
It depends on what you're going to say, Mr. Campbell, but I think yes.
It's sequentially, well, at least it makes sense to me. It may not to you, but I hope it does. There's a fundamental problem here. Paragraph 10 requires the developer to have a plan ready and approved by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regulators before development can start.
Yes.
Now, it's all very well for Mr. Roman to say that it's an evolving document. We've all got enough experience of wind farms to completely understand that, and to understand the two things are incompatible. You can't have an approved CEMP before you start development on the one hand, and on the other hand, a dynamic document which is changing all the time. You can have a starter to get you going, but then you have to ask the question, well, what happens to the changes? And all I'm saying is, all I'm asking you, and Mr. Bell's dying to answer me, and I know he will, but all I'm asking you is that some direction is given to the planning authority, who after all will have overall charge of this, to make the changing parts available for public scrutiny when they change. And that might be in Dumfries, or it might be in Corsic, or it might be in a local library, or it might be by some other method. I don't know.
Right.
Right. Sorry, I don't want to bang on about it. That's my
No. I'm just trying to think of the practical implications of this and how that could be worded in an enforceable condition. And I mean, I do take your point. I think the very last paragraph of proposed condition 10 sets out that the approved plan can be subject to change because unless otherwise agreed in writing by the planning authority. In terms of, and this is a question, not having ever looked at how the construction plan is kept. Is it kept on the council's planning portal in related documents associated with the planning application? Perhaps Mr. Bell or Mr. Roman could answer that. I actually don't know.
Answer as well. Yeah, but I'll let Mr. Bell go first.
Yeah, if Andrew, Mr. Roman can come in just in a moment about how it's kept, because I know Mr. Roman deals with these, you know, during construction himself. So I think there's an easier way to deal with this. Now, if I give you an example, item U deals with water quality monitoring. That has to be progressed during construction. So I think what Mr. Roman's saying is that there are some aspects of the SEMP which need to be reviewed and monitored as the development progresses through construction. So the SEMP, Mr. Campbell's right, the SEMP is produced overall to the authorities and it is approved. And once the condition is discharged, construction can commence. But there are various items which require to be monitored during construction, which may involve an iterative process that requires some change. And Mr. Roman can comment on those. Now,
yeah.
A simpler way forward that I think would be a practical approach, and a number of developers do this, and Falk would be doing it here, is that there would be a community liaison contact within the contractor developer group should the development progress. So as Ms. Pridham says, I think it's a good idea if the community is receptive to that, is that if there was a nominated point of contact, then if there are items that are of specific interest, so it may be that the fish studies are not of particular interest, but the details of on-site storage of oil might be, and that could be provided. The other benefit of having a liaison is that, and I've got experience of this on another site where there was a church on the access route, and it was clearly going to be insensitive if there was to be a funeral one day, but then there was a 7 HGVs were going to be going past at 11 o'clock in the morning. So that liaison interaction allowed for things like that to be picked up and dealt with, in addition to potentially matters to do with the SEMP of interest. So that might be a way forward, and we could perhaps frame a condition to deal with that.
That was going to be just a moment. That was going to be a follow-on question from me. Was would that be an additional matter to be incorporated into the A to U criteria set out in proposed condition number 10, that a community liaison be nominated and copies of the approved plan and then any amendments, updates, etc. be subsequently provided? Would that work to everybody's satisfaction, if rather than a separate standalone condition? To me, that seems to be something that could be enforceable and could properly form part of condition 10.
Yeah, makes much more sense. Makes more sense.
I suppose, following on from that is, if the community liaison, there are a number of community groups, and I think we heard yesterday from somebody who felt they don't really form part of a community. They're simply a local resident and an individual in their own right. So, or for example, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, who are maybe part of the community council, I don't know, but are interested as individuals and homeowners. So I suppose we would have to set out in that condition what that community liaison officer, how they would disseminate information to interested parties. Difficult to define that in a condition.
Well, there will be a project. The project website would continue, and that may be a goal if that is.
Yeah, actually, yes.
People are made aware of that.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Remand was going to speak to my question about how the information is stored by the planning authority. I really do not know the answer to that, but in certainly in planning applications, you always have an associated documents tab on the portal, which tends to include any building warrant applications, etc., etc. Yeah. Not quite the same.
Okay, so can we go back to the initial discussion, which was about the construction environmental management plan, which is condition 10. It is a document that changes constantly. Mm-hmm. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples. There was the Bewley Denny overhead line, 200 plus kilometres of overhead line. I was in charge of the construction environmental management plan for that, as well as being the environmental manager for that. There's also the Airdrie Bathgate railway link, which I was also the environmental manager for that as well. What happened in both of those projects and a number of other projects, renewable projects as well, is that we present, so the contractor and the consultants and all the consultees, so SEPA and what was SNH, but now Nature Scott, HES, all consult on what is the broad sort of document, which is the CEMP, the Construction Environmental Management Plan, on the understanding that it will be updated on a weekly, monthly and yearly basis. Now, I know somebody's asked about, well, how can we keep tabs on that? What happens is that you've got an environmental clerk of works that's going to be on site, that's going to be updating certain elements of the environmental side of things on a weekly basis. They're out every day, checking to make sure that we're not affecting nesting birds, we're not affecting any particular habitats, we're making sure that GWDs are protected. So all of that happens. It's very difficult to try and document all of that and try and explain it to the layperson. We know what it is we're doing. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to produce a document that is it's comprehensive in that you're able to say yes, okay, they know what they're doing, with all of these milestones that we implement on ourselves to say, right, we're going to report on a weekly basis on these things. We're going to report on a monthly basis on these things. So everything is auditable. So you can always come back. Well, I don't know who I'm talking to here, but I mean, yeah, just somebody can always come back and say, I want to look at what happened between August and September 2022. Right? Okay, that's fine. Here's all the data. we're going to collect all the data, we're going to provide that, and we'll have it available. But we're not going to present it in a report every time because nobody's going to read it. So, you know, it's that's effectively how I would personally, how I would present how the camp would go forward over the course of the construction period of the wind farm.
Okay, so Mr. Armand, does that mean that the initially approved, so once your consultation has taken place, that the document approved by the council remains the document approved by the council, and is it at end of project stage that the updated version, final version, is provided to the council for its records, or are there particular milestones between the approval of the first document and the finalisation of the project that trigger updates of the construction management plan?
Okay, so that's going to be with agreement with the council, SEPA, Nature Scott, HES. I don't see it being a final document at the end of the development of the project or the finalisation of construction. I see this as being a continuous evolving document that's going to be presented. Now, what I'm not expecting is to send the entire front end of the document every single time. What I think is everyone will have a front end of the document, which will be the front end of the document. What I'm expecting to provide is appendices to that, which are going to be updated on a weekly, monthly, and yearly basis, depending on which specific areas we're looking at. It could be water quality monitoring, in which case, we will have water quality monitoring kit out on site. That'll probably be a monthly thing. We'll have an eco out on site. They'll be doing daily checks. I don't expect everyone to read daily checks of daily reports. So that's probably going to be weekly reports over a course of a month. We're going to have investigations that are going to have to happen, ground investigations and archaeological investigations. We're going to have post-construction monitoring, probably of water courses, water quality, water quantity, and that sort of thing. That needs to happen. So the document itself, the camp, is very much an interactive document. You can't think of it as just being a document that you read. It's not something you just stick on a shelf and you never read it again. It has to be updated constantly, and that's sorry.
Yeah, I think we appreciate that, and I think the difficulty I am having is how readily we can make that accessible to those who wish to access it. And I'm trying to think how that could be conditioned in an enforceable way. I'll go in order of the hands that went up. Ms. Pridham was first, then Mr. Campbell, then Mr. Bell, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So the first thing, I'm sorry I had to disappear. I had a delivery driver virtually banging my back door down. So I had to go down and sort him out. So as I say, having worked in project management, albeit on the conservation side rather than the wind development side, I'm completely aware that you have a plan and it does change. Having said that, I also understand that the stakeholders, which would be the council, Scott Nature, SEPA, and I would suggest very strongly also ourselves as a community council, as a host community council, are involved and have view and sight of that initial document before it's actually signed off by the council. And then what I would propose with my community council hat on, and this, is open for discussion. And obviously, I would have to check back with my community council. I can't just make the decision here on my own, here and now. But my suggestion would be that we look at the specific parameters and things that we as a community council and our residents are actually interested in, which as I say, would imagine would be transport, would be water quality, would be biodiversity, and the monitoring that is going to have to take place at the site. And we get those on an agreed basis in an agreed format so that it's understandable by us, and that is provided to us maybe once a quarter. I don't know what's, I would imagine once a quarter would be adequate, unless there are specific problems at your end which raise a red light where we need to engage. And again, I don't know what agreements being made with the council on that. I don't know whether there are certain things that would happen, like a pollution episode or something. So, for example, we had problems with the hydro scheme at Corset Lock when they were upgrading it. We ended up with concrete in the burn and we had to contact SEPA. So there may be certain events that come up which are out of the blue, unexpected or unplanned for, that we as community council should be made aware of, I would suggest. But I think otherwise maybe quarterly updates. That's just my suggestion, and I don't know how realistic it is.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, ma'am. Just looking at the language chosen by the developer for this draft condition, it's called a plan. A plan is something in the future. It's not a record, it's a plan. Mr. Remand must understand that his good faith in this matter has not been called into question in any sense at all. He must also understand that we all recognise that a plan, once formed, has to be dynamic because conditions on site change and things are discovered. He also has to understand, finally, that he's not being asked to provide daily or weekly or short-term records of every change that's made. But it is important, in my submission, that members of the community, if they wish to consult the evolved plan, let's take sewage, which is one of the items, as to what is to happen to sewage, or what has happened to sewage disposal, that the members of the community are able to to inspect and understand what is proposed. This is a remote-ish and small community, so it ought not to be difficult. And that is all I'm asking. I'm not asking for any super recording or minute recording of daily events or anything of that sort. It's absolutely understood that the ECOW and the manager, like Mr. Remand, will act in good faith. And if they don't, then others will come after them and it won't be the community. But generally they do, and generally contractors try very hard not to cause environmental issues because they're more trouble very often than they're worth. I hope I'm making myself clear. I'm not asking for anything extraordinary. I'm simply asking for accessibility to records of what is proposed or what may have happened.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am,
Yep.
Can I respond to John?
Yes, you can, and then Mr. Bell.
So I absolutely agree with what you've just said there, John, and that's exactly what we'll do. We will provide a document, prior to construction, which will outline how construction environmental matters will be dealt with. Obviously, they are an ongoing issue, but that's something that we'll deal with going forward.
Good.
Thanks, Mr. Bell.
Yes, I wonder that rather than try and agree the exact areas of interest now or the mechanism for that, if there was a provision put on at the end of that condition, maybe item V, that said something like, the SEMP shall include provision for community liaison to ensure that matters of interest to the local community on environmental matters can be made available, something like that. So that allows for the plan to accommodate a mechanism, including contacts and the way in which information would be provided. So that would need to be worked up and agreed as part of the plan. So rather than do that now, it's the condition allows for that facility.
Absolutely. I think that would be possible and probably a more sensible route to resolving this. Ms. Pridham?
I would just like to add the caveat that there is something, I think what Mr. Bell suggested is a good way forward, as long as it has a caveat as agreed by the community. Because, as I say, unfortunately, I've got direct experience of trying to get information from temporis, for example, with relation to Black Craig, and we haven't been able to get any information whatsoever.
Sorry, can I just clarify?
So I think it's really important in the condition that it's as the information that's provided and how it's provided and when it's provided is in agreement with the community. So in other words, we can discuss with you rather than you guys just say, well, this is what we can give you. It's something that we are happy with. So in other words, we can work with you and say, these are the things we want, and these are the things, this is when we want that information, or how frequently we want that information. So it's more a two-way process, and that the condition makes that clear, whatever conditions put in this document.
Well, I think that would be a matter, we would say, for the plan to deal with, rather than the condition to try and specify agreement with the community. That would not be acceptable, is that if it transpires that the development is suspensive upon agreement with the community on a SEM. My view would be we leave that out, and that would be a matter for the plan to be worked up in the plan, the actual mechanism.
Yeah, I'm thinking through the consequences of wording like a caveat like that, which may lead to a suspensive condition, which may not be able to be applied. If the condition referred to the appointment of a community liaison officer and thereafter agreement to be reached on the well, I don't even want to be that specific, simply because it could lead to an impact on the ability to deliver the project based on the lack of community agreement from the community. That is not a position that we should be encouraging. Are you content to leave that with me to see how best it can be worded to the benefit of everybody? Can I come back to what happens to the information submitted to the planning authority for their approval? Does it go on the planning portal so it's immediately accessible to the public, or is it something that disappears into the ether of local government, never to be seen again? I take it the latter.
I don't think it goes on the portal.
No, to be honest, I have never looked, so I really have no idea as to what happens to that documentation. Quite often when you look at planning applications on the portal, there is an associated documents tab, but I really have no idea. I would suspect it might not be the most reliable source. So,
for example, water monitoring results can go straight onto, unless the developer is conscientious, as Mr. Remand obviously is, it can go straight onto a shelf and gather dust until somebody wants it. And, you know, that might be a year down the road. We actually have a living example of that. Yeah, well, don't want to tell war stories today, but the key question is availability, and we would be very happy to leave it with you.
Okay. No, I fully understand the position, and I appreciate exactly why you would want it. And also, I think Mr. Bell and Mr. Remand have made some useful suggestions in how that could be delivered in a reasonable way that isn't a burden on any party, because really that's not what we're here for. If we're content, could we leave condition 10?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Mr. Proctor,
if I could comment, please.
Yes.
On conditions T and U, which are about private water supplies. It took the developers 7 years to acknowledge that our water supply to the 3 properties at Mochrum was from a spring within the site, not a well that was outlet the site. They've done nothing to determine where the initial source of our spring is fed from. They've not proved beyond doubt that the water supply would not be affected, as there's been no baseline survey. We feel that the developers have a statutory responsibility as a relevant person to protect the water supply, to protect the source of the supply as occupiers of the land, even if they don't own it, under the Private Water Supplies Scotland Act 2006. So we would request that they are named as the responsible person regarding PWS, please.
Okay, and in terms of a condition to that effect, where would that, do you think, best sit? Mr. Bell, do you have any comment?
Could that just be repeated, please, in terms of the point? Thank you.
Yes, shall I, Mr. Proctor, if you're okay, I shall summarise. In terms of items T and U of condition 10, Mr. Proctor has expressed concern about the source of the private water supply to their dwelling and the potential impact on their private water supply during the construction and operation phase, and is concerned that there may be an adverse impact. And can that be addressed so that the responsibility for ensuring a constant and good water supply lies with the company developing the wind farm, even though they're not potentially the owner of that particular land? Am I correct, Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
That's a fair summary.
Thank you.
I will let Mr. Remand come in, but this issue arose, the contention that certain water supplies would be affected during the determination of the application. And Mr. Remand put some supporting information together that demonstrated that there would not be a likelihood of any effects on particular private water supplies. The condition as currently worded provides, in our view, adequate protection for all private water supply that are potentially at risk. Mr. Remand, I wonder if you could add anything to that, just to give a reassurance.
Yes, so I've provided reporting back to energy consents. Hopefully, ma'am, you've got that information in front of you. So from a geological point of view, there is no hydrological connectivity between where the turbines are likely to be and the private water supply that's being referred to. There was also reference to Borrowpit 1, which is down gradient of the private water supply. So again, has no hydrological connectivity to that private water supply. We, in terms of the environmental impact assessment, we have ensured that there won't be traffic going past the private water supply. So obviously between the supply and the user of that supply. I'm not really sure what else to say on that matter.
Okay.
I think the conclusion is there would be no need to amend the condition.
Right. Mr. Proctor, would you like to respond to that? And yep.
Mr. Rahman says that the supply is that the Borrowpit is lower than our supply, which is not the case. The Borrowpit is at a higher level than our water supply. There is a hill in between, but there is no investigation being carried out to show that there are no aquifers running through the hill. So what we say is that there's been no positive, unequivocal proof that there could not be contamination of the water supply. We're not saying there will be, but we are saying it could be a possibility. And it's just to cover ourselves by having them named as the responsible people. Thank you.
Okay, no, I understand your position. Okay, I'm looking and thinking about an amendment that is not unduly onerous on any party, because again, the purpose of today is not to add to the burden of anybody. I do note that SEPA will be a statutory consultee in terms of approving the initial construction management plan, and thereafter will be receiving monthly water quality updates. Would it help to provide those water quality updates to the proctors?
It would, ma'am, please, if that was
again
possible.
I mean, that may help in giving you the reassurance that you require that your water supply is not impacted upon.
Yes, that would be an excellent idea, ma'am.
Mr. Bell and Mr. Ahmad, is that, do you think that would be unduly onerous, or is that perfectly possible? That would require an amendment to item U in condition 10 to add specifically details of the private water supply to the proctors.
Is that weekly monitoring provision to the proctors, or?
No, on the same basis as the council and SEPA monthly, which would presumably be provided monthly, but the water quality would be tested more regularly than that. As Mr. Rahman says, it's, you know, you monitor, but you don't provide the results that often. I think monthly would be quite reasonable.
Can you leave that with me, ma'am, to take some instructions on that, and we'll get back to you for the end of the discussion. Thank you.
Absolutely, that's not a problem. That to me might be a.
Sorry, could I just say one more thing on
yes.
this? There's a complicated legal matrix around private water supplies. SEPA don't have responsibility for private water supplies across the country. The regulations impose duties on a council, and in certain cases where consumption exceeds a figure, I think it's 50 litres a day, it imposes duties on a relevant person, in inverted commas, who is generally the occupier of the ground. So I'm sorry to complicate it, but
no, you're right, Mr. Campbell, and it
is complex.
Yeah.
Mr. Proctor started off by saying, I haven't identified where the source is. And so it's difficult to see how in T you could have a mitigation to avoid an adverse impact on a private water supply if you don't know where the source is. Now, if this water is coming out of the ground from a diffuse area, that can be a difficult exercise. And so a bit of come and go is necessary to cooperate to try to locate the source. Once you've located the source, the rest is quite easy because you can protect the source. You can protect the source and the passage of the water to the point where it's consumed. I'm speaking about this from direct knowledge of two recent cases where these issues have arisen. And believe me, they're not terribly simple. But I think we should, if I may say so, avoid drafting on the hoof here because it's complex. And I'll certainly provide input to Mr. and Mrs. Proctor to help with any draft which comes forward.
Okay.
I would just add that this appraisal was not being done on the hoof. The EIA specifically addressed hydrogeological matters in detail.
But not.
That was including detailed site visits that Mr. Remand undertook, and the matter was explored with SEPA during the determination of the application to their satisfaction in terms of PWSs. So we're not coming at this from a lack of information. I appreciate there may be a need for further reassurance ongoing for Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, and I understand their feelings on that. I've also got agreement from Falk that monitoring information can be provided to the proctors. So hopefully that will be sufficient, together with the ongoing community liaison, so that if there was an issue, then that can be quickly identified and addressed.
Okay, Mr. Proctor, shall we have a... Yep.
Thank you. It's just to ask that the developers should be named as a relevant person to protect the supply, just in case there was any problem with it. It's only a matter of them being named as responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I am not sure that that is properly a matter to be included in a planning condition attached to a consent.
I would also say that it's not for the planning conditions to duplicate other regulatory provisions that are already in place. So I would say the planning condition provides adequate protection at this stage for the granting of planning permission, should that come forward. And there are other regulatory provisions that can be engaged if necessary. But there's no point in speculating on what these may be at this stage.
Yeah. So just for clarity, Mr. Proctor, planning conditions generally and almost always do not repeat regulations that are properly applied under different regulatory conditions and by their bodies. So I think that probably wouldn't be possible in this instance. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor and Mr. Bell, for that. Are we content to leave condition 10 and move on? I'm conscious of time. We have been back for an hour and I know that we will be discussing noise. Is it properly time for a short break? It's 15:52. If we came back at 4 o'clock and resumed from there, that would then leave not a huge amount to do in terms of matters other than noise. If that suits the party, shall we do that? I shall see you all at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Turn your camera off, Caroline.
Right. It is 4 o'clock, so if we could all resume by switching our videos and cameras back on. We are back to that part of the agenda, which is looking at Appendix 1A to the appellant's proposed conditions, and that relates to specifically to Condition 8 and acoustic matters. Today we have Miss Crosthwaite and her team and Mr. Shepherd, I believe, on behalf of the appellant. I have obviously the benefit of all of your written submissions, which are very useful and have helped me immeasurably in getting to grips with this issue. I think what I would like to do is frame the discussion on noise around Condition 28, and in particular, I would like to look at why Condition 28 might not be appropriate, what is a reasonable alternative to Condition 28, and is that alternative enforceable? So that would be incredibly useful to my determination of the appeal. I should say at the outset that I have read all the written submissions. So if we could begin, I think we will follow the usual format of asking the appellant and then going to Miss Crosthwaite, and then finally to other parties, i.e. HelpSave, Mochrum Fell and the community councils, to see if they have comments. I think that would be the most efficient way to move forward. So Mr. Shepherd, through Mr. Bell, could I ask you to briefly outline Condition 28 and Appendix 1A, which goes into detail of the changes arising from this scheme and the proposed condition. I would ask to see if there is anything in that. It has been suggested that it's not appropriate, that the standards applied would not ensure that residents and people experiencing low frequency noise and noise from the turbines would not be unaffected. So perhaps you could speak to that in the first instance.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you.
So in terms of, I guess starting with infrasound, there's no government guidance, Scottish government guidance, that requires the assessment of infrasound specifically. And I think it's worth noting that the assessment presented within the environmental impact assessment is fully in accordance with Scottish government guidance and current best practice. So I think it might be useful to talk about where we agree and we differ in terms of the relevance of infrasound. Okay. I think we're in agreement with Ms. Crosthwaite and her team in that it is possible to measure sound turbines. There's no disagreement there, and I don't think there's a disagreement that the levels of infrasound measured from wind turbines, certainly modern wind turbines, are below the threshold of perception. And I think it's worth noting that to go into a little bit of detail, but not too much. At 10 hertz, the threshold of perception for infrasound is around about 100 decibels, and that's linear. And below 10 hertz, the threshold of perception increases. And the current widespread acceptance within professionals in the UK and agreement with the World Health Organization is that where infrasound and low frequency noise is below the threshold of perception, there are no direct or indirect measurable health effects, or certainly no significant evidence of health effects associated with levels below the level of perception. And so that's the starting point. In terms of infrasonic levels from wind turbines and the evidence presented by Ms. Crothwaite and her team, the levels presented within the documentation seem to suggest peak infrasonic noise levels of around about 60 dB, which is at least 40 dB below the threshold of perception. And so we're not talking about levels of infrasound from wind turbines that are within closely aligned with the threshold of perception. These are levels of infrasound that are significantly below the level of perception. And in terms of energy, if you're looking at a 40 dB difference between the threshold of perception and the measured level, that in energy terms, that's a 10,000 times smaller level of sound energy to the level of perception. So significantly levels of infrasound below the levels of perception. I think that's the main point to note here. In terms of planning conditions on noise, I don't know what's going to be proposed, or if there is indeed any proposal to present a planning condition for infrasound and low frequency noise. But it would be highly irregular, I would say, to set a planning condition on noise for infrasound. Indeed, I'm not aware of any planning conditions on noise in Scotland or in the UK where infrasound is conditioned. And again, I haven't seen a proposed infrasound condition for this site, so I obviously can't comment on the applicability of what might be proposed here.
Okay. Can I interrupt you there, Mr. Shepherd, to just ask a question? Is the non-applicability of conditions on infrasound due to the lack of national or international standards that can be applied via a planning condition? Or
I think the overriding factor for there not being a planning condition on infrasound is the necessity, and there isn't a necessity for a planning condition for infrasound, because the levels of infrasound from modern upwind wind turbines, the levels are so low, is that there's no significant evidence that there would be any direct or indirect health effects, and therefore there would be no need for a planning condition. I think I could go further to say that it might be difficult to formulate a specific condition for infrasound, but I'm not aware that the one's being proposed. So I don't know how it would be presented or worded. Certainly, in terms of operational noise, a lot of thought and evolution has occurred over time to come up with a set of fairly standardized conditions to cover operational audible noise.
Yeah.
I think just to finish off my kind of points on infrasound, I think it's useful because both myself and Ms. Crothwaite referred to the Arcleoch wind farm extension, and the reporter's report to Scottish Ministers is contained within one of Ms. Crothwaite's submissions. That was the subject of an inquiry, and there was significant debate at the inquiry about low frequency sound, infrasound, and health effects. It's worth noting that that site is 13 turbines with a tip height of 200 metres. So we're talking about more turbines than proposed at Mochrum Fell, and taller turbines, presumably with a larger blade diameter. And my reading of the literature would be to suggest that, I'm not sure if there is specific evidence of this, but the suggestion would be that a larger blade diameter would result in higher levels of infrasound. And so at Arcleoch, the predicted noise levels are higher than at Mochrum. The turbines are bigger and there's more of them. And so it follows that any potential infrasound impacts from that site would be higher than are expected at this site, although I've not seen any predictions or results to kind of state what the likely levels of infrasound would be at this site.
Okay.
The reporter concluded at Archley Wind Farm Extension that there was no policy context or direct evidence to justify the refusal of the planning application on the grounds of concerns regarding infrasound and low frequency noise. And it's worth noting that there is no planning condition on infrasound for that site.
Okay, thank you.
I think that covers all I'd like to say at this stage about infrasound. In terms of the wider noise condition that's proposed, there was an original proposed condition that was submitted as part of Mr. Bell's statement, and then earlier this week there was an updated version of that noise condition, and just to clarify the difference between those two planning conditions, the only difference, all the wording is exactly the same, but tables 1 and 2, the values were pasted into the wrong time columns, or the wrong time period. So what should be the nighttime noise limits were pasted within the daytime noise limit table, and vice versa. So the only correction that's been made is for the values in those tables to be swapped around. Otherwise, the wording is exactly the same. In terms of the noise limit values, these are the same noise limits that were set for the original Mochrum Fell wind farm, and they were agreed with Dumfries and Galloway Council prior to the environmental impact assessment for this application, and subsequently those planning condition noise limits and the planning condition in its entirety was agreed with Mr. Jackson, who's the Environmental Health Officer of Dumfries and Galloway Council, last week. So there's an agreed position on the noise conditions with Dumfries and Galloway Council and the limit values within those tables.
Okay, thank you. I think the amended, updated version of the condition was circulated to all parties. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Ms. Crosswaite, can I come to you for comment on those areas as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Is it possible to comment on some other general points that I have to begin with that will affect of everything that we want to say, because we haven't had an opportunity to speak on this?
Yes, there will be. Is it extensive comment?
No, it's no, there are 7 points that I'd like to make. I can, if you want to deal with the infrasound first, or I can go through my points as I've listed them.
Well, perhaps best if we can address condition 28 as proposed first, and then come to your more general points after, if that's okay. That order would assist me.
Yes, okay. I haven't actually. I'm a bit confused about condition 28. Is it the one that's in Appendix 7.1, where it refers to condition number 28, which goes back to the 5th of July 2016? I've also got the updated one here, which is the one that was circulated, which goes from the Appendix 7.1 doesn't have any page numbers or well, it does have it doesn't have anything else about it other than that.
Okay, I don't think Appendix 7.1 is relevant. What parties have been working to is Mr. Bell's hearing statement, which appended all of the conditions as proposed, and then appended to that was Appendix 1A, which set out the comments from Hayes Mackenzie acoustic consultants on the planning condition on noise. That's the one that is now been updated because the tables have been, or it's now been agreed with Mr. Jackson, who is the environmental health officer, I understand, from Dumfries and Galloway, but some of the tables needed to be, some of the values were incorrectly cut and pasted. So those were all circulated to you.
Yes, yes, and those are in the, yes, I've got that. So that is actually what is now called condition 28.
Yes.
Right. Okay, that clarifies that point. Okay. Okay. Well, I will just make the point then on the low frequency noise first, and then if I could come back to my other points later, and then if I'd like to actually go back to 7320 in chapter 7. Which says work carried out in 2006 to investigate the extent of low frequency and infrasonic noise from 3 UK wind farms concluded that the common cause of complaints associated with noise at all 3 wind farms is not associated with low frequency noise, but is the audible modulation of the aerodynamic noise, especially at night. It is therefore considered that low frequency and infrasound can be scoped out of the assessment, but amplitude modulation is considered in more detail. Well, we don't agree with that at all. And the fact that they've gone back to 2006 and a report, which was the Salford report,
right,
the work, which is the work referred to in 2006, it's unacceptable in our opinion to depend on a report and work in which the developer's acoustic consultants firm was party to, and the fact that the Salford research and the wind farms used were based on wind turbines that were approximately 60 metres high to blade tip, with blades 24 to 26 meters long and a generation capacity of 600 kilowatts, which is what they're basing the fact that there's no frequency noise. These Mochrum Fell revised turbine blade lengths alone are 67.9 meters, and this demonstrates that it is unsound and unscientific to consider the 2006 research is appropriate in this instance, or indeed in any case whereby large-scale turbines are proposed and consented far too close to these homes, in this case approximately 1 kilometre. And if I could just come to that point before I hand over to Professor Alves Pereira, there is nowhere in this report, in any of the environmental statements, where the distances are actually measured from these homes to the turbines. I've never seen this in any environmental statement. It's standard practice to list the nearest properties with their distances.
Perhaps Mr. Bell could clarify, is that available anywhere in either the EIA or any of the subsequent, the planning statement that accompanied the application or the hearing statement since then?
I'll need to check.
Okay, yeah. Okay, noted. Thank you, Ms. Crossley.
Can I answer that question quickly?
Yes, Mr. Shepherd.
Just in terms of the noise assessment, what's relevant at residential properties is the level of noise and the noise limits. And whilst there may be some relevance of the distance in meters between specific turbines and the residential properties, what matters is the operational noise level at that property and not actually the distance. Figure 7.1 of the noise chapter shows a noise contour plot which has 1 kilometre grid squares and the turbine locations and the receiver locations on there. So the distances can be seen, but as I say, it's the predicted noise levels and the noise limits that are of more relevance in terms of complying with the relevant guidance.
Which figure are you referring to, Mr. Shepherd? I'm just looking for that. I'm currently in Chapter 7 of the EIA, and I'm
So it's figure 7.1. It's the noise contour plot that's associated with that chapter. It may have been submitted in a separate figures document rather than attached to that chapter.
Okay.
It actually only shows six. It only shows 6 properties. It doesn't show all the properties that are within that 2 kilometre. You have to go to the residential amenity, the visual document, to see that. There is another one in figure A1, residential properties within 2 kilometres, and that shows 12 properties which are listed in that. That's Appendix 8.7, residential visual amenity. Those are the only maps and the only figures that you can find. But in actual fact, this is really crucial to this, because we have 12 properties that are within the 2 kilometre distance, and their distances are only 1.4 kilometres. This is Mochrum, which has 3 properties attached to it, and the distances are 1.4, 1.26, 1.28, 1.63, 1.76, 1.4, 1.72, and that's to 9 turbines. They should be showing the distances to all the turbines, because it's the accumulative effect often of these turbines and how many they are. They can see, or how many are very close. And then we've got Little Mochrum. They're only 1.9, 1.54, 1.77. It's often recommended that no property should be within 2 kilometres of a wind farm. And yet all these properties, Nether Mochrum 1.50, Jackdaw Cottage, that's slightly more, 2.37, RV 1.55, Glen Swinton 1.6, and 1.56, Mid-Moss 1.54, 1.60. So, and then there's I will send this, I will circulate my notes to you on this, because I think this is really, really important. So if I could just hand over to Professor Alves Pereira, so that she can explain why audible noise is not sufficient to measure noise, which is what government guidance and all government, well, it's not even legislation, specifies that is the way that noise is measured, and it's not protecting people. We're helping a number of people throughout Scotland because they are suffering from wind turbine noise, that conditions, this gets back to what we're talking about, that the conditions are not protecting them from. So if I could just possibly hand over.
Yes, welcome again, Professor Alves Pereira. We spoke yesterday. I assume you still are not on camera.
No, I'm still not on camera.
That's
I'm so sorry. Good afternoon to everyone.
That is fine. So if you'd like to begin, that would be...
Yes, I really don't know what to say at this point, because infrasound and low frequency noise is by government regulations not considered an agent of disease. Therefore, acousticians are in lockstep with the or they're, imprisoned by these guidelines. So it's not a problem. Then, in fact, based on what I've seen until now, I think you, Madam Reporter, are completely substantiated in approving this this wind power plant. Completely substantiated. You can protect yourself through the ETSU and the SPP. Everybody gives you the go-ahead to go ahead and put up some more wind turbines, and condemning all these families around to horrible conditions of life. Horrible conditions of life. And, you can just go and speak to the people who are now living under these wind turbines. Speak to them. Obviously, it would have to be you, because the Scottish Public Health has no, self-admittedly, have no expertise to evaluate what's going on with these people. acousticians are not measuring it, and they, it's below the level of perception as they are told, and dutifully they are parroting back what they are being told. Well, so are x-rays, so are viruses, so is asbestos. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is beyond our level of perception, and which is really bad for us. But, if we want to continue making people sick, it's what to say. It really comes down to the good conscience of people who make decisions. And right now, the good conscience seems to be inexistent, because it is only according to ETSU and SPP and the acousticians. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but the Hayes McKenzie acoustics consultants, they're part of the noise working group that made up ETSU. So, it's kind of like, the fish with the mouse in the tail, it's with one big circle. I can guarantee you that people next to these wind turbines, and yes, distance is a factor when you are considering low frequency noise, and computer model predictions of dBA levels, although they're very pretty to make these wonderful little graphs and all of that, they're really irrelevant to how it's going to affect people's health. But nobody seems to care about this, and we're all nicely protected because, the government says that this is how it should be done. So this is how it's not on me, it's on what the government demanded that I do. So if these people get sick and if their living conditions become just intolerable, that doesn't matter. It wasn't me. It was what the government papers forced me to do. So, my position here is really, it would seem rather irrelevant. The Department of Business and Energy and Industrial Strategy, during their scoping review of ETSU, completely eliminated infrasound and low frequency noise. Here in the scoping of this latest paragraph that Ms. Crosswaith read, it was also completely eliminated. So what are we here discussing? Right? That the dBA, 1 dBA above the required level is going to maybe not allow them to build their wind power plant. That's great. I think we should just, and if you look at the map, I was sent a map by Miss Christine Brown. It was a map from 2013, and it shows the adjacent swaths of wind power plants that are all over this area. So, and on a historical note, I don't know what happened exactly in England at the time of a flight, the initial years of flight. But in the US, everybody had an airstrip and an aeroplane. Everybody, willy-nilly, could just make an airstrip and an airfield. And this is where we are today. Of course, then governments kind of grew a brain and said, no, we can't just have airfields all over the place. And we just, decided to have big airports and everything localized. This is what's going on now with wind power plants. Instead of there being a national strategy, whether in the UK or any other country with which we are involved, and there are many, no, it's this one over there makes a wind power plant and that one over there makes a wind. I think it was the railways in England when railways were being subsidized by government. And so everybody and their brother had a railway. So this is where we are with wind power plants. And historically, we'll see what happens historically if some different type of strategy will not be demanded by all involved. But, again, I can guarantee you that people living 1 kilometer away or 2 kilometers away or even 5 kilometers away from wind power plants become ill. And no, it's not psychosomatic, because otherwise we would not have ill animals. We have enormous amounts of cases where the animals are sick. So it's not NIMBY, which is next, it might be you, by the way. No, it's not that. There is actually, look, the Russian Federation has infrasound legislated. The Chinese are studying the effects of infrasound, and they're actually working on therapeutics to give to people, workers, who need to be in infrasound. So the UK government insists in not recognizing infrasound and low frequency noise as an agent of disease. Well, that's on the people, isn't it? Those are the citizens that are going to suffer as usual, and nobody is going to compensate them for anything. So it's really, I have very little to say anymore about this. And all my written submissions are very elucidative if they're read. But I think that's it. And it's not a question of measuring it or not. And a distance, again, is very relevant, especially when you have propagating pressure waves through this, space. So yes, I think I do not envy your position, Madam Reporter.
Thank you very much, Professor Alves Pereira. I hear your frustration, and I understand your position, and I understand why you might question what the point of being here today is, and so you well might. It is perhaps a chicken and egg situation. The position of decision makers at DPA is heavily regulated by both legislation, planning regulations and guidelines. And that's why I framed my question in terms of seeking your views on what I can actually do. What can the system actually deliver? What we're not debating here today is the system. We're debating the determination of a particular development proposal through the appeals process. It unfortunately is not the correct forum for changing government guidance or national advice on assessing acoustic impact on anybody, really, who might be adversely affected or affected in some way by wind turbine development. And I'm sorry that you feel that I might not read all your submissions. I would hope from the questions I've asked and the accommodation that we've given that it should be quite clear that I have actually read every single submission that has come across my desk and my screen. And if there is any doubt about that, I am extremely sorry that you're feeling it, but I can assure you that is simply not the case. Having said that, is there any way in which a condition could be attached to a consent such as this that could be enforceable? I'm still not having a concrete answer, I would say, from you.
Well, how about monitoring the health of people?
In terms of?
Not cholesterol, monitoring their neurological respiratory response, monitoring their cognitive ability, which goes down the drain in these homes, monitoring other cardiac function. There's MRIs that can be produced after a year of residing in an infrasound contaminated home. Usually brain lesions appear in specific locations. And so, but nobody's going to do that. It's too expensive. And usually it's not necessary because it's below the level of perception, is it not? So even proposing that would be confronted with, oh, but that's below the level of perception and hence it does nothing to us. And, you can only prove that something is being done if you give the proper medical diagnostic tests. If you go there and you evaluate how annoyed are you feeling today and yesterday and tomorrow, that is not a medical indicator. It's not a valid one anyway. So, I mean, I would, to put an end to this, I would properly monitor with medical people, not environmental health officers. I have the greatest respect for them, but they're not trained in medical sciences. They're not diagnosticians. So,
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Is there such a program currently in the UK? Because to my mind, not being a medical researcher and not searcher or not claiming any expertise, but it would seem to me that to have valuable and reliable results, simply assessing individual residents in relation to the impact from an individual wind farm would not actually take you very much further. That comes back to my point about chicken and egg, perhaps this needs a much wider application at a much greater level. And I am unaware of any study of that stature or extent that could inform my decision making. Ms. Crosswaite, I can see your hand up.
Yes, I am aware of such a possibility. I've been looking into it because, as I say, we are helping wind farm victims who have asked for our help. And there is in Scotland something called Generation Scotland. And Generation Scotland is run by Edinburgh University, and they take on families. We actually are helping someone who is registered, but they registered long before we became involved. So it is possible. We also, at the Clockery inquiry, we suggested conditions that could be included into the conditions part of the inquiry, which could help with this, which could help with extra monitoring. And yes, we do have very sophisticated equipment that we can measure the full extent. And Professor Mariana and her IRO team can see just what the acoustic environment is, and they can match it up to the medical data. We're using biopatches to measure up to the medical data. So it's very possible that families could be invited to take part in such as Generation Scotland, and this would then allow cardiologists and other medical people to monitor the people who are living in these conditions. We are having a serious problem in Scotland with the number of turbines. As Professor Alves Pereira said, a map was located of all the turbines in Dumfries and Galloway. In some areas, you won't be able to escape the low frequency noise. It has been proved in studies and research in Sweden that it can travel up to 25 kilometers. Now, it's very dependent on topography because the topography itself can channel or cause rebounds with it from the low frequency noise. Not everybody suffers from it. It depends on your exposure level. It's dose response. And people who've perhaps worked in submarines or in environments on ships that have low frequency noise, and then they find themselves living close to turbines, have a problem before someone who's never been anywhere near anything to do with low frequency noise. So it's very dependent. I mean, I go around with my colleagues, and some of them are very affected by. They can instantly tell when they're in a low frequency noise environment. I can't. I can read a book in a car, but I don't get seasick. So it's dependent on obviously different factors within the body, but it does need to be monitored because it is a real problem. And the way noise conditions are set up at the moment, policed by the authorities, we only have to look at the fact that Dumfries and Galloway are not here. They haven't presented their statutory consultee presentation. They know the environment. So how on earth can we expect them to police noise conditions? It just won't happen. And then people who have problems, they make a complaint, and who's brought in? The developers brought in to monitor, and the monitoring goes on for weeks, months, even years in some cases, and it's not resolved. And so then the only way to resolve anything is possibly through a legal route. Yeah. So it is a real conundrum, and it is one that needs to be resolved because it just can't go on for these people. They're building turbines closer and closer to people's homes. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Crossway. I see Ms. Pridham would like to come in. Can I? Yes. Oh, you're on mute.
This is a more general point. So this is addressed to Susan, but also to everyone else around the table. What I have been raising quite a number of times over the last couple of days is the need for clear baselines for monitoring. And from where I'm sitting, and it may not be possible, but it sounds like it is possible, surely the thing to do would be to have a condition that includes proper effective monitoring on all the parameters that we're concerned about, one of which being noise, and also the health of the people living, in my mind, too close to the turbines, and to look at how that can be done and how that can be monitored going forward, but make it a condition that it is monitored, so that at least we have effective baselines to start with, so you can look at what people's health is at the beginning and then see how the impact of the turbines results in that, bearing in mind that there will be an awful lot of other variables that will impact people's health, not just the turbines. So it's not a completely controlled environment, so you're always going to have that issue when you're dealing with people's health. Yeah. That's all I have to say. It was just a comment, really.
Thanks, Ms. Bitterman. And I think that probably encompasses a lot of what Ms. Crosthwaite and her team would like to see. The difficulty is in applying an enforceable condition to a particular wind farm, which is my difficulty as decision maker. There are no national standards in relation to the acoustic environment that Ms. Crosthwaite is talking about. There are simply standard acoustic levels that are applied generally across the board. So it isn't possible for me to apply a standard condition that could be measurable or monitored by any party. Therein lies the conundrum that Ms. Crosthwaite has referred to. And if I did try and do so, it would be a failure on my part in discharging my duty. I think it comes back to what I have called a chicken and egg situation. It is very difficult without evidence and without evidence garnered in Scotland to demonstrate that there is an effect, despite the huge amount of research that Ms. Crosthwaite and her team have referred me to. It still hasn't resulted in any changes to the measurement of the impact of such noise in Scotland, and therefore without that type of standard to apply, it's incredibly difficult, indeed impossible for me to include that in a condition to a planning consent. I can see Mr. Grosvenor's hand up. Mr. Grosvenor, you're on mute. Mr. Grosvenor, perhaps not. No.
Mr. Grosvenor has had problems with his audible noise, I know, so it might be that he's wanting to speak but is not able to.
Oh, okay. No, he's still showing his mute on my screen. Nope. Oh. Unfortunately, I cannot hear him at all. While I don't
noise, I know, so it might be that he's.
There we go. Yes, yes, we can hear you now, Mr. Grosvenor. Yes, still showing his mute on my screen.
Sorry, I've got a bit of a delay on my receiving the sound to the picture. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but I think you can also hear a delayed version of me.
I know, so it might be that he's.
There we go. Yes, yes, we can hear you now, Mr. Grosvenor. Yes, still showing his mute on my screen.
Sorry, I've got a bit of a delay on my receiving the sound to the picture. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but I think you can also hear a delayed version of me.
I know, so it might be that he's.
There we go. Yes, yes, we can hear you now, Mr. Grosvenor. Yes, Mr. Grosvenor, we appear to be on some horrible loop of both of us repeating ourselves, which I think is not going to be satisfactory. I'm wondering if you left the call and rejoined, seems to have resolved audio issues for quite a few people. Lovely, thank you very much. Just in his absence and while he's rejoining, I'm certainly not in disagreement with Ms. Pridham and Ms. Crosswaite in terms of how desirable such a condition might be and how beneficial it may be, but my ability to impose such a condition is extremely limited, and you should be aware of that in discussing determining this planning application. Mr. Grosvenor, is that any better? Certainly not in disagreement with Ms. Pridham and Ms. Crosswaite in terms of how desirable such a condition might be and how beneficial it may be, but okay. Mr. Grosvenor, did you hear that? I probably should be limited, and you should be aware of that in discussing determining this planning application. Mr. Grosvenor, is that any better? Certainly not in disagreement with Ms. Pridham and Ms. Crosswaite in terms of how desirable such a condition might be. Right, we're back to the interminable loop of the repeating. So, Mr. Grosvenor, could you switch your video off and see if that helps? Otherwise, I think we may have to. Oh, he's leaving and coming back again. I do apologise. Sometimes technological difficulties are impossible to control or manage.
I think he might be signed into viewing the live webcast as well as joining the Teams invite. I think that might be what the problem is.
Do you think, right, when he comes back, I might suggest to him that he might like to sign himself out of that. Oh yeah, he is actually, yeah.
I will phone him and tell him, ask him if he's got the live webcast on.
Could you? Because I think it will be almost impossible to proceed because it really isn't productive. Did you manage to speak to Mrs. Crosswaite? Ms. Crosswaite, did you manage to speak to Mr. Grosvenor?
No, I haven't managed to. His line was busy, so.
Okay. Well, would you like to continue? I think we hadn't got to the points you wanted to make. You said you had 7 points that you wished to make. Yep.
Okay, my second point relates to cumulative impact, and I refer to 737 in the chapter 7. For daytime periods, the noise limit is 35 to 40 dB, LA 90, or 5 dBA above the quiet day time hours. Prevailing background noise, whichever is the greater. The actual value within the 35 to 40 dBA range depends on the number of dwellings in the vicinity. Excuse me. Hello? No, it's gone. They must have realised I was speaking, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So the actual value, I do apologise.
Okay. Miss Crosthwaite, if
I'm very sorry, that was Mr. Grosvenor saying that he's got too many problems and he won't join again, but he actually just asked me to say to you that that you could put a note in your recommendations regarding this and express concern and suggest that some kind of monitoring is done, and that maybe some kind of study is set up as well, and that maybe I am about to speak to Generation Scotland, so maybe if it came from you as well, it would help to set something up to look at the health of the general health of wind farm neighbours, both from baseline points of view.
Okay, I can certainly reflect our discussion in my decision letter. Absolutely. I think that's a sensible solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank Mr. Grosvenor.
That was what Mr. Grosvenor asked me to pass on to you. Okay, so so going back to point 737 in the chapter 7, the actual value within the 35 to 40 dBA range depends on the number of dwellings in the vicinity. The impact of the limit on the number of kilowatt hours generated and the duration of the level exposure, at the level of exposure. This paragraph is therefore admitting that there is a need to take into account the increased kilowatt acoustic energy and the duration of the level of exposure. And then in 7.3.12, with regard to multiple wind farms in a given area, ETSUR 97 specifies that the absolute noise limits and margins above background should relate to the cumulative impact of all wind turbines in the area, contributing to the noise received at the properties in question. And it says existing wind farms should therefore be included in cumulative predictions of noise level for proposed wind turbines and not considered as part of the prevailing background noise. And the combination of the Black Craig turbines and the Mochrum Fell turbines will not only increase the level of noise, but also the duration of the noise. And this is without the possible addition of noise pollution from Garcraigo. My third point is in 736. ETSUR 97 recommends that although noise limits should be set relative to existing background and should reflect the variation of both turbine and background noise with wind speed, this can imply very low noise limits in particularly quiet areas such as this. And it says it is not necessary to use a margin above background in such low noise environments. This would be unduly restrictive on developments which are recognised as having wider global benefits. Well, I think we've discussed this, and I think this is an important point. But this is a very quiet rural area, and background noise should be taken into consideration for the people in this area. It's unacceptable to say that. My fourth point is on tonal noise, 7319. If tonal noise is associated with a sound source, it is generally then more noticeable and in line with other noise guidance that penalises noise which is tonal. A penalty is added to wind turbine noise if there is tonal noise which is audible at residential properties. In this case, it has been assumed that there would be no tonal noise. Well, we do not agree with that at all, associated with the operation of the wind farm, which would give rise to a tonal penalty as set in ETSUR 97. A penalty is usually included with the planning conditions for wind farms that ensure that a tonal penalty is added to measured noise levels before comparing them to noise limits. It's actually evident that the turbine configuration is shockingly bad and a recipe for disaster. The turbines, with a hub height of 82 metres and a blade length of 67.9 metres, result in a swept area of 14,527 square metres and the tip of the blade is only 14.1 metres off the ground. The wind shear will be astronomical, and Stephen Halliday, representing Hayes Mackenzie Partnership, would be unable to confirm or state that wind shear will not be a problem, and to state so would be unsound. Because of the length and flexibility of these blades, the potential for ILFN generation is therefore even more substantial. My final point is the conditions should be a fallback way of regulating noise nuisance from industrial turbines. Councils do not have the resources, financial expertise or manpower to police these conditions. I've yet to see noise complaints resolved in a seemly time by noise conditions. They do not protect those negatively impacted without years of aggravation, legal action, or abandonment of homes. The absence of the council here, I've already said that speaks volumes. So as has been said in this inquiry a number of times, this is the wrong application in the wrong place. Mr. Ford said it was the worst application he has ever seen, and I would agree. And with the lack of scientific information in this noise impact assessment, I do not know how you can really ensure that those living in close proximity to this development will be protected from harm, even with ETSU R97. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crossthwaite. It's normal to go back to the appellant for some comments on your submission, Mr. Bell.
Thanks, Ma'am. In a moment, I'll ask Mr. Shepherd just to make a concise response on each of the points. I think the appellant's position is that a lot of the...
Apologies, Mr. Bell. I can see Mr. Campbell is speaking, but I cannot hear him.
Well, I don't understand this because everything is switched on. Can you not hear me at all?
I can now hear you, but we couldn't initially.
May I, through you, ask Mr. Shepherd just 3 questions about the data?
Okay, is that okay, Mr. Bell? And then he can respond in full to both. Can I just interject here? It is 16:58. I had indicated that we would finish today at 5. We really have very little once we finish with noise. Is everybody comfortable to continue? I think rather than reconvening tomorrow, my preference would be to continue this evening, as long as that's convenient for everybody else. I don't want people to feel obliged if you can't. And we did indicate that we would finish at 5. Ms. Pridham, is that possible?
Yes, I can continue working to whatever time's required. The only thing I would like to flag now is that I was expecting us to go through some additional conditions that I wanted to raise, which are not related to noise. So I just wanted to check that that was still going to happen.
Yeah, I had left a section on any other relevant matters to conditions, and I had also a question about legal agreements and obligations in S2, which I suspect is your question as well. Yeah, I think we will have absolutely enough time to discuss that. It is
great.
It is on my agenda.
That's
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Apologies. So, Mr. Campbell, you said you had 3 technical questions for Mr. Shepherd, and then Mr. Shepherd, if I could ask you to respond in full. Thank you.
Mr. Shepherd, is it correct to understand that the developer did a noise assessment for Mochrum Fell 1 and set out tables of noise limits for the properties that are affected?
That is correct.
And is it correct that you haven't carried out a fresh assessment for Mochrum Fell 2?
We have carried out a fresh assessment for the larger turbines for Mochrum Fell 2, yes. I mean, to answer your question, it is not correct to suggest that we haven't. Sorry, this is getting very confusing.
So to clarify, you have carried out a noise assessment for
that's what I was trying to say.
This current proposal.
The noise assessment is set out within Chapter 7 of the EIA.
Yes, I understand that. Now, I have read in an email of the 8th of May that you have set a level of 35 decibels for Mochrum and the associated houses. Is that correct?
The noise limit for Mochrum and the associated houses is 35 or 5 dB above background, whichever is the greater during the daytime, in line with ETSU R97, and 43 or 5 dB above background during the nighttime, also as prescribed by ETSU R97.
Yeah, and you'd be content with a condition which limited daytime noise to 35, would you?
Well, the noise limits are set out within the agreed condition, which
Yes,
are the greater of 35 or 5 dB above background.
Right. So you wouldn't be content with a flat 35 maximum exposure at all wind speeds for Mochrum.
I understand the question. Okay, so it would be unusual for the noise limit not to be set at that derived according to the guidance. And so I would suggest that the limits that we've agreed with Dumfries and Galloway Council would be the appropriate daytime and nighttime noise limits for Mochrum and the other properties in the vicinity.
Right. So what you're proposing for the reporter to recommend that to decide in her decision is 35 or 5 over background at rising wind speeds.
During the daytime, yes, that's correct.
During the daytime. Right. I don't think I have any other questions. I had understood you to say in correspondence that the flat rate of 35 at all wind speeds was what you were proposing for Mochrum. Is that not correct?
I'm not aware of that. I don't think that's correct. The noise limits are those that are set out within the proposed conditions.
Right. In that case, I'm going to have to ask Mr. Proctor to contribute because that's not what I understood the evidence to show. Sorry, ma'am, but there will be another question.
That's fine.
In the table 7.7, it shows that the maximum noise levels for every property are 35 decibels. Is that incorrect?
So table 7.7 of the noise chapter shows the predicted noise levels for each property in the vicinity that was assessed, and for Mochrum, which is incorrectly labelled as Mochrum House within that table, then the maximum predicted noise level is 35 dB LA90. That is correct.
In that case, if I may speak, should that not be set as a maximum noise level for daytime and nighttime in the conditions, if the turbines are not going to be any more than 35 decibels?
Well, the noise limits are those set relative to background as derived and as set out within the EIA and agreed with Dumfries and Galloway Council. There's two initial practical difficulties with setting a fixed limit at the predicted noise level. One is that it doesn't allow necessary turbine flexibility when in the choice of procuring a turbine for the site, where there may be a margin between the predicted noise level and the noise limits. And so different turbines have different profiles with wind speed, and therefore the chosen turbine for the site might have a different profile with wind speed to that was assessed within the EIA. So there's that flexibility needed within the noise limits, and there's no reason why the limit shouldn't be set at the values derived in accordance with guidance. And the secondary problem is that at higher wind speeds, where the noise limit is driven by the background noise level, if the conditioned noise limit level is set at a level that's lower than the existing background noise levels, then it causes problems with measurement and determination of compliance with the noise limit. So there's an additional difficulty in terms of assessing compliance if there were to be a complaint during the operational phase of the development.
Could I interject with a question there, Mr. Shepherd? I had understood that the noise assessment, because a specific turbine type or make has not been chosen for this development, that it was an absolute worst case scenario in terms of turbine type. So the type of turbine chosen, or the brand of turbine, I suppose, because we know the maximum height, wouldn't have a bearing necessarily, is my understanding.
It's not correct to say that it's an absolute worst case, because there are other turbines of similar dimensions that might be noisier than the one that was assessed within the EIA. So it's a typical turbine that fulfills the dimensions of the scheme, and it is I'd say a fairly common turbine that has available noise data and guaranteed data from the manufacturer. So it's reliable data that's used in the assessment, but to say it's a worst case wouldn't be true, because there are noisier turbines. It's not it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to assess the noisiest turbine that you could find that fits the dimensions of the scheme, but it indicates a turbine that fits the dimensions and it meets the noise limits, and that others would also be available.
Okay. Right, Mr. Proctor.
Yes, if I could also refer you please to table 7.8 in the EIA chapter 7.
Yes.
And that gives a margin between the predicted noise level and noise limits. If Mr. Shepherd could please explain how these figures are obtained.
So the margin between the predicted noise level and the noise limit is the predicted noise levels taken from table 7.7, subtracted from the derived noise limits, which are shown in table 7.2.
In that case, say at a wind speed of 3 meters per second, in table 7.1 or 7.2, for daytime you have 35 decibels.
Yeah.
And the limit is 35 decibels, the predicted noise level is 35 decibels, and it's showing a margin of 30 decibels.
Sorry, you're not correct there. So in table 7.7, at 3 meters a second, at Mochrum House, as it's labelled within that table, the predicted noise level is 22 decibels. And therefore the difference during the daytime as shown within table 7.8 is 13 decibels.
Okay,
right,
so
thank
going
you.
back, sorry. My
sorry,
question,
Mom.
going back to table, I'm slightly confused. Going back to table 7.2, the noise limit as set out at Mochrum House, so daytime is 35.
Correct. At 3 meters a second, the daytime noise limit at Mochrum House is 35.
35. The predicted noise is 22, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah. And therefore the difference is 13.
It's 13.
Is shown within table 7.8.
I see. That now makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Proctor, apologies, I interrupted you.
No, that's fine, Ma'am. You have, Mr. Shepherd has said that there's a limit should be 5 decibels above background noise. Is there a background noise table anywhere?
So the background noise table isn't shown within the EIA chapter for this application. It's shown within the original Mochrum Fell application. So based on the 2013 baseline noise data, the noise limits that were chosen and used for the assessment were those agreed at the time with Dumfries and Galloway Council, which were set relative to baseline noise levels and agreed with the Environmental Health Department and those are the limits within that table within 7.7. Within the table 7.2 of the chapter. So they're based on background noise levels, but the background noise levels themselves aren't shown within this chapter.
But they're based on the 2013 levels, not 2022 levels.
That's correct. The measurements were carried out in end of 2012, and it was agreed with the local authority that the baseline noise data was still appropriate to use for the derived noise limits that were set via the planning conditions for the existing development and then applied.
Okay. Right.
I don't know if Mr. Proctor has any more questions. I don't have any more.
Nope. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Proctor?
Mr. Proctor's frozen.
Oh, he has actually. Should we give them a moment to see if they can come back? Ms. Crossthwaite, did you have anything to add on that discussion?
No, no, I don't have anything to add on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's left the call. He's left the call, must be coming back into it, I think.
Shall we just give them a moment? I can see Graham, I was just about to say, welcome back, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor. Thank you for rejoining. Possibly just Miss Crossthwaite confirmed she didn't have any further comment on the noise condition. Could I summarise briefly where I am with noise? I think Miss Crossthwaite and her team basically are questioning the effectiveness of the entire acoustic environment in addressing health issues and impacts on residents who are in close proximity to turbines, and also questioning some of the specifics of the assessment carried out by Hayes Mackenzie. Mr. and Mrs. Proctor and the Help Save Mochrum Fell group are concerned about the potential impacts on residential properties if a absolute limit in terms of numbers of decibels is not applied, in that 35 decibels plus a margin for background noise might be unacceptable. I can understand what they are asking for. Probably not much more to be gained in discussing it further, I think, this evening. I understand all of your respective positions. Please correct me now if you think I have misrepresented you. If that's the case, thank you very much for your input. It is always tricky, acoustic, and I would say particularly, I understand the frustrations, but we have to work within the regulatory environment. Well, I have to work within the regulatory environment set by the Planning Act and guidance and regulations in Scotland. So my ability to impose conditions is limited to that extent. But please be assured, Ms. Crossthwaite, I have read all of your submissions. They've all been useful, and you can thank Mr. Grosvenor for his common sense suggestion, which I shall endeavour to meet. On the agenda, we have left aviation lighting. I am content with the MOD suggestion, and I think it is reflected in the conditions. Infrared lighting is proposed. Is there any particular issue that anybody would like to raise in relation to that? If not, I will assume that that condition is acceptable to all. We then move on to the section in the agenda, any legal agreements or obligations required. I hadn't intended to propose any, but following on from the discussion yesterday and my reading around what might be possible to meet the aspirations of community members in basically having access to information, it occurred to me that the supplementary guidance might be useful, and so it was. So on page 29 of the development management considerations, there is I'm at part, I should be at part S, yes, legal obligations and bonds. S2, I thought might help matters and be a way forward, which is the appointment at the developer's expense of an independent planning conditions and monitoring officer and or an environmental consultant selected by the council to assist the council in the monitoring of the site during the construction period and for a period of 3 years following the date upon which the wind energy development becomes fully operational, and to ensure that the development complies with the approved plans, the EIA report and the conditions attached to the planning permission. I appreciate, Mr. Bell, you haven't had a huge amount of time to think about that one or obtain perhaps instructions from your client, but I wonder, could we have a response to that suggestion that could meet quite a large part of the expectation of the community that they be involved and understand the data?
Yeah. No, I think the FALC is very alive to the concerns expressed by the community, and I think, you know, whilst there's a very detailed SEMP and there's an ecological clerk of works, I do have instructions to agree to a condition that would relate to such a function, and we do hope that that would go some way to helping reassure the community. And there's really two caveats to that. One is we don't consider a legal agreement as necessary for that, but it could be undertaken by way of a planning condition that would be consistent with the circular on conditions. And also, we don't agree that it's necessary for 3 years. We think that would be disproportionate to the issue. We think during the construction period, it would be acceptable, and there's a clear role we can see how that would work, but not for a further period of 3 years beyond the completion of construction.
Right, and is there a particular reason for not wanting the period of 3 years?
Well, on completion of development, we then enter into the operational period, and there are appropriate planning conditions in place to cover off for other eventualities. So it's not considered necessary to apply it for an ongoing period of 3 years.
Okay. Ms. Pridham. Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Mum and Mr. Bell, I think from where we are sitting as a community council, again, I've got my community council hat on, I feel that there are three separate issues. There's setting appropriate baselines to cover all of the issues that the community is concerned about. That is pre-construction. And then there are the issues during construction. But then most importantly, it's actually the long-term impact of the operational wind farm on both the on tourism, on socio-economic impacts, on people's sense of place, and also most importantly for me personally on the environment and the species that will be using the site. So I think actually, even though I really appreciate this offer, if you like, or this opportunity, and I think it would be a way forward, I think actually the length of time, if anything, I would be expecting to be longer, not shorter. So I think the other thing to raise is, as we've all seen, by the fact that Dumfries and Galloway Council, the reason we're all sitting around the table going through this process to a large extent is because Dumfries and Galloway Council weren't able to make a decision about this proposed wind farm, and so we've come to appeal for non-determination. The fact that they're not present here today, the fact that our community is already completely overstretched by the number of wind farm applications, and I recognise that is not the fault of the appellant, but it is a stark reality for us as a community council, and therefore I feel that we as a community council might be able to act as a liaison person, or identify somebody within the community that could act as a liaison person, bearing in mind that that person may have to change. But the key thing is that we see this position as being separate from that, and we would like to request that it's actually for a longer period of time and not just for the construction period of the wind farm. Okay. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Pridham. Mr. Bell?
Just say that we need to look at the terms of the supplementary guidance. This is a discretionary provision, and also it's related to ensuring the development complies with the approved plans and the EIA report and the conditions attached to the planning permission. So in our view, it wouldn't be appropriate to start to set out baseline monitoring requirements or to look at long-term impact. I think the matter of reasonableness and relevance to the proposed development in the circular would come into play when the scope is widened to that. So I think the applicant is offering this. It's not, in my view, strictly necessary, but it could be attached, I think, as a competent planning condition with those caveats. And we think that is a reasonable approach to provide assurances in line with the supplementary guidance.
Okay.
Paragraph S2.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Bell. I think in terms of baseline, I would work on the basis that the EIA is submitted with this application could be accepted as the baseline, and monitoring would move from that point forward. That would be, I think, probably a sensible way to approach it. But I've taken note of both your positions, and I will give it some careful thought in reaching my decision and in framing any required condition. Ms. Pridham, could I just clarify, did you mean longer than 3 years or 3 years?
I meant longer than 3 years.
Longer than 3 years. So, right. Okay. Thank you all very much. I have put in a final agenda item of any other relevant matter.
Could I just interject there?
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, I did have my hand up. I think that the 3 years monitoring would provide an excellent opportunity to bring in some of the low frequency monitoring that we have done, and monitoring of the people involved. At the same time, it could be a great opportunity for the wind industry to prove that we're wrong, or that there are problems with ILFN.
Right.
And could I also possibly send to you the conditions that were discussed at the Clockery wind farm hearing that was suggested?
Yes, absolutely. If you could send those via Christine, and she will then circulate them to all parties so that everybody can have the benefit of seeing them, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Sorry, Ma'am.
Yep.
I have an additional point which relates to the conditions.
Yep.
So on point 11, which relates to the habitat management plan.
Yes.
We were wondering if we as a community council would be able to have the opportunity to review the habitat management plan before it was approved. So, because at the moment I think it's the council that will be approving it, and so I think that we should have some input into that.
Just trying to think of a practical way of ensuring that through planning conditions that are enforceable. So I'm going to actually ask Mr. Bell, do you think, is there a way of managing that?
I would say it's not necessary. The planning authority has that function and will ensure that the condition is discharged competently. In my experience, I simply don't see any planning conditions drafted where the community council takes on the responsibility of a planning authority and the development becomes suspensive on the agreement of the commencement of development, then becomes suspensive on the agreement of the community council. That would just not be acceptable.
Ms. Pridham?
Sorry, I didn't mean that we would decide whether it went ahead, but that we actually have the opportunity to input into it. If in a liaison role, I'm sorry, I'm out of my depth here because I'm not used to this, but yeah. I think the reason we raise it is that, as I mentioned yesterday, we have a large number of commercial forestry proposals that are effectively being foisted on the community and are having a massive impact on our local environment and the biodiversity. And how the habitat is managed going forward at Mochrum would potentially have, it is a big site, would potentially add to that. So I think even if it is a case of just us being brought round the table so that we can have some input, I think that would be a very positive step forward. And obviously, if we're not involved when the habitat management plan is being drafted and agreed and approved by the council, we are on the back foot as a community because it's already been signed off by Dumfries and Galloway Council. So that is only how I see things, but that's my reading of it.
No, I take your point, and that is exactly what would happen, is that the habitat management plan is agreed with Scottish Natural Heritage, or I should say Nature Scot, as they are now.
That's the thing I was going to mention.
As a consultee, it's difficult because the process doesn't require the input of any party other than Nature Scot, who have a statutory part to play in approving habitat management plans. Could you leave that with me and I'll address it in my decision and see if there is a practical solution. If not, I will explain why not. And I take your point, Mr. Bell, about the consenting authority being the planning authority and the danger of a suspensive condition which may impact the ability to deliver the proposed development. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Proctor and Mr. Campbell.
If I could come back, please, ma'am. We lost internet before when we were in the noise discussion. If I could return to noise, please, with Mr. Shepherd.
Okay.
In 2006, Hayes Mackenzie Partnership conducted research for the government on wind turbine noise. Their draft report recommended reductions in the nighttime noise levels permitted by ETSU R97. These recommendations were suppressed and not included in the final report. But the authors, Hayes Mackenzie, defined the maximum noise level which will protect neighbouring amenity as 33 decibels A. This was based on the 1980 World Health Organization environmental health criteria, which stated a level of less than 35 decibels A is recommended to preserve the restorative process of sleep. The limits that ETSU and Mr. Shepherd are recommending are 5 decibels above the background noise level. If the background noise level in the worst case is about 51 decibels, with an additional 35 decibels, because they are not just arithmetic additions, the total sound would be 51.1. So to go to 56 is allowing an extra almost 5 decibels, which should be unnecessary. If a limit of 52 was imposed, that would give far more than should be necessary as a maximum. I wondered if Mr. Shepherd could comment on that sort of suggestion, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor. Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there were 2 points in there, and one is the setting of the noise limits, which is a matter for government, and so the Scottish Government set the noise limits as a balance of planning obligations and the commitment to renewable energy as a balance against residential amenity, and setting the limits at a level whereby those impacts are acceptable. So I think in terms of setting noise limits and the noise limit that are being discussed here, that is a matter for government, and they make the decision as to what the appropriate noise limits are. And then in relation to your second point, it refers back to my earlier point regarding compliance measurements of wind farms and trying to determine whether the noise limits are met under high background noise conditions at higher wind speeds. And so if the noise limit is set at the measured background noise level rather than at 5 dB above, if there was a complaint and measurements were carried out, then it'd be very difficult to determine whether the limits are being met with that 5 dB margin, which is allowable according to the Scottish Government recommendations in their use of ETSU R97. Then if you were to measure the operational noise, you would expect to measure similar levels of noise in terms of background noise as was there at the time of the baseline noise survey, and you'd be able to you'd measure your 51 or just around that and show that you're complying with the noise limit, which is set at 5 dB above that. If the noise limit was set much lower than that, it's very difficult to determine the exact noise from the turbines to say that conclusively that the limit's being met, or albeit that the indications would be that the limits are being met if there's no change in background noise level with and without the turbines operating.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Proctor.
Thank you, ma'am.
That answer. Lovely. Thank you very much. Did you have anything else on noise, Mr. Proctor or Mrs. Proctor?
It's just to say that we have to live with this, and it seems it's difficult to live with when you see that the person who is just further down from us, who is financially involved, is having less noise to put up with than we do. That doesn't really seem to me to be right.
No, I can understand. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Proctor. Mr. Campbell?
Are you on to any other business yet, ma'am, or are you still on noise?
Well, I think probably Mr. and Mrs. Proctor have had the last word on noise, I think. Thank you very much. So I'm on to any other business now.
I just wanted to give you notice that I may consider making an application for expenses against the council. Okay. I'll give you notice now, but I'm not going to detail the application now because I still want to think about it.
Yeah, there's absolutely no need to give me any detail at this point in time. If any other party is considering an application for expenses, you can do so in writing. You don't need to tell me any detail at this point in time. Is there any other business before we conclude, Mr. Bell?
Yes, hopefully I can take it fairly briefly. It's condition 22 refers to a primary radar mitigation scheme with regard to civil aviation, and it references Lowther Hill and Great Dunfell radars. Now, there is an update in that there is now no longer a need to mitigate the Great Dunfell radar, so it's simply Lowther Hill. I appreciate, ma'am, you may wish a written confirmation of that, so we are seeking that from NATS and should be able to provide that within a week or so. So with your agreement, we would submit that as be an email confirmation. So that condition can be amended to strike out and Great Dunfell.
Okay.
And I think that's the final point on conditions I was going to raise. Thank you.
Okay, no, that is useful. If that could be submitted to Christine Brown, and she will then circulate it to all the parties, so you are in receipt of that. Thank you very much. So, if there's no other business, we will move towards concluding our hearing sessions. I should begin by thanking all of you for your input, not just over the last 2 days, but all of the substantial written submissions and information associated with those submissions, which has been hugely helpful and will be hugely helpful in reaching my decision. I would also like to thank you for your engagement in this process. I do appreciate, particularly for those of you who are not in professional positions, the amount of effort and time that it takes to engage in these processes, and you should be assured that it is very much appreciated. For all those who are professionals, thank you for your submissions. They are very useful and appreciated and will go a long way to assisting me in reaching my decision. The process from today is relatively straightforward. It is unlikely that I will require additional information from any parties unless matters arise in the next short period. My intention is to issue a written decision. I'm not going to give you a fixed time frame for that because that only ever ends in tears, but be assured that I will reach a timely decision on this matter. In terms of that decision, it will be circulated to all parties almost simultaneously and by email. Should you wish to make an application for a claim of expenses, you may do so in writing. You will find all the information on that process on the DPEA website. I mentioned at the beginning that I'm happy to accept closing submissions in written format. I did indicate you are under no obligation to do so. It's simply if you wish to address matters that have arisen during the hearing process that you wish to comment on or provide. It's not additional information. I don't need new evidence of any kind. It's the matters discussed during the last 2 days that you may wish to comment on. That would be useful for me and I think probably for all parties. They generally should not be new evidence. They should not include substantial discussions of the points we've already discussed, but simply comment on what we have discussed. I have in the past seen word limits. I'm not going to impose word limits. I'm going to trust you to be sensible in terms of your submissions. Bear in mind, all submissions are circulated to all parties. So again, I'd remind everybody to be kind and courteous about everybody who has taken part. So unless there is any other matter at all, I would say the hearing sessions for PPA-170-2152 are now formally closed, and I would thank you all. Mr. Campbell, a last word.
Yeah, well, I hope it's the last word. When do you want the closing? When do you want the closing submissions by?
I apologise.
And is there a sequence as well? Because normally the appellant would be able to.
You go last.
To go
Yes.
last.
Yeah.
Apologies, just let me, the sequence
It shouldn't take long to do because they will be brief.
yes.
As ever, Mr. Bell, as ever.
Briefness is always appreciated. Today is the 10th. Would we say the 20th? That is a week on Friday.
If it could be a Monday, I would be very grateful.
23rd?
Yeah.
23rd is fine. Well, could I have Mr. Campbell's on behalf of Help Save Mochrum Fell? Could I have, and as I said to those teams like Miss Crosswaite's team and Miss Pridham's, you're under no obligation to send in a closing submission, but if you are, could we have that by the 23rd of May? And then for the appellant, it's customary to allow the appellant a slightly longer period. So 10 days from the 23rd would be the 2nd of June.
I'm actually away on holiday beginning. I'd be content with the 27th of May.
Would you?
Make a quick response because I will prepare the bulk of it before then anyway.
Yep, that would be even better, Mr. Bell. Right, so the 23rd for all parties except the appellant and the 27th for the appellant.
Thank you.
Ma'am, reflecting on experience, this has been a very good-natured inquiry, and I can't speak for others, but I'd like to thank you very much for keeping the temperature down and achieving so very much in 2 days. I recall with no particular pleasure that wind farm inquiries used to take 4 to 6 weeks.
Absolutely.
And there were lots of surprises, lots of ambushes, and some fun as well. But to get it done in 2 days.
Second that.
To get it done in 2 days, ma'am, is a considerable achievement, and thank you very much indeed.
You are very welcome. And I will apologise again for not being able to hold it in person, but our internal guidance suggested anything that had been organised had to continue in the format it had been originally organised. And I should say, now that the hearing is formally closed, I think we would have been considerably longer in terms of time if we had the benefit of the council here to assist us, but so be it, we didn't. Right. Ms. Pridham, did you?
Sorry, I just had one question, which is a technical question because I've not been through this process before. So do we send, it's probably a very dumb question, but do we send the closing submissions to yourself or to Christine Brown?
I think in this case it's to Christine, and she will then circulate to all other parties so that everybody has access, or she will send you a link to show you where it is on the DPA web page, so everybody has access to the same information at the same time.
Thank you.
That's a lot easier.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from all of you, and in due course you will have my written decision.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Bye.